The European Cricket Series is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, FanCode, and Grizzly Bear Sports.
Good morning to you wherever you're watching from around the world. Welcome to another big day in European cricket. It's Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo for ECN. It is day 5 in Austria as part of this FanCode European Cricket Series. Now, I do want to apologise to everyone because we have had a slight delay this morning, but the good news is that we will be getting on the park in just a few short minutes. There was a bit of rain overnight here in Vienna, and that just caused a few problems out in the middle, but they've been cleared now. Still, on and off drizzle, so it's going to be one of those frustrating days, I think. But the good news is we are going to get underway. There's no reduction to the 10 overs in match 21. We'll come to match 21 in a minute. First, let's have a look at what happened yesterday. As I'm joined by Rico Foote. Rico, it was a great day yesterday, wasn't it? ACT started with a strong win over Snassi, a return to form for them.
Yeah, what a day it was, and what a day it was for Imran Asif as well. On both occasions when we saw him, he scored 70 runs, and he was the player of the match in match number 16, 70 of 33, and then also bowled very well, 1 for 5. Austrian Cricket Tigers winning the first match by 51 runs.
It was kind of a frustrating day for Snassi as well. More about that in a second, but the Tigers, they backed up, didn't they? And Asif, a pair of 70s. I don't think I've seen that before. This time 70 unbeaten off 31 balls, 165. It was just pretty much unchaseable. The NSCC got some runs late, but they had a shocking power play, and they ended up losing by 25 runs. So if NSCC at that stage, things weren't looking too good for them.
No, they weren't indeed. Asif, as you mentioned there, but Akib Iqbal, the captain as well, he made 57. 100 partnership those two put on together, and though there was a good fight back there from Vienna CC, fell short by 25
and
runs.
Don't forget Akib Iqbal bowled a maiden, and he took none for 2 in his 2 overs, so really shut the gate. Then Donnerstadt hit the park, and they've been very, very good so far, and it continued to be that way in match 18. 148 for 4 of their 10 overs. Mohammad Sadiq, I love the way he bats. It's very unusual, but it's kind of mesmerising. He scored 69 out of 26. Noor Ahmadzai with a quick fire, 40 off 13, and Ahmed Ahmadzai with 21. Shigawal with a golden duck, but he'd make up for a little bit later as they ran out. Easy winners in that one. 4th match of the day, Donnerstadt backing up. They put 137 on the board, with Vienna CC only able to gather 112 in response. No one able to get out of the 20s for Vienna CC. But Shigawal, his 57 off 15, that is what you call an impact innings.
It was an amazing knock. The 50 came off just 12 delivery. But remember, Mark Simpson-Parker, he did start to shine. He took 5 wickets there, and then we were going to see him in good form in the final match of the day for Vienna CC. The captain came good when he had to.
Yeah, something to shout about for Vienna CC fans. 158 for 5 they put up in the 10 overs, and then Snassi 70 in return. Just cannot get any runs, can they, at the moment? They need to find some from somewhere, and that's why they find themselves rooted at the bottom of the table with an 0-5 record. 2 other teams without a win, Vienna Eagles and Vienna Danube. You'll see the Eagles first up this morning. They're taking on the Daredevils, so also have a losing record, 1 and 2. But again, anything can happen. You see right up the top, Donnerstadt setting the pace. Got cricketers up there as well. So we are going to start the day with match 21. Like I said, there's a 10-minute delay, but we haven't reduced the overs. So if Vienna Eagles, there's some players to watch there. I think that the captain offers a lot. Karanbir Singh, he's a beast of a man, isn't he, really? He's certainly built for power. Kumar Jha is pretty experienced as well. We saw Barty do some good things. Sogi, I think, came up with a kind of fighting innings, a bit of a rearguard action on Monday. Daredevils, well, I think that they're a team that showed a little bit of class at times. I think, and a lot of raw skill. There's Zadran, their captain, and Shaheen Mahmood behind the stumps, but. The main thing is the players are out there, Rico, and we're going to get some cricket here on day 5.
I mean, first of all, big shout out to everyone that's worked so hard around the ground to be out there. Big shout out also to the players. They played their part, getting the covers on and off and treating the ground, and also wanting to play. I've never seen players so keen to want to play. And as soon as they were asked the question, said, yeah, we want to be out there. Well, they are, and there's the first delivery.
Ow. So it's not the conditions that you have to worry about. It's the grizzly bear ball coming and whacking you in the back hip. What a start to the day.
Yeah, and top quality work from the umpires, and particularly from Tyrone Peters as well, just explaining the situation to the players. And the players just saying, yeah, we understand we maybe have to cut down on our run-ups. We know that it is naturally going to be a little bit slippery out there. Good work done this morning, and good to see cricket being played.
Soggy in first up, really getting the ball to move in. There won't be a run here. I think this might bring the scores down a little bit.
Yeah.
I just think also the ball getting a bit heavier, outfield a little bit wet. It's not too bad. It's no standing water or anything like that. And yeah, the wind, it's probably not as windy because the rain looks like it's coming straight down when it does come down. The bowlers have to adjust as well. You know, you can't really come charging in because of the landing surface. So you can see a bit of sawdust has been applied around the edge of the pitch as well.
Soggy, well, this one gets pumped away a little bit short and gets a swivel on it. Does Tariq Ahmadzai, a man who scored 53 not out against Nazi. Also took 2 for 9 in that match as well. So we know he's one of the good players, one of the big players, and he whacks that one away. Good shot. First runs of the day. Talking of runs, well, with that boundary there, we've seen 4,338 runs in this series already. Wickets to fall, 209. And number of sixes, well, yesterday we went past 300 sixes in the series already, 311. And that means that the average runs per innings has been about 116. But yeah, like you say, I think with the rain and with the outfield being a bit slower, I'm expecting that to take a bit of a dent here today. And this one doesn't quite get the timing right, but he still gets it to go to the boundary. Well, I tell you what, there's going to be some interesting things here today. One thing I'm looking for, I mean, the field of wheat going into there is going to be a bit like going into a car wash, isn't it?
Yeah, it's exactly what it'll be like. Yeah, that I don't think we do too much about that. I take it back though. Ball's still flying. It will kind of skid along the surface. I'm curious to see how it goes. I think you just got to try and make it really difficult for the batters to go leg side here with the wind, with the conditions here at the Sabun Cricket Ground. I want to say a quick hello to everyone, including Kai Bay. Hello to Dave. Nice to see you, Dave B, in the chat. And to everyone else, including Kroom, Nick Devonshire as well, to Desiraj as well, who we saw on the park yesterday for the NSCC. Good morning.
Good morning to everybody. It's in the same area again. This time there is a fielder that's been deployed. There's not that far from him.
Yeah,
nicely done.
That's my power play field. I think I'd almost consider having like a deep square leg and a deep mid wicket. And not that you're trying to bowl there, but it's very hard to stop batters hitting there with the big in swing that Soggy is getting.
Yeah, all being well, big day for Vienna Eagles. They've got 3 matches today. And as you said, they are really looking to get some points on the board. Good opportunity they will field today. First up against the Daredevils. This one will be the wide, so first extras of the day.
We're outswinger there from Soggy. And yeah, Siraj hopefully pulled up okay from the game. Hello to Hannah Mahmood as well, who's come in with a comment.
It's nicely played. This will test the outfield. It does slow up a little bit. And nicely chased, gets the throw in. That's going to be the other thing. Players just got to be a little bit wary when they're chasing after some of these deliveries. First over comes to an end. A couple of boundaries from it. 12 without loss.
So let's have a look at some of the top formers on day one. You mentioned Ahmadzai with his 50 the other day. Omari and Zadran both there as well. Oriakil had an interesting day, didn't he, as well, with 6 wickets. Vienna Eagles, you can see the captain leading the way, Karambir Singh, with over 50 runs so far in the series.
Yeah, I mean, you said it interesting, Darryl Kill. Yeah, he bowled brilliantly all the way through. And then in that final match, which looks like the Austrian Daredevils were definitely going to win in the last over, Oracle was the bowler, and it went big, didn't it? Went for 26 came off it.
Yeah. And
it was victory for their opponents, Kugler CC. This one has been once again swung out onto the leg side.
Good field, like I said. It's clever to protect that boundary as best as you can. I think no credit to the players in Europe. They will play in conditions that perhaps in some other countries when you having to use a turf pitch, you wouldn't. Anyway, this is up, it's in the air, and this will really test the field out. Coming around to his right, he drops it, and oh, that'll hurt. He just didn't commit to it because he heard the footsteps coming the other way, Jurassic Park style, didn't he?
Yeah.
He knew that he had company. I think that just puts him off at the last moment.
Yeah, to be fair, he never really gets himself in a good position. He's side on here, and maybe the fielder coming into it. I mean, that would have been my call. Let the fielder who's coming in, that's Nandip Soggy, to take it. But he was in the area, wanted it, but doesn't take it, Govinda Singh. And then the next one gets hit beautifully straight down the ground. It will go all the way. Bolle, kinna zona. Sugar Luggia, the first maximo of the day.
Yeah, and it hurts, doesn't it, when the catch goes down. And it was Gurvinder Singh, who's into the squad, who puts it down, changes the strike. Ahmedzai goes large. And Mane, left arm up, trying to get the breakthrough.
And this is another beauty. Well, he says if the first one was good, this one's even better. You know, the other thing, I mentioned the players going into the wheat field. I want to know what they're going to do when it goes right over their head and right over the tower into the ploughed field. I think we're definitely going to need some wellies over there.
I think that's the sand trap over there. Yeah, but that's just kind of a slot length. Tape ball style from Ahmedzai, smacks down to the ground.
Well, this time he's up in the air. It's an opportunity. Fielder comes across, looks comfortable, and takes a very good catch. That's the captain, Gurvinder Singh, holds on to it. So Ahmedzai goes 6-6 and out in the over. And well done to Mamain. Comes back after being hit for a couple of big ones. Gets the wicket of the batter, Tariq Ahmedzai.
Well, somebody answer Karambir's right hand because it is ringing after that. He takes it very well. With these, you've got to be confident. If you get him towards the end of the fingers, you're not going to catch it and you're going to be hurt. So I think that you've got to just kind of put your big boy boots on and try and get it in the middle of the hands. That's exactly what Karambir does. That's a handy wicket to get 26 for 1.
Yeah, good morning to everybody on the chat. Dave is there as well as Julian Dawson. Very good morning to you all. And thank you for tuning in. And let's hope that we do manage to get all of the scheduled matches in today. As a new batter comes in, and it's going to be Jaffrey, who's taking guard.
Yeah, this is Zain. Zain Jaffrey.
Oh, swing and a miss.
Oh,
Jaffrey.
Look for that. Didn't he end of the second over? Score 26-1, so do get the breakthrough. And SF saying still the outfield's pretty fast, so a good match it is. I like this from Dave B. He said, hey, Vinny, when you predict a 4, do you make a forecast? But he has spelt it F-O-U-R. Well, that's some next level pun creation, Dave. I love it. Let's have a look at the table. Donish done at the top 5-0. Cricketer not far behind, 4-1. Graz Cricket Academy, I mean, they were a real surprise packet. They're kind of hovering at 4th with a 2-1 record. Of course, only 4 teams will get to play in the semi-finals. So, yeah, the race is on. It's going to be really competitive cricket. Here's Soggy. He's coming back for his second over.
Flights this up, and this is another one that's going to sting. And the bowlers and the players, well, they're not shy to let you know that. The other thing that will happen is that we know that these grizzlies, or the white balls, traditionally, as they do start to get wet, they get a little heavier. So what you'll start to find is that's another reason why perhaps the run rates by day might go down a little bit. As they get heavier, they don't go as far. This one just strays a little bit down the leg side, and I think Mahmood is disappointed not to get this away. He's already had some luck, remember. Was dropped on 2 by Singh.
That's true. And, Soggy's in-swing, it's a good weapon, but I think in-swing bowlers are going to have a hard time here because they are kind of swinging towards the wheelhouse of the right-hander. With that wind right of screen and the short boundaries here, like that, you're a big risk to get hit over the boundary. This one doesn't get off the ground, but does just get out of the infield. Gurvinder, back in form, does the fielding. Yeah,
Gurvinder there with his modified shirt.
X marks the spot.
Mm-hmm.
I wonder what a good score is now.
I had to take a double take there for the batter on the side view. Looks like he was wearing some marigolds with the blue there. We've got a batter out with marigolds. Maybe he's got some marigolds under his gloves. Anyway, interesting stance. And it misses out on this one. He seems to be holding the bat really low down there.
I was going to say, his grip interests me. His hands are kind of apart.
Yeah.
You know, I was like, even from front on, I'm like, I can see the handle in the middle. Yeah, it's an interesting grip.
And, he's gone bowled. Well, it might be an interesting one, but it not one that works for cricket because Jaffrey is going to go for 0. Oh, forget Jaffrey. It's time to talk about Derek. Derek, good morning to you. This is great weather for Derek. Derek's going to love this weather.
Yeah, I think Derek might have a very busy day. But, yeah, you can see he just kind of swung across that one. And where's Derek? There he is. There he is. The first one of the day, not the last.
He's a bit reluctant to get out of his lovely pond. So first duck will go. 27 for 2. And unfortunately, Zain Zaffri hits a 3-ball duck. So well bowled once again by Soggy, and that's all he's trying to do. Look, one thing I think the bowlers will all know, and that's one of the things that tournament referee Tyrone Peters was talking about. You got to be able to adapt to the conditions. So you'll see that a lot of bowlers won't be charging in.
Yeah.
And Soggy's done that really well at the moment. I think wicket bowling. And the last time we saw this in Malta when teams had to adjust. And in fact, a lot of bowlers bowled so much better.
Yeah, Bulgaria is an example
Bulgaria's
last year
another
as
one,
well.
yeah.
Look, because I think cricketers can be a little bit precious sometimes with conditions, but I think it comes down to the fact that normally if you're playing on a turf pitch, well, it's unplayable if there's rain, right?
Yeah.
But with the artificial pitch, it holds up pretty well. You just got to make the adjustments.
Absolutely.
This one, yeah, probably does get a bit of the line.
Busat Omari is in. Last time we saw him made 30 of 12 against cricketer CC.
He was great to watch. That is a wine. So I'll give you an example. In hockey, field hockey, they play on a similar surface than what the pitch is made from. And it's actually, they keep it wet, because they're always slipping and sliding around on it. He can swing us. He swings it both ways, doesn't he?
Yeah.
Soggy? Not a bad spell at all. He'll finish 1 for 15. Into the power play. I think it's a bit of a draw, that power play for me. It's 29 for 2 after 3.
Yeah, 29 for 2. Nicely bowled there for Soggy. I think that's a good spell. And you're right. He does get the ball to move both ways. Well, it's looking a little greener, isn't it? After the rain that we've had overnight. And this morning, still a bit of drizzle around. And just having a look at that power play.
I love that graph, but for some reason, one day the numbers took off and they've never really come home. It's like they've gone on a rocket ship. But you can see that's a very good third over with only 3 off it, keeping the power play to 29. Yeah, so I was going to say,
yeah,
you just have to make the adjustments. So in sports, American football's an example, some other sports, the conditions determine your tactics. So for example, you're not going to run in from 30 yards and be sprinting in on this surface because the landing isn't so sure. So you are just going to kind of have to reduce your run, maybe bowl a few spinners. You just have to adapt. And yeah, it's not easy, but it's the same for both teams. Yeah,
Barty on the bowled very well in the match against Donnerstad. And this one's high up in the air. Will it go all the way? Yes, it will. Oh. 6 runs, well, Gunners up in the tower. Well, he's going to field this one. Ricochet all the way up as it clonks the bottom of it. Good hit. And a big firm shot from Busat Omari. This is what he can do.
Yeah, well, Gunners is feeling the good vibrations there because that cracked into the camera tower and the sight screen. And what a shot that is. Omari showing some power. I think with both of these teams, they'll have a few key players, and if one of them can go big, they can win you the game.
Yeah, they can do. I was mentioning Barty, 2 for 4 against Donnerstad. So good comeback from him, and good running from the batters as well. Hey, look, we've talked about the fielders in these conditions. Batters have to be careful as well. I mean, this is one when really you're encouraging them to run at the edge of the pitch, right?
Yeah, just run on the pitch. It's safer than running on the grass, I think. Anyway, Mahmood struggling to get going so far. Let's see what he can bring to the table here. It's 4 or 5 without a boundary. He'll do the keeping as well today.
He gets a full one here, hits it pretty well, but he finds a fielder. There's Nandeep Soggy out there. Well, it probably is a little bit soggy out there as well.
Yeah, I think probably is. But yeah, no. European cricketers, they're tough as nails. I mean, most cricketers are pretty tough. We talked about that. But
cricketers are hard. We don't moan and groan about the conditions. They want to play, of course they do. And I just love their attitude here today. That's a good delivery. It gets played out of the off. The batters look to come back for 2, and they'll get there quite comfortably.
Yeah, just perfectly positioned over the fielder. Goes for a couple. So, got the good left armers here for Vienna Eagles. Again, both teams will want to get back at least to 50-50, and from there maybe they can mount something, and maybe they can make a run at the 4.
Wind just picks up now as well. That will make it a little bit more uncomfortable. Swing and a miss from Busat Omari. Yeah, I love that this morning when it was running a little bit heavier. All the players were here and the 2 captains went up to the tournament referee and said, what are we waiting for? Let's get the covers off. Let's play.
This is one where the angle, I think, does the umpire, because it looks at where the keeper takes it. But I think when it goes past the crease, I don't think it was touching the line.
Walloped. Adios, Balota. This one is going. And does it go into the field? Well, we can't quite see. I'm sure if it does, Gunners will show up. But what a lovely shot. Boom!
Yeah.
Shaka Lugge hits it on the up and hits it strong.
That's power, isn't it, from Omari. He's looking dangerous already. Yeah, you need to give that ball a wipe, and it comes in.
Well, you're going to have to wipe it again now.
Yeah. It comes in, and the bowler is saying, yeah, and he's actually saying, no, I don't want it. And then everyone else says, all right, we'll get it. Last ball of the over coming up. It's gone for 18 so far.
And, slightly shorter delivery. Doesn't play that very comfortably, does Omari, but he gets a single, which means the over will go for 19, and he will go back on strike. So 48 for 2 or 4. He needed that over. Just gets the acceleration in.
It shows me that Omari's thinking, though, because he thought about pulling that, but he thought, nah, it's probably a risky shot. I don't need to take the risk. I'll take the one. I'll keep the strike because it's the last ball of the over. Had a question in the chat from Dave. How do we stay hydrated? Water or other? Well, typically water during the day.
Other during the
have
night.
a few coffees. Yeah. And last night, a few of us went to a Greek restaurant, actually. So it's a bit early for food chat. And let's just say we're pretty well hydrated during that meal as well. Anyway, let's get back to the action. And it's going to start with a wicket. And it's a captain who's come on, Karanbir Singh, and he's blasted the stumps of Omari. So one big gun shoots down another. It's 48 for 3.
Well, Omari wanted a single to stay on strike, but 17 is all that he will make, 17 of 7. And the captain comes into the action with a bang. Chaka there, Pate style, knocks them over. That's a good wicket to get because we know that Omari, he can be good and he can be dangerous.
Yeah, great bowling, full and straight. I think that's where you want to be. It's a very tough ball to lift up and out of the ground. If you think about the balls that have been hit for 4 and 6 today, they've all been a very similar length, haven't they? They've been, full but not full enough, really. And so 3 wickets down now. Pretty entertaining start to this one. We've had sixes, we've had wickets, we've had some catches, we've had a couple of drops as well. But this is Manduzai who's coming to the crease. The Manduzai we scoring a few runs the other day, but it says
Waliula.
Yeah, Waliula, who's going to come out at 5, facing up to Karanbir Singh, who's made the perfect start.
Yeah, we've seen him with the ball and he bowled very well. He's picked up a couple of wickets in the match against Cricketer CC. But, haven't seen much of him from the bat. And, well, talking about being wet and damp, there's Dan Horace, who's out there taking a few pictures.
Hopefully it's an underwater camera today.
And this has been played quite nicely. Good stop there from the fielder. Once again, good field set. Keeps it to 1.
Yeah, that was well done. Yeah, it's Makan Bharti. That step 2 is right. Knocked it down.
So Mahmood now really has to start playing some shots. The opening batter. And at the moment, he's been a little bit bogged down. This one will be a wide. No runs there. Karanbir, of course, remember he made a fine half century against Donestad. He batted beautifully in that match. And, well, he's probably one of the key players. This is up in the air. Is it going to carry to the fielder? It doesn't. And a good win there. And carefully gets to it. Slipping and sliding a little bit, but just keeps it to the 1.
Yeah, bit of a Bermuda Triangle situation approaching. 50's up, as you say, and so how far can they get? I mean, I think 100's a pretty good score in these conditions, I would have thought.
And this one has been whipped away, and it's manos arriba time from the arbitro. Here's a nice shot. He just strays, doesn't he? Just slightly, but still, that's a top shot. It's not as far down the leg side as I thought. That is a really good shot. He picks the length early, and he dispatches it.
I love the hands there, hands out in front of the body, and he just whips it. He creates that shot. That's a really good bit of batting.
Yeah, nice shot from Waliula. Karanbir now has to work on drawing that ball up. International Nurse Day today, so a big shout out to all the nurses around the world who do an absolutely fantastic job.
Definitely such an underappreciated job, I think. It's people that you really appreciate when you need them. I think most of the time, if you're lucky and you're healthy, you don't really think about it too much, but they do amazing work. So yeah, shout out to all the nurses out there. It's fantastic. what you do.
You know, another day it is today, but it's not quite appropriate really here today.
All right, hold on. 58 for 3 after 5. As we're going to quickly just throw this up, because if you are watching from anywhere around the world, you can always get in touch with us. You can get in touch with me at Mr. Maximo, and you get Rico at Rico4 or Rico.full.1 on Facebook. And don't forget at European Cricket, the greatest place to go for the little bits, little chunks and morsels of European cricket
That's
action.
great, that is. That's right on cue with the day it is. I said International Nurse Day. I've got my doctor's coat on, my nurse coat. And also, I'm wearing the shades. It's International Day of the Shades today in the UK. And not quite the weather for shades here, though.
Whoa, okay.
Ooh, okay, bit of action there. But get your shades on and have a look at this.
Okay, hold on. International Shades Day, so like International Sunglasses Day.
Yeah, it is. And it's a big day in the UK because basically it's a day where the people, put the shades on, take selfies, and send them through to everybody. And it's all about making and generating funds for charity by donating money, you know. So it's a good day.
That. National Shades Day, okay.
Yeah, it's all to do with the Family Holiday Association, which is a charity which provides seaside breaks and day trips to families that are struggling with life's toughest challenges, so bereavements, illnesses, mental health issues. So I think it's a lovely day. It's a great day. It's a great idea. And, well, not a great day for the batter, Mendoza. Well, because he'll have to go. That is a really good catch taken by who else then? Govinder Singh.
Yeah, ball's been following him. See, he's moving around trying to avoid the ball. Well, guess what? You're not safe anywhere. And Govinder does well here. He kind of spots it, takes it with pretty good technique. I think he's got a good pair of hands. I honestly think the first one was just he was put off by the fielder coming in the other way, and he was a little bit hesitant about maybe a collision. So, well, he played it. Couple of nice shots in there, but he's going to be the 4th wicket to fall. It's 59 for 4.
Yeah, well done to Dawood Surki. Picks up a wicket. He's another key player.
Had a question.
For his side.
Another question in the chat. Have we ever taken a 6-for in 1 over? Well, I can't say I have. As far as what I've seen, though, we did have a 5-wicket maiden once back in Switzerland in 2020. So, yeah, 5-wicket maiden, including a hat-trick, which it kind of has to if it's a 5-wicket maiden. Pretty impressive. We had a 4-wicket maiden pretty recently as well, you know.
Yeah, we did.
We're yet to see the perfect over, the 6 for 0. One day. Anyway, this is Zadran, the new batter.
Well, this will be called a wide. Just not a bad delivery at all from Surki. Just trying to draw the batter into the stroke.
It's a good call as well. It's pretty much straight over the line. Yep, shortcut Zadran. I'm sure he'll be having a dash into the second half of the innings.
Oh, he goes big, and this one is up in the air. It's hanging, and the fielder almost takes a good catch. I think a lot of this is to do with the wet conditions. He gets in the right position, the ball goes in, but then slips straight out.
This is actually a pretty good attempt. I mean, he's having to turn and go kind of with the flight of it a little bit. Just doesn't stick. Yeah, that's Austria that puts it down.
Yeah, that could be an important one because Zadran is a dangerous player. I'm talking about dangerous. I'd like to see the height on this is pretty high. Wide is being called. I wonder how high it was.
I think it's okay, just. Let's have a little peek at it, though. We know it's a wide.
It's pretty full.
Yeah, I think that's okay, to be honest.
Yeah, it's on the way down, isn't it? It's a good shot of it just there as it passes him.
That will be a wide, though. It will be re-bowled. Oh, well, he smashed this, and it's up, and it's out of here. Maximo, well, someone has an uncomfortable chase ahead. Get your hiking boots out. That's gone for 6.
Yeah, well, finally, Mahmood gets a boundary. He's been there a while, hasn't he? Though he hasn't phased an awful amount of deliveries. Well, there you go. There's the working at the car wash. Yeah, exactly. He's going to come out. So, yeah, look at him. He's saying, oh, no. Well, at least those trousers have got a wash. Oh, they're sticking to him now. Oh, yeah. That is gained in car wash. You know,
I mean, look, credit to Govinder Singh who took the catch out at deep point. He's as far away from that area as possible. And if you're super smart today, you just get nowhere near the long grass there. Because, yeah, wet trousers syndrome.
Oh, there's another wild swing here. The wicketkeeper rolls the ball back, but it won't be out. Yeah, and the reason I mentioned about Zadran, how that could be crucial, I mean, he gets dropped in 0. He did score 24 not out in 13 deliveries. against Snazzy. So we know that he's a dangerous and hard hitter off the ball. So he could go on to hurt them here. It was a difficult chance, though, you have to say, from the fielder.
Yeah, it was. Turkey last ball, the 6th.
Oh, he just, the shot was on, wasn't it? But he pulls himself away rather than go into it. It will be the end of the over and score 68 for 4.
Let's look at the Eagles batting. In their 2 previous matches on Tuesday, they scored 81 and 93. But, I mean, they were taking on ACT and Donnerstadt, so 2 very, very good teams.
Yeah.
So it's be interesting to see how they go about this chase. Looking at the scorecard so far, Tarek Ahmed's side, 22 off 9, quick fire knock. Amari as well showed a bit of power in his 17. Who's going to take the game forward? Is Karambir Singh coming back?
I'll take the single here. I think Karambir is going to be the key player for them. I think if he gets going early on, I expect him to open up. If he gets going with his big shots in the power play, he can certainly take the game away from the opposition.
Kumajar as well, pretty experienced player.
Yeah, this is well hit and is not going to be caught up with. What a lovely shot this is in that extra cover area. And it's nicely done by Mahmood. So he's starting to open up, isn't he? He's the opener. He was there a long time before he really hit his first boundary. And now, well, he's hit a 6 and a 4. So he is now certainly hungry for more.
He's kind of the silent partner, isn't he? He only faced 11 balls out of the 38 bowled so far. But, yeah, it's a nice-looking shot. I like the way he played that one in a fairly orthodox fashion and played it with power as well.
This one's a little bit shorter and gets played away. So take the single and hand the strike to Zadran. So Shokat Zadran will be looking to play some of his own powerful shots now. Did get a chance, didn't he? The catch wasn't taken by Avanesh Suraya. Comes down, he hits this beautifully, but it's sort of been stopped. I don't know how much the fielder knew about it, but Bala Singh, he makes a very good shot. That smacked him on the leg, and he's just saying, right, next time I think I will use my hands.
Yeah, I think it's probably a better approach.
Oh, slower delivery, well bowled, and he's unlucky. And the batter is going away trying to make some space, but he's quite easily could have lost his leg stick here.
Yeah, totally befuddled the batter. I'm just curious, was he still out here when the keeper? No, he's okay, got back. Just checking.
Okay, this is high and it's going big. Bolle, bolle, bolle. That's another one that drops into the fielder wheat. But fortunately for the fielder, he's able to pluck it out of there without having to go in there. Let's have a look at where we'll be going in some of the upcoming events.
Yeah, let's have a look. As the score is 81 for 4 after 7. Yeah, we're in Austria right now. We're in Bulgaria for 2 weeks, and then Sweden for 2 weeks, and then after that will be Romania, where we'll reunite. So I'm having a breather in Bulgaria. Rico will be there with Charlie Hunt, who's filling in for me, and then I'll be back for Sweden in Stockholm, and Andrew Ryan. Rhino will be back filling in for Rico, give you a bit of a break, and like I said, we'll be back in Romania together, and there'll be plenty more locations after that in this wonderful ECN season that runs 46 weeks or so this year.
Slower delivery, but this has been hit pretty well, and it will go all the way. Manos arriba from the arbitro. 6 más. It's shaka time. This is a nice hit. Shakwat Zadran waits for it and then presses the hit button. Bang! Over it goes. 6 more. Lovely straight hit. So Zadran looking to go after the bowler here now. Bharti. Left-hander. It's in more or less the same area. Just a little bit fuller. And gets worked around the leg side. So this partnership is developing to be a very productive one. The score keeps ticking along nicely. 88 it moves on to now. And both batters have now demonstrated that can hit the ball pretty well, as Mahmood seems to have come to life as well. He's on 23 or 14. Bharti would love to see the end of him. He launches into this. Bolle, 6 more. And good shot. He's certainly got his eye in now. He took a bit of time to get it adjusted. Now, though, he's hitting big.
Yeah, what a shot. Again, it's that length that's been hit more often than not in this innings. And Barty, he's a good bowler, but I think he hasn't really made the adjustment to kind of get the ball up in the block hole.
Dances down the track. And, unusual shot to come dancing down and play it out on the offside. Govinda Singh does the work, does the fielding. And a couple of balls to go in the over. As we say, a very good morning to Helix, who's on the chat. He's saying good morning to everyone, including you and I. Bit of width, hit hard through the gap, chases on. Fielder will get there. So indication there on that one of how the outfield has slowed up a bit because of the rain. Also, I think because the ball has definitely got heavier as well. But still a nice looking shot.
Yeah, for sure. I'm pretty impressed with this batting innings. It's been a bit of graft. You know, I think they've had 3 significant contributors now.
Big swing and a miss this time. The Austrian Daredevils looking to get another win under their belt. Remember, they got the victory against Snazzy, but then they lost a couple. So good way to bounce back and make it a 2-2 record.
Yeah, 97 for 4 after 8 overs. I want to say hello to Helix as well. How are you? Hello to Rob Thompson from New Zealand. And yeah, it's raining in a few places around the world today, it seems. As Siraj saying, surprised that north of the Danube, right up here where we are at Seebarn, says it looks like it's a bit drier than south of Vienna, where it's bucketing down, I think. But
well, let's keep it that way.
Yeah, let's keep being lucky here. So yeah, like I said, it's not perfect. There's probably a little bit of drizzle around, but it's certainly playable at the moment. 9th overtime, it all happens in the 9th. Here's Memane.
Well, he sneaks in a dot here.
Yeah, let's have a look at the call. Is this okay or not? Yeah, probably okay at the point it passes the crease. I think that's a good call.
Yeah, Memane. And one thing I'm liking about him, he's staying out of the way of the umpires as well. So that's good. Good technique from him. And good areas as well if he can maintain that. He does try. This one's a little bit closer to the batter, but still not a bad delivery. Not a bad outcome, just a single.
You know what I'm looking forward to, though?
Yeah.
10th over, running for pretty much everything, and turning isn't going to be very easy with the little bit of kind of slickness of the grass. So I think we could see a few Keystone Cops moments coming up. Just thinking ahead.
Well, let's wait and see. Well, your predictions were very good yesterday,
Yesterday I was on, wasn't I?
High up in the air. This is catchable. Fielder gets under it, and he can't take it. And I think this is going to be 4 runs.
Oh.
We just got to... Well,
just
I think
carried a little bit further. Is this 4? I couldn't really tell. We're a long way away.
Yeah.
Let's have a look. Surkey's the man down there. I mean, this is proper hang time he's getting.
Yeah.
Down it comes.
I think it might even be a 6, you know.
It might be 6.
Well, back to the live action, and the next one has been blasted, and the next will be 6. So I don't know about the one before, but that one, there's no doubt about it. Not only the umpire putting his hands up in the air, so is Karanveer Singh. 6 runs, good hit.
Yeah, back-to-back 6s. And, yeah, no doubt about this one. As it carries, you can see, it's into the gap. That was the key there, wasn't it?
Yeah, the 100 up, and, well, not just 100 with those 2 big hits. They get to the 110. That's a really good score, you know. So, and he goes after another one. It's going, and it's gone. It's another biggie. Yeah, what a good shot this is. He picks his up beautifully. So, it's 6 more. 3 6s. He's absolutely launches into it.
Have a look at this bounce, though. He thinks it's going to pull up and plug, and then, unfortunately, it takes a couple of bounces and goes deep into the long stuff.
Started with a good one, but then since then he's been attacked. Now he's change of approach. He wants to come left arm round, and I think this might be called. It probably should be.
Oh, I think he's missed the call there. Straight over the line. Let's have a look at it.
And, yeah, that's a wide ball.
Yeah, I'm filthy for batting there. I'm saying, give me another one. So I gave him praise early in the over. Got to be fair. I think that one probably should have been re-bowled. Anyway, end of the 9th over, 116 for 4 after 9. And Soggy 1 for 15. For me, he's been the best of the bowlers. Has been a bit tough containing them for the rest of the innings. I think also just the 8 wides. I say just. That's less than 1 run in wides per over. I think that's a pretty good effort in these conditions as well.
Yeah, it's
Slightly
great
slippery
effort.
ball.
Great effort from these two batters. 57 partnership now. So the last over. And let's see if Vinny's prediction was true. Are they going to be running like anything? Well, they'll get one here, thinking about the second. And
They're doing pretty well so far. Nico Fernando is probably watching from Italy or maybe in the UK at the moment. Where are you, Nico? Let us know where you're watching from. Hopefully you are well. And yeah, got a few other people who are just popping in. The lovely community we have.
Good delivery, full straight. We haven't seen too many of these. And Soraya, well, he's only going to get the 1 over, but he does pick up 1 wicket. And I think if he keeps bowling that one, he might pick up a few more as well. You know, this is where you got to be. Full straight, on the money. And he knocks them over the same way that Karanveer Singh did earlier. Chucked their foot this style, bang. Thank you very much.
I just don't think we've seen enough of this length so far. And I'm calling like a Yorker length or ball that kind of pitches between the legs of the batter. You saw that was one of them. A lot of the balls, if I had to kind of do a pitch map of balls that have been hit to the boundary, it's all a very similar length, probably maybe 2 metres in front of the batter's front leg. And that was pitched up. It's a nice bit of work by Austria to try and keep it quiet here in the last. Yeah. 117 for 5. I mean, there was a bit happening in the 9th, and Maya Patel, hello to you, saying as a wise man once said, it all happens in the 9th. Well, I'm standing next to that wise man right now.
Yeah, well, Surya was the man who dropped Zadran on 0. So Zadran is, well, cost you 30 runs, but he does get him in the end. I bet he wishes he held on to that catch because that partnership 57 has been a very fruitful one. That one was a wide, and now, well, he'll have to go after the ball and give it another try. He said, give me the rag now, I need the rag. And he says, kapra kitne, kapra de ball gili ho gayi hai.
They've done pretty well to keep the time here as well. Yeah, really good job by Vienna Eagles in that respect.
Oh, I thought this was going to be another one. I thought this was number 2. It was well directed, maybe just a little bit shorter. Look, this gives you a good idea. I mean, if this is hitting the pads, everybody's going up and saying, yeah, it's got to be out. But look at the ball bouncing over the stump.
That's right.
Yeah, well, this one is not bouncing over the stumps. This is going all the way into the wheat field. Good luck. Here we go. It's car wash time, or trouser wash time, you'd say. Where is it? Where is it? Oh, he's got it. He does well, doesn't he? Look at, you know when you go into the sea and you know it's going to be really cold and you think, oh, I'm not want to do this. That's the look of that fielder there. He goes into that wheat field and says, oh, it's cold. And it's cold in the wrong parts.
Let's have a look. Yeah, it is. He's a cross-hander. Jabakel, cross-handed bandit.
Yeah,
batting with his hands the wrong way.
Up.
Yeah.
This is up in the air and the chase is on. They've got to run hard here. They'll get 2. Will they try a sneaky 3? In comes a throw. And, well, that's unliking that from the non-striker there. He's saying, right, it's not the best of throws. If the keeper doesn't take this, I'm going. But no mistake from Kumar Jha.
Yeah, exactly right. And so, last ball time.
It's a really good score, you know. And I'm going to say this as well. I reckon that if we didn't have the wet conditions, you could add another 10 to 16 on this. That's how good a score this is. And, well, there we go. This is a little bit of the old chopper. A bit of the helicopter to finish as it goes to the boundary. And the score will go into the 130s.
Have a look again here. I love his grip. He's got that cross-hand grip, and he just can still slice away with a little toy helicopter to finish. What a way to finish the innings. And it's a good score for the Daredevils. It's 130 for 5 off the 10 overs.
Yeah, it is a very good score. And I'll say again, I reckon this 130 on a day when it's dry could quite easily be close to that 150 mark. You know, a very, very good knock from Zadran. And also, you got to say, Shaheen Mahmood, who batted all the way through the innings, 32 of 19. And then, well, we had the cross-handed bandit, another one on the European Cricket Network, who scores a quick-fire 12 of 4 deliveries. Let's have a look at the highlights.
Yeah, and look, it's an interesting one for me because I mean, the top score is 32, Mahmood, who bats through the innings, but he only faces 19 balls of the available 60. But what happens is the guys at the other end, they seem to all score at a really good strike rate. That was a good catch, wasn't it, from Karanveer Singh? not an easy one, just skating around to his right. But yeah, Tarek Ahmadzai got them going with 22. I mean, Jaffrey was the only one that kind of missed out with a 3-ball duck.
Yeah.
Then Omari came out. He struck 17 off 7 with a couple of big maximos. You had even Dozai with 1-6 in there. You had Chocolate Zadran with 4-6 in a quick fire 30 off 12 balls. So look, the wickets were falling, but it was an unusual innings that it didn't seem to bother them. In fact, the run rate was pretty steady all the way through.
Yeah, and in those conditions, we saw some good fielding. That was a nice catch there taken by Govinder Singh. But we also saw quite a few ending up into the wheat field. And that's not a good place to go in right now because, well, it's cold and wet in there. And some really good hitting. I mean, look at this. Was a quality shot. That was a biggie. And it just kept going. And in it goes once again inside. And that was a good delivery. That was right towards the end there. As we saw the bowler, Avinash Suraya, getting his revenge over Zadran after dropping him on 0. Zadran, though, did punish him with 30 runs. I knew that he would. He's a top player. He's scored 30 before. And he's a dangerous man, and he showed that there, showed good qualities. But I like that innings. Look, take nothing away, though, from the Vienna Eagles. I think in these conditions, they bowl really well. I mean, I'm going to say only 9 wides, and that's well done from them. They kept the extras, no other extras, so good on that front. But, well, they're going to have to be at their best to chase these down. 22 from Tariq Ahmadzai. I like the way he bat. Shaheen Mahmood, I think he timed it well. You're right, he doesn't get a lot of the strike. A good 13 from Busset, but Shokat Zadran 30 of 12. And then there towards the end, the cross-handed bandit, a very quick fire.
That was cool.
Little spicy knot from him,
Yeah.
12 or 4 deliveries.
We don't have Balwinder Singh here, that we haven't seen him playing so far this year. So, look, 5 different wicket takers. A lot of positives in there. I think that Soggy bowled well. The wickets to Memane as well as Karanbir Singh. They were Turkey and Avinash Asuria at the end of the innings. So we'll take a very quick break. Very interesting kind of game so far. Dead Devils 130. That's a lot to bowl at, but I suppose the Vienna Eagles, they've got some good players as well. Think about Karanbir coming out, Kumajar as well. You know, he is a guy that can put on some big numbers. So join us for the chase when we come back in around about 7 or 8 minutes time. Till then, it's Vinny Sandu, Mr. Maximo with Rico Full. You're watching the FanCode European Cricket Series.
European Cricket Series is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, FanCode, and Grizzly Bear Sports.
Hello and welcome back to the FanCode European Cricket Series here in Austria at the Seebahn Cricket Ground, day 5 starting today, and we're halfway through match number 21. The Vienna Eagles taking on the Austrian Daredevils. The Daredevils have had a knock, and it was a good one, very productive, 130 for 5. We saw some good work there from the two openers, Tariq Ahmadzai, 22 of 9. And Shaheen Mahmood bats all the way through for 32 of 19 and got good support there from the likes of Omari, 17 of 7. And also Zadran, a very fine 30 of 12 from him. And then right towards the end, Jabakel, 12 of just 4 deliveries, helped them get to this score. So got a bit of work to do here, the Vienna Eagles. They're looking for their first victory in the series. And, we saw them go down to the Austrian Cricket Tigers in their first match, and also to Donnerstadt. They've got a big day here today, weather permitting. 3 matches. Can they pick up their first points in this series? Here's the first ball of their reply. It's the captain, Karanbir Singh. He plays this out, a little hesitant, the non-striker, and, well, this is going to go all the way to the boundary. I think that's, well, it slows down. I'll take it back. It doesn't go all the way. And, we wanted to give you a demonstration of how things have slowed up here. This just slows up just before, but there will be overthrows nonetheless. It's going to be 2, and very close to being a 5 to start off with. But yeah, I mean, it is a wet day. We've had plenty of rain overnight. It's still drizzling at the moment, but the play continues for now. Here comes Abed once again, and this is, oh, so close to knocking the stumps over of Singh. Singh just gets himself in an awkward position here. If you watch this, he needs to be stepping away from it, sort of going towards the off, and then just getting a little clip in, a little glance, but decides to just swing across the line, and the ball almost goes onto his stumps. He could have quite easily have knocked it on back onto his stumps. This one is being hit very well, and it will stay hit. Well, that's the power of Karanbir Singh. He goes big, and that's 6 runs, the first boundary of the innings, and it comes in the form of a 6. A good hit. And, that's what he needs to be doing here. We saw him score a fine half-century. But there we go. That's what's going to be well known as the danger zone as the day goes on. It's going to get quite muddy and slippery in there, and I reckon, well, forget the welly boots. At some point, you might even need to put a shovel out there to shovel the balls out of the mud. And I don't know what, if anything's been ploughed in that field, but certainly going to get well patted down. Goes for the big one here. Swing and a miss. Good take from the keeper, Shaheen Mahmood. And, this one really does. It looks like it is going down the leg side. It sort of cuts back towards the batter. Let's see the umpire there, signalling 2 to come. Umpire Praveen and Rajinder are the men out there, with umpire Santosh as the third umpire, led, of course, by Tyrone Peters. The umpire's done a fantastic job here today. Good delivery. Nice Yorker length one from Abed, but well played also by Karanbir. Just going to show that he is still focused. He's not just swinging blind. He knows that this one is in the slot and blocks it out. Yeah, the umpires will obviously keep an eye on the conditions all the way through, and make sure that it doesn't get to a point where it becomes dangerous. Slower delivery, but he's way down the leg side, and it is a very ambitious appeal from Abed. I mean, watch this. It may have hit another set of stumps there, and maybe not, perhaps. May have even missed those, but it's definitely not out. It is the end of the first over, and it's 8 that comes from it. So just remind you where we are on the golden ball front. 57 matches now without a golden ball. Are we going to get one in Austria? I think yes. Hello to everybody on the chat as well, rejoining us for this innings. A lot of conversation on our chat. Keep it going. And good work from all the moderators as well. I like to say they do a fantastic job. And our moderators give us some cheer. They keep it clean, healthy, enjoyable. exciting, and most important of all, respectable. And Duzai Waliula into the attack, and a good start from him. Good full delivery, and I think Kumajar there says, well bowled. Kumajar, I think he's going to be pretty key as well. We've seen him play some good innings. He's a fiery player. He likes to hit big. He made a quick 15 the other day. Exciting one against ACT, and 23 against Donnerstadt. So he's one of their top batters. And he gets tucked up again, asking the question. And the umpire says not out. The bowler not too enthusiastic. Starts the appeal, but I think this is too high, and also going down the leg side. You can see he's looks like he's going to appeal and then withdraws, but getting a bit tucked up here. I like in the line from Manduzai. He's nice and he's full. But, hasn't really dropped anything too short yet. I wonder if Jarp will try and come out to meet this. No, he doesn't. He waits patiently, clips it pretty well, and he's going to get 4 runs as the man out long on, patrolling that boundary, can't get there. It's a nice looking shot. And, doesn't get flustered at all, does the batter. And Kumajar brings up his first boundaries. It's both batters have found the boundary rope. And Duzai. This time it is short, and it's high up in the air. The fielder thinks for a moment that he's going to be in the picture, but watches this one sail over him. So 6 runs now also from Jar, and what a good shot this is. I like the way he watches it all the way onto the bat, gets the little swivel in, MJ style. Oh, as it goes all the way. A lovely shot, good timing, good hitting, and even though there is a fielder there just for that shot, he clears him. This one's fuller, but down the, and he gets through. Let's have a look at this one. Does this go through him? I thought well, there's nothing on this. So, well, there must have been something. So a wide ball has been called. And, this is catchable. Oh, well, could be a run out. Not quite. The batter does get back. Good bit of cricket there all round. I mean, this one doesn't quite carry. It's a diving forward. What the fielder does do, stops it, and very quick and very alert to get the throw in. But the non-striker, Karanveer, keeps his eye on it as well and does get back. Good bit of cricket, good bit of action. Oh, this is one that's been missed out on by Jar. That it's there for his shot, but he doesn't move his feet. So end of the over, Manduzai will go for 11. The score moves to 19 for 2. Off 2, I should say. And let's just have a quick look at the standings. Vienna Eagles, of course, desperate to get some points on the board here. The Austrian Daredevils, well, they want to join the teams above them, Graz, Indian CC Vienna, and Vienna CC, who are on 4 points. So get a win here, and then you see a cluster of teams there together. And I said this yesterday, that I think that 4th place certainly could be decided by the team with a better net run rate. This has been clubbed to this is Captain Caveman style, as it's been absolutely walloped. Lovely jubbly, 6 runs, and good luck to the fielder. Going into the wet stuff to find this one. And, well, it's hunting it around. And at the same time, doing his laundry. Because I think when you're walking in that wheat field, I think the wet wheat is certainly going to give, going to brush you down and make you come out nice and clean. And yeah, that one's buried in there somewhere. So somebody else is going to have to be brave and get in there. As Jerome Peters, the tournament referee, throws out another one. New balls, please. Good shot from the captain of the Vienna Eagles. Karanveer certainly does hold the key to this, I think. And, this is nicely struck. Should just be a single as it bobbles away. It's quite a wide, long off. So bad bowling here, second. First over he bowled, went for just 8. Okay. Kumajar, he wants to continue with his boundary hitting as well, just to keep the Eagles up with this, up with the pace. On his legs and gets whipped away, and what a lovely shot this is. He's shown his strength, hasn't he, on the leg side. Karanveer Singh, the captain, likes this. Boom! Shakar Lagia gets right over that banner there, stronger together. Well, these two have to be stronger together, and if they are, they could bring up the first victory for the Vienna Eagles. It's a good start from them so far. There's the bowler a bit deciding, and he wants to change the angle to Jar, who moves to 16 now of just 7 deliveries. So left arm round and a bit of width, and this has been beautifully played. Top shot this is, top batting from Jar, which shows his strength when the ball is short and on his legs, and then he gets a bit of width. And what a delightful shot this is. Look at the footwork, look at the timing, look at the placement, look at the result. 6 runs. Lovely shot. And turning on the style. And, this time, oh, clever, clever. And this one will just get to the boundary, will it? No, well, does this go for 4? And, well, we'll have to check this because I don't know whether this just stops or does go all the way. It does. He's gone for 4. So what he's shown us there, he's shown his power, he's shown his class, he's shown his placement, and then he's also shown that he's got a bit of finesse as well as he just guides this one away. Well, that also shows you that he can be quite slippery. So we can't really see the rope there, but that's 4 runs. And now this one definitely is not where you want to be bowling onto his legs. He clips it away, but unfortunately doesn't quite get the full value for that shot. Finds the fielder, but still very productive over and a very productive power play. It's a score at the end of 3 overs. It's 42 without loss, and what a fine time to welcome back Mr. Maximo Vinny Sandu.
Yeah, well, what a good power play that was. And that one went magical, 23 off it. And so, yeah, 42, they're well ahead on the comparison. But look at those overs in the first innings. All double digits from 4 onwards. So they were just solid blocks, even as they lost wickets, you know. So, yeah, Kumajar, I was super surprised and looked up his highest score. Previously to this game, it was only 23. And he's played 24 matches. Because he does look pretty good. And I've seen him before, and he looked pretty good when I've seen him before. But he's just never really played a big innings on ECN. He only played the 2 matches last year, previously playing for Indian CC Vienna. But yeah, what a good start this is to the innings. Question is, can it last?
Yeah, can it indeed? Shortcut Zadran. Well, he made a good impact with the bat. Can he with the ball? Oh, well, this one will be a wide, I'm pretty sure, as he bangs it in. Well, I'd like to see this side on. The umpire is signalling that it's 1 for the over. Does it go over his head? And, oh, well, maybe not quite. He's a tall man, I suppose, Karanveer, and as a result of that, well, his height lets himself down.
Yeah, and it shouldn't matter that he's charging because that's where he is at the crease, but it does kind of come into your thinking. I don't think it passes him above his head. That's why the umpire gives the bowler the benefit of that one.
He can't bowl another short one, though, Zadran. And, well, he bowls a Gundy ball, a full toss on the legs of Karanveer. Karanveer feels this and he starts giving it a bit of rub. Takra hoke, kuch nahi hoya. This one hits him right high up on the thigh, but he misses out. It's a full toss on the leg. He's not so strong on the leg side. I think if he's bowling that to Kumajar, it's disappearing. But he does start to give himself some room. And by going down the leg side, as a result of that, he gets in the way of it.
Yeah, that's the thing. We're going the other way on this field with this wind.
Well, no ball. Thank you very much.
It's a great take. Has he taken that? It's got to be a no ball.
Yeah, it's the second.
I just don't know how the keeper's taken this. This is a keeper's about 5'6", and I think it could slam dunk. What a great jump that is. He saves the boundary.
Yeah, fantastic take from Shaheen, but not very clever bowling from Zidran said now, free hit coming up. That's as a result of 2 short deliveries.
So is this short as well? Maybe not as short.
Karanvir, well, he's not able to make the most of this. I think this hits the toe end off the bat. I think here probably would have been a good option just to come down the track and try to hit straight. Remember, you got the license due on the free hit, so gets away with it, does Zadran.
He dodged it, didn't he? Zadran, can he dodge Karanvir again?
Oh, this could be another no ball. You know, it has to be. Well, what's he thinking here, the bowler? And the other thing is the umpires are well within the right to have a chat with him. And, I mean, if he carries on like this, they could take him out of the attack and say, look, you know, we're not having any of this.
Yeah, I mean, it's not that dangerous because it's nowhere near him. I think he's just going for extra pace. He's really trying to make up for the fact that he has probably a truncated run-up. I think there's a warning that goes with that, you know.
Well, Karanvir, he gets hold of this one. It is into his pads, and those missed out on a few of these. He doesn't miss out on this one. Balle, 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 kinna, sona, shaka, lagya. And Karanvir, just like that, moves himself into the 20s.
I'll have to ask Tyrone Peters about this because it hasn't happened very often, but I think the first one above the shoulder, that's fine. Second one's a no ball in the over. Third one is a no ball and a warning. And first and final warning. And then if he bowls another one, he's not allowed to bowl anymore.
Yeah, and I think that's fair play. That's what it has to be. We don't want to see negative, dangerous bowling. And, this one cuts him up. And see, that's the line to bowl. One guy who demonstrated that really well yesterday was Akib Iqbal. He doesn't pitch the ball up, but he was bowling that sort of length. So it's short, but it's at the body and it's under the shoulder height. So it's a knack doing it. Banging the ball in hard into an artificial deck, well, you know it's going to go too high.
It's going to fly.
And this one is high up in the air, and the bowler wants it, and he puts it down. Well, that is, first of all, I'm going to say no catch is going to be easy today, but you can see he knows that's a clanger. He needs to take this. It's the opportunity to get out, Singh gets it. Completely wrong.
And the keeper can reach this, but the keeper wanted it.
Yeah.
And Zadran gave a bit of the breaststroke style, get out my way, I'm going to do it. And if there's one man on the field that can override the keeper, it's the bowler, because he's the one that's going to have to live with it. Unfortunately, shells it. Talk about action. There's plenty of it there. It's 52 without loss after 4, and they are bang on that red line. Makes sense. 130 was the score, 13 and over in the first innings, and they're going 13 and over exactly right now as we get into the 5th over.
Yeah, single taken. I don't mind that. I think Singh spend a couple of balls down the non-striker's end just to recompose yourself again and give it a strike to Kamujat. But yeah, that one, keeper's catch every day, any day. You got it, especially on a day like today. It's wet, it's slippery. Keeper's got the gloves on. Let him take it.
But there's a problem for the keeper.
Well, this one has been put away into the gap. It's a lovely shot. I think it's going to be 4 runs. The umpire's just checking. Well, no, it actually goes all the way. What a shot. Look, it's so much time he has to play this. It's almost like he yawns as he plays that one. Good shot.
Yeah, it does carry away about a metre in the end. And it's a pretty good slower ball, to be honest, from Ahmed's side that disappears. I'm going to tell you a bit more about that keeper versus bowler situation in a second. First, there's another slow ball. This one's down leg side for a wide. What an opening partnership this is. We identified these two, didn't we, in the first innings? Hey, so I agree, it's the keeper's catch. But as a keeper, what are you meant to do? You don't really have that long to press your case and debate it. You know, you don't want to have a situation where you're going to clash with the bowler. The bowler was determined to try and catch that one last over.
Yeah, this gets played out, and I think you got to scream and say it's mine. You got to.
Yeah, you have two decisions.
You got to claim it.
Accept the call from the bowler, or try and out yell him. But then he'll probably try and out yell you again. I don't know. I just think I don't really blame the keeper there because the bowler basically overruled him when the bowler shouldn't have. Anyway, this is wides. How many? There's 2 wides. Probably come back for 3 wides.
Whoa.
Nice sliding stop there, even though the ball had already stopped. Call it 3, and let's move on. Another set of extras, and that's one thing that I think in the first innings, Vienna Eagles did pretty well, that they weren't even bowling 1 wide per over. We're seeing a lot of runs in sundries here at the moment.
Yeah, this is a proper slide, proper wipeout. Down he goes, but credit to him. He still gets back and makes a stop. And so, well, nobody's stopping this one. 4 runs. So the partnership continues. And both batters hitting well. And Currambee this time, well, this is just a long hop, really, isn't it? It's there to be hit. And Tariq Ahmadzai has got to get the ball fuller. Otherwise, this over could be really expensive. 16 off it already. Does go fuller, and asking the question, a few people getting excited. Yeah. The umpire not moved.
This one slid off the pad. I want to say hello to Venki, who's watching from Prague. How are you, Venki? Nice to see you. Yeah, that one just snuck off the pad. It's more of less an appeal, just to stop a wide, and it works. Loving the shirt as well from Ahmadzai.
Big adios, Balota. That has gone a long way. Well, get your wellies on and go do a little bit of gardening, because you're going to have to dig this one out off the field. Oh, this is absolutely walloped. Ginna Sona Shaka Lagya. And it's another expensive over. It's another one that goes magical. That one goes for 22. And the score, well, race is they're in the 70s now. 74 without loss after 5.
Yeah, looking good at the moment, but like we said, can it last? They still need to get 57 off the second half. ECC's coming up, and just under 20 weeks away. It'll sneak up on us. Czech Republic, where Venki's watching from, there in Group A, and a pretty interesting group for sure. We'll get to see Czech Republic as well as Hungary in the ECIs at the end of our 2-week adventure here. Yeah, I think Venki, I think there's a bit of maybe more of a misunderstanding about a comment. I think Maya saying maybe the bowler a couple of overs ago needed to insert some brains. Someone needs to insert some brains. I think it was just about the fact to get banging in short. I don't think too much was meant by it. But Venki, hopefully you well. Looking forward to seeing you soon in the Czech Republic as well. All right, here's Jaffrey with some spin. And there goes Jaffrey. And someone's going to have to go and fetch it. Maximo, what a way to start the over. These two are rocketing along at the moment.
Kumajar is not batting like a guy that you met. Are you sure it's the same Kumajar? He is not batting like a man whose highest score before in how many innings was 23. He is timing the ball so well. He's making it look so easy. Well, it's not so easy as finding the ball. Come on back, boys, says the umpire. Get out of I'm loving that. Come out of there. Well, I told you, when you go in here, it's like walking into one of those car washes. You know the little sponges that spin? Watch it. He comes out and he says, oh, yaar ki ho gaya, zara gilla ho gaya. You know when you've had a little accident and you think, oh, what happened here? Well,
it's the classic I wet my pants kind of face. And he did, but not the way that's that embarrassing. It's just inconvenient. All right, Jaffrey needs to pitch it up.
And, ooh, better delivery, better areas. Haven't seen too many in that spot. We're trying to get the batters to play outside the off. And also, as we know, certainly in this innings, I don't think we've seen a single Yorker. Maybe, in fact, one that Currambee had to play out earlier. What a lovely shot this is. Only he's showing his class here. He really is. Kumajar, this is such a good knock from him so far. He has played shots all around the ground. I mean, if you were to look at his wagon wheel, he's played them everywhere. It's been outstanding. It's been classy. 43 of 15. And this time, you see what I mean? Now it's out in the offside. It should get a couple. He's not going to get value for that shot, really, because the outfield's slowing down. And gets back, takes the 2.
Yeah, so, no, Paddy's come into the chat, and he said he's going to be doing an article on European cricket. He's asking everyone in the chat, what do you like about European cricket? So, yeah, please put your answers in there. ECN European Cricket Network. Should be an interesting article.
Shot. Oh, he makes it look so simple. What a hit that is. Shaba, Ginna Sona. Ramaneteno Bernaya Kumajar brings up his first half century in a European cricket series. Well batted. Shaba, ball badaya. Janu, बहुत अच्छी batting की. Well, that's been sensational. आज तो स्वाद आ गया एडी batting there के. It's been fantastic.
Yeah, what an innings, 51 off 17. And he's putting this attack to the sword right now, Kumajar.
So now he plays out onto the offside. Takes a single. And I think that's wise. And I think that's one thing that both these batters in this partnership have done. They played a few shots and not shy to hand the strike back to the other. while they've taken a breather. Well, in this case, well, he will get a breather because at the end of the over, but he'll go right back on strike. 93 without loss after 6.
Yeah, so still some work to do. 39 off 25. It's strange because I would have thought, just the conditions, my feeling was it was a 100 par kind of game, but both teams have been going a lot quicker than that. Maybe the bowler's not having that much control. That could be part of the equation, I suppose.
That rate now, I mean, they've done so. They've brought the rate down to below 10. It's the first time that they've got to there. So something has to happen. All right, what are you thinking here? My thoughts are, what haven't they tried spin? Somebody's not gone on there and just got the ball, flighted it up there, full length, and said, right, there you go, got 2 men straight. What are you going to do with this? You've got to try something different.
I think that kind of was spin last over. But anyway, Oriakil, he's been brought on. He's their kind of death option. So, yeah, he's going to have to bowl really well here. Still some runs to play with, the Daredevils. So, yeah, some of the things people like about European cricket. Paddy's asking for his article. And, yeah, I'm having a chat with Paddy today, actually. So, nice that you've popped into the chat. Venki says that he loves it. It's a kind of format that anyone can have an upset result. Yeah, so that's certainly something that I enjoy about it as well.
Good delivery. Now, Oriakil, of course, everybody will remember him for the over that went magical, the last over, and he got the victory for Cricketer CC. But before then, he was, for me, quite clearly the pick of the bowlers. And let's just see if he can return back to the sort of form that was demonstrating before that one over. And, well, it's on the money. It's going up in the air. It is a chance, and it gets really well taken. That is an outstanding catch, and it's Buset Omari that takes it. What a good catch this is, and it needed something special to take the catch. Well, first of all, well done to Oriakil, because him coming on to bowl certainly would have had memories of that over that cost him the match, didn't it? But he kept his nerve. He's pitched the ball up, and the catch there from the fielder, Omari, was sensational. So the first wicket goes, and it will be Karanbir Singh that will depart for 33 of 21. But what a good partnership. Just falling 6 runs short of the 100.
Yeah, what a catch. If you want to turn something around, you need to provide a highlight. And that was such an awesome catch in these conditions. To get around there, get 2 hands to it. Omari, take a bow. He does take a dive. And he does pick up the first wicket. Oriakil takes it. Got 1 for 1. Oriakil is their death bowling option.
Yeah, well, credit to him, Oriakil. It's what he does, the man with the headband. And it looks like he's ready for aerobics class. But he gets the breakthrough, gets the wicket. Soggy now comes out. And Soggy now is just got to play smart cricket here. Let's see what he does to the first delivery. And, well, it's down the leg side, can't be out. And, well, he wants it, and they're going to get a single. Well, smart cricket. Sometimes playing smart cricket wins you matches. Got to say that wasn't very smart, was it, from the Daredevils? They just needed to hold on to this. It could never be out. It's way down the leg side.
Yeah.
But, I'm not saying there wasn't a need for the throw, but it needed to be backed up.
Yeah, that's right. So you have to work hard for their runs. This game is very much in the bounce. Jahol's the key, I think. He's on strike now.
Oh, this has been thumped. This is gone. What a hit this is. And Jar just keeps on going. I said that Soggy needed to be smart, and what he needs to do is just keep this man on strike, because while he's batting like this, well, I can't see anybody getting him out.
Well, that's it. I couldn't believe, because I've seen him bat before, and he's always impressed me. I couldn't believe that his top score was 23 before this. I know we haven't seen a lot of him. I mean, 24 matches, though. He hasn't always batted up the order, but when he has, he's been impressive. And we had an Eagles, 101 now. Bring up the 100 with a big Maximo down the ground.
Yeah, I mean, we showed his class when he made the 15 and the 23 in the 2 knocks we've seen him play. But now he's really taken ownership of this innings. Takes a single, and that's clever as well. So you can see that he's thinking all the time. Last ball of the over, takes a single, 102 for 1, and he'll be back on strike.
So 3 overs to go still. Maybe a twist coming. Let's have a look at what is coming next in match 22, second match of the day. Coming your way in around about half an hour. It's the Daredevils going back to back, and for their next trick, they'll be taking on the Pack Riders. And tell you what, Pack Riders, They're 1-1, but they did impress me in the victory that they did secure up last time we saw them. I mean, Naeem is real live wire behind the stumps, even though he's north of 40. You wouldn't believe it. He's also a very, very good striker of the ball. So, of course, he's there. You've got Cameron Naeem. It looks like Cameron Naeem's doing the keeping day. Interesting. So,
Yeah.
Amir Naeem maybe
Don't
just playing
forget
as a specialist
Sekinder
back.
Hyatt. Don't forget Sekinder Hyatt. I mean,
Yeah, oh, yeah. Didn't he have an interesting day the other day? Anyway. A big finish here, 29 off 18. I'm going to go through some of these comments, just a couple of them maybe, about what people enjoy about European cricket. In response, Mendoza gets the ball back, his second over.
yeah, he starts off with a full delivery. I think he should be okay with this. It is high. It is a full toss. It gets played down. And, well, Jar just playing this. Yeah, that's okay. So they'll take the single. It means that Soggy now will go back on strike. Waliula, and he comes again. And once again, it's on that pad, but again, it's just drifting down the leg side. So straight away, Soggy does what he has to do. Whether it's using the bat, pad, or any other part of his body, he just needs to get Jar back on strike.
Yeah, so Kroom says that as a spectator, the fact to give cricket in Europe the chance to play, which they have always had, but with a spotlight and organised format that gives greater rewards.
Slower delivery is hit, and it's a good opportunity, a good effort, I would say, there. Once again, with the man who took one outstanding catch already in this one, Omari. I just get the feeling here, I want to see where his feet are, because I get the feeling even if he takes this, the ball probably already is six. Let's have a look. He's never going to be able to land inside, so the best he could try to have done is to flick the ball back in.
Had to go for a throwback. Yeah.
6 runs, though. Good delivery. We finally see one pitched up, but still he gets worked away and just stops before the rope. But they'll come back and take 2.
Yeah, so Kroom saying also, greater rewards such as the Champions League, the ECL, and of course you've got the ECC, which is the Euros of cricket. Jules Autobridge saying it's a showcase for teams who wouldn't normally get coverage. I'll say one of my favourite things is the amount of close finishes we get. And you might be watching one right here, although Jar's doing his best to make sure it's not close. 69 and counting.
Into the legs, he works his way cleverly. He knows that he holds the key here. Well, look, when it's wet on the surface, this is the way to field. I love it. Look at the slide here. And here comes, oh, yeah, that's the way to do it. And who is it? Omari, of course. And, well, great fielder, great work. What a run chase this is. 18 of 13 deliveries. What a match. Oh, goes right across the line here, Soggy. That's not what he needs to do. Just needs to stick around. I suppose he's thinking it's the last ball of the over. If I can get a boundary, I help a cause. If I get a single, I don't. It gets nothing in the end, but he keeps his wicket intact, and it does mean that Jar will be at the striker's end for the start of over number 9.
That's
All
right.
happens in the 9th.
Remarkable chase, really, when you think about it, from the Eagles. They are flying high at the moment. This is a team that hadn't secured a win so far in the series. And, okay, yeah, they had a couple of tough games, but the Eagles scored 81 and 93 in their previous games on Tuesday. Anyway, it all happens in the 9th, as we say, 18 off 12. If you can deliver a good one here, imagine you can just concede 6 or 7, don't concede a boundary off this, then we might have a big finish on our hands in the last over.
Well, it's cold, it's a bit nippy, it's a bit wet, and maybe there's a few tingles around as well. Could it be? Well, let's see how this one goes. All happens in the 9th. Orakel is going to bowl it. I think it makes sense. No point holding him back. In he comes. It's a nice delivery, but it's well played.
That's fine. Now I think you've got to go to work on Soggy. And you think he'd be at home in these conditions, wouldn't you? But I think you got to maybe try and consider bringing the mid on up, maybe trying to squeeze. And they've put a short mid wicket in to like this, because I think if you can sneak some dots in here, you're going to really ramp up the pressure on Kumar Jar.
Yeah, he likes to try and work the ball on the leg side. So, yeah, have that man in close. Well, I tell you what, you might as well put him back. Forget putting him close, because this ain't close. This is only close to the moon. This is getting absolutely walloped. What a hit this is. Well, this has come from nowhere, Vinny.
Well, the batter's soggy, and now the ball's soggy because that has gone into the long grass. 6, and never mind pushing the 1. He goes for broke and comes up with a big hit. Pretty much gets it back to run a ball now.
Those trousers now have stuck to his legs. It's the second time the fielder's had to go in there. Oh, what a hit that is. Okay, don't get carried away. 120 is up. 11 of 10 balls.
It's going again, you know.
Yeah, goes for it, misses it. And just losing his shape. Yeah, he plays and practices the right shot afterwards. You can see that I think Jar just has a little chat with him. Says, okay, don't worry. You have hit 1 big 6, but look, you know, just get bat on ball. Bat on ball. I'd like to see the man who's we're seeing here right on the point boundary. He's got to go in the circle for me. He's been well hit, and the chase is on. We'll take the single, so he does the right thing here, Soggy. Gets the single.
I just think the longer you stretch this could get tense, and especially if you can execute with the ball. So it's one of the issues they've got is who do you want to bowl the last over? They've got a few different options. A couple have been expensive.
Hits it up in the air and is going, it's gone. What a tremendous stroke this is. He hits a big 6 outside the offside, over point. What a shot it is. Well, Kumajar has just been sensational. He's been like a rock. Oh,
that's insanity to take on that man at this stage, but he's absolutely nailed this, and he's walking 677. I think he's going to come up with a walk-off boundary before you know it. Just 4 to win now, last ball of the 9th.
He flicks his away. The fielder is out there, makes a stop. So 3 required. In we will go to the last over. But what a knock that it has been. So our Vienna Eagles going to get their first victory. And what a way it would be to do it. But you got to say, you got to marvel at the innings from the opener there, Kumar Jha. I've got to say that it's probably, at the moment, been the innings of this series. I think whichever way it goes, it has been. It's just been absolutely sensational. It's a wagon wheel that you want to see. It really is. It's been classy. There hasn't been, I don't think there's been an opportunity that is given. It really has been good. So we go to the last 3 needed. Of course, you can see that the bowler just bringing everybody in. That makes sense. Put the pressure on. You basically want to say, look, everything's got to go our way here now. Jar is on strike.
Yeah.
I don't think he's going to be looking to take a single here. I think the way he's thinking here is, right, I just need 1 good ball, and that will finish the match.
Yeah, exactly. I think, you're really pushing stuff uphill now. 78, what a knock. Incredible batting. He's played all around the wicket. Zadran to do the impossible, 3 to defend. Oh, well, it's a good start. I'll tell you what, if there's a dot, it will ramp up the pressure a little bit. It'll get exponential if there's another dot.
Yeah.
Look, Zadran telling everyone to settle down while he looks fairly animated.
That's the first time I think Jar's played a rash shot. Probably just feeling the tension now slightly here. Now I think it's finally hit home that they're nearly there, and he's starting to maybe just feel a little nervous. Well, he goes up in the air. Where does this go? Fielder eyeing it up, but he can't do anything about it. It goes all the way to the boundary. They have their first victory. And the Vienna Eagles, they have done it. An incredible run chase. They do it with balls to go as well. Thanks to one man. What a knock that is there. A knock off the series so far from Kumar Jha. He finishes 84 of 30 deliveries. Absolutely outstanding.
Oh, I can't believe his previous high score was 23. He was way too good for that. And you can see he's getting a lot of attention for his teammates. And so he should. Let's go back and look at some of his highlights. And there were plenty of them. It was this big opening partnership between Karanveer and Kumar Jha that set this up. And yeah, the Daredevils, really, they had the score on the board, 130. It looked safe. I suppose nothing's safe here on ECN. And Kumar Jha, 10 Maximos. He brings up the win with 1, also 3 4s in there, striking at 280. And yeah, what was it? Was it some bad bowling that contributed as well, or do you think it was just outstanding stroke play?
Yeah, it's just outstanding stroke play. I think sometimes, you know, you have a day like this, I think everything he did went to plan. He had so much time. He played every ball to merit. He didn't give a chance, and well, he made it count, didn't he? It was just superb, and I think I think the partnership that he had with Karanbir Singh, I mean, don't take anything away from that. That was a 94-run first wicket partnership. I think while the captain was out there with him, the two of them, they spoke to each other. I think they helped each other all the way through. It wasn't one of those partnerships where it was all down to one batter. They both contributed well to it. So when one was on strike, the other one had a little bit of a break. They changed that over. They worked well together. And when the captain went there, I think he knew he had to step up, and he did. Absolutely superb. I mean, for me, that is an outstanding knock. It really is. And what a way to register your first win in this series for the Vienna Eagles.
Yeah, it's going to be a memorable one for sure for Kumajar, but also for the Eagles getting their first win on ECN. And they do it with balls to spare in the end. Just 9.2 overs required. It was 134 for one Kumajar, 84 off 30. You know, nod to Karanbir Singh as well, 33 off 22. He was a big part of that opening partnership. And yeah, they put on at 94 for the first wicket. Then Soggy came in. He hit one really, really good six, which took the pressure off as well. And in the end, look, the extra is not too bad for both of these teams, given the conditions. So 134 for one. They bring up the victory with 4 balls to spare. Just seeing the rain coming down a little bit heavier. So hopefully we don't have any delays to the second match today, but we'll keep you informed in the chat and also at our website, EuropeanCricket.com. Auria killed the only wicket, but really everyone was expensive. Everyone copped a bit of it, didn't they? Yeah. Nobody in single digits. Just nobody able to stop the hurricane that was Kumajar.
Yeah, that is absolutely true. I mean, whatever they tried, they just couldn't do it. I mean, I'm lost for words. That really was such a marvellous knock. And, well, Vienna Eagles got their first win on the board. And the Daredevils, well, they are the Daredevils. But this time around, they had no answer to the Eagles. What a fantastic knock, and what a great partnership it was between him and Karanbir Singh. Full credit to all the players. Not easy conditions, but they're out there. They wanted to play. They played, and I'm glad they did because, well, that one goes down as one of the all-time classics,
isn't it?
Classic.
So I did not see 264 runs in the cards. So, yeah, just one that bucks the trend, but an outstanding individual effort as we... We'll take a quick break now, back in about 15 minutes, hopefully with some cricket. We'll keep you informed. Vinny Sandu, Mr. Maximo, Rico Full as well. We'll see you after the break for more FanCode European Cricket Series.
The European Cricket Series is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, FanCode, and Grizzly Bear Sports.
Hello, cricket lovers, and welcome back to the FanCode European Cricket Series here in Austria. We're not that far out from central Vienna, and this is the area known as Seebahn. Here's the Seebahn Cricket Ground, and what a start we've had today. Match number 21 was an absolute classic, featuring the Austrian Daredevils, who put 130 on the board, but it wasn't enough as Vienna Eagles knocked them off with 4 balls to go, thanks to a sensational 84 or just 30 deliveries from Kumar Jha. What an innings it was from him. And the thing is, the Daredevils, well, they've lost 3 on the spin now, and they're back out there facing up against the back riders, and they really do need to get a victory under their belt. The thing is, they haven't done too many things wrong, really, have they? They've played well when they've got the runs on the board, but they just couldn't find a way to get through the defences of Kumar Jha, and Jha punished them. If you have a look at the two teams here, so the pack riders, they're coming into action here now today. Remember, they got a good win, a crazy win against the Austrian Cricket Tigers, and winning by 3 wickets with 6 balls to go, and that was all down to Secunda Hyatt. So they've got some good players in their side. They're certainly a team that are capable of pulling off a surprise. Austrian Daredevils, though, they're looking to do the same again, batting first. The 130 wasn't enough last time round. What will they try to get to this time? But I think it's all about just sticking together as a team, believing in yourself and getting the runs on the board. And they're going to go with Tariq Ahmadzai and Shaheen Mahmood. Once again, Shaheen, he took a while to get game, but when he did, he played some nice shots. And it's going to be the bowling of Sardar to start things off. So Sardar to bowl the first. The umpires for this one, umpire Santosh and umpire Praveen. Rajinder is the third umpire. Starting with a wide, that's Sardar. A wide signal first off. And of course, all the umpires led by the tournament referee, Tyrone Peters. A big shout out to the crew here as well, the blue crew, Sam Williams, Michael Gunteleka, Max Bai, Nilkesh Patel, Stefan Gooch, and Andy O, and Dan Oroz as well, the ECN photographer. And, welcoming you to this series. This one's down leg side. Well, the bowler's pretty keen, puts the hand up, but is not to be, going down leg side. Got an interesting action. I mentioned this before about Sardar. He sort of, I know we see some spin bowlers do this as they're about to bowl. They just sort of stop and then deliver. Well, he sort of comes to a halt, doesn't he? It's almost like somebody presses the pause button just before he delivers the delivery. There's a bit of hang time there. Just watch, just here. And then comes delivery. So enough to put the batter off slightly. Once again, there's the appeal. I'm pretty sure this one takes a bit of the bat. It does. Massive inside edge onto the leg. Two batters now come together. There's Mahmood just talking to Tariq Ahmadzai and saying, hey, calm down. You don't have to smash the ball every time. Just get bat onto the ball. Take the single. Let's rotate the strike a little. This time that's cleverly bowled. After bowling a few that have been right at the batter, he bowls this one outside the off stick, well within the wide guideline. So clever dot ball. It's very good morning, or as they say here, good morning to everybody on the chat and everybody around the world. Namaste, salam alaikum, sasri akal. One to all our viewers watching via FanCode. This has been well hit, and does it have the legs go to the boundary? It doesn't. And those of you that have been with us here as the batters take 2 will know that after day 1, once the ground got a nice cut, the outfield was pretty quick. But today, well, it's a damn drizzly day. And we've done well to get the cricket on so far, and hopefully it will remain this way. But what that has done, especially a lot of the heavy rain we had overnight, it has really slowed up the outfield, and that was quite evident in that last shot. Well, if you can't get the boundary along the ground, what do? Well, you go aerial, and that's exactly what Ahmadzai does. And that's a biggie, big shot, 6 runs, boom, boom blastic, shakalagya. And that is in the wheat field. And he does find it, credit to the fielder. And He comes out, and now he's absolutely soaked. We know that's going to happen. Every time you go in there, when you come out, you're going to look like a drowned rat. 6 runs, big hit from Ahmadzai. A ball to go in the first. Yeah, now he goes straight down the ground. It'll be 1 bounce, 4 runs. And the fielder does trying to get to this. I'm not sure if this is 4 or actually maybe it goes all the way. Just want to see where the fielder's running to from here. Let's see where this lands. And, yep, 4 runs. You can just see it. Well, the rope is pretty wet and damp as well. It doesn't. It's lost its colour. It's not white anymore, as it's camouflaged into the ground. But it is going to be 4. So 13 off the first. Let's have a look at some of the key players. When we know about the Daredevils, what about the pack riders? Naeem. Well, he's one of the key batters there. But really, all the others are way behind him. So relying on one man particularly. And then Arif and Nasari probably going to be the key bowlers for the back riders. This is out. This is, well, there is an appeal and it is given. Well, I was surprised. The bowler doesn't appeal here at all. And now they're saying, oh, you have to appeal. Well, yeah, I was absolutely amazed there was no appeal. There was a little something from beyond. Watch this again. I wonder if we keep this running all the way through. This is plum as you can get. The bowler doesn't appeal. The wicketkeeper let appeal. And then the bowler turns around and says, actually, umpire, how about that? And the umpire says, well, yeah, it is out. Well, that was funny. And look, they all say, and he says, yeah, maybe I should have done. Well, they get the wicket. The straight ball does it. And it will be Shaheen Mahmood. Shaheen Mahmood will go. And he'll go for a duck. Yeah, it's going to be. It is a good day to be a duck, isn't it? It's the right sort of weather. But Shaheen Mahmood, he batted well last time round. In fact, I think he batted all the way through the innings. He made 32 of 19. This time, well, it doesn't last that long. How quickly your fortunes can change on the European Cricket Network. Yeah, as I say, it doesn't matter what happened in the last match. And, it changes just like that. So it's another duck. Jabrakel comes in. Now, this guy, he came in late on in the innings. When I say late on, they didn't lose that many wickets, but he came in number 7. He is the cross-handed bandit. He scored 12 of just 4 deliveries. Yeah, I mean, I'll give you a close-up. Keep an eye on his hands. And gets them crossed, but he hits the ball well. He misses out on this one, on his legs. And might see it from the other angle. There we go. Look at those hands. And cross-handed bandit. And he certainly gave the ball a good clobber last time. Zariullah Jabrakel misses out on that one. Sadiq. And it's into the pads again of Jabrakel, so he's missing out on these. So, nice start from Sadiq. Sadiq is probably saying it was just too cold to appeal, and in the end, he was sparked into life by the wicketkeeper, and he does appeal, and he got his wicket. And a good wicket it was, especially to get out the opener, Shaheen Mahmood. And, this one is wide. Just throwing down the leg side. This time I think Jabrakel just says, you know what, if I can't hit them, I'll get out the way of them. So he'll take the wide on this occasion. So that's the first runs that come off Sadiq as well. Hello to everybody in the chat as well. A few people there saying, well, Dave is saying that was plum. Well, Dave, this is wide as well. And Dave is saying hello to Derek as well. Derek the Duck. Everybody loves Derek the Duck. I love Derek the Duck as well. He does turn golden as well when he has to sometimes. Come on, give us a thumbs up if you all like the duck. Well, Derek, it's a good day for Derek as well. I bet he's thriving in this weather. Oh, this is Gundy. This is a full toss. It'll be called and has been called straight away. And he does ever so well, Jabba to actually get bad onto this. Well, it's a dangerous delivery. That, folks, is why we do wear helmets. That, folks, is why we, the European Cricket Network, advise everybody to do so. Jabba, well, he's taken this off his nose, hasn't he? So no ball has been called. There'll be a warning for the bowlers. But look, I was going to say, we're probably likely to see that a few times today. It's going to get difficult to keep hold of the ball, especially when it's pretty new. So Jabba gets his first runs, and Sadiq, an over that started brightly. Remember, the first 4 balls, no runs from it. When there's been a wide, a no ball. That's gone for 4. And, oh, this is Gundy. This might be a no ball. It is. There's another no ball because it's off the pitch. So no ball. The free hit stays in place. And just not on the pitch at all. So good call that from the umpire. He's spot on. Is umpire Praveen. And I get the feeling there, the bowler now, Sadiq, is saying, you know what, I'm going to try round the wicket. So Sadiq trying to finish the over now, and he's gone wide again. Oh dear, he's got the lurgies, folks. He's got the lurgies. Can't get it right. So the first 4 deliveries, no run from it at all. Now the next ones, he is struggling. Look, it's not going to be easy, folks. And you can't appreciate this from where you watch it. It is wet. It is drizzling. The ball is wet. You can see that a lot of the bowlers have are not running in because of the risk, the potential risk of slipping or sliding. So there's a slight change in the way that the fielding side operates. It's another no ball, too high. And that's the second one he's bowled. So he'll get another warning. If he bowls another one like this, he's going to be off. So he really has got the lurgies here now. Well, Sadiq started with a wicket, and now he's got a pot. Somebody just needs to talk to him. I get the feeling that he's not trying to bang the ball in. He's just trying to float it up there. I think he's still got to bend his back, just try and get the ball to pitch, just trying to hit the deck. Comes back over. Well, that's better. So after all that, you finally do see the illegal delivery, and they get nothing from the free hit. So when you look at that, actually, when you just look at the figures, 1 for 10 with the ball to go, you think he hasn't bowled too bad, but he's had some issues. And this is high up in the air. He could pick up a wicket. He does. Well, what an over that is. That is the European Cricket Network all parceled up. That's what it's all about. It just can chop and change like that. Now, all of a sudden, when you look at those bowling figures, you think, what a fantastic over that was. 2 wickets, only 10 runs. And I tell you what, though, he had some issues, but credit to him. He gets out of it. That's a nice catch taken there in the deep. So Rahudullah Amudar Rumzai takes the catch and rewards the bowler Sadiq with his second wicket. So 2 for 10. And the score at the end of 2, 23 for 2. So that will be the end of Jabba. And Jabba, he probably got a little bit tired of not having anything to hit. And when he did finally hit one, he finds the safe hands off the fielder. So he'll go. So good catch. As the next bowler has issues with his line as well. This is now Sukinda. Saki. This is too much down the leg side. It will go all the way. Manos arriba, arriba, Vidro, porque eso es 6 carreras. I tell you what, this is out of the middle. This is sweet. This is sweeter than the glove jambus that I had to eat last night. What a lovely shot that is. That is nice and juicy. Goes all the way. And Tariq Ahmadzai just showing just how powerful that he can be. Big hit. And the bowler, Sukinda, has to get his line right pretty quickly. So Zaman Sukinda. This time he goes outside the off. Probably would have been a wide. They'll take one. I don't think there's going to be 2. Once again, you see the ball just slowing down as it comes off the bat. Yeah, would have just caught some of that line, I think. Ahmedzai still there, and he's been joined out there by Buset Omari. Another dangerous player if he can get going. It's a big lad, isn't he, Omari? This one will be a wide, just goes a little bit too much. Outside the off. Not easy though again, folks, I will say, for the bowlers and from the fielders. It's going to be hard to keep hold of the ball and get it in the right areas. Going to be difficult in the field catching as well. What will be slightly easier is sliding around out there to try and stop it. Short, high up in the air. I think he gets enough of this to get it other fielders. Will it plug? And, well, is Manos Arriba from the fielder, so it's going to be Manos Arriba from the arbitro as well. It will go all the way. And I think it only just, but he really clobbers this. This is a big hit, a powerful hit of the back foot. Shows that he's got plenty of power, and there she lands. Yeah, 6 runs, a good hit. So, Amari swings hard there. The wicketkeeper getting very excited there is Kamran Naheem, the keeper captain. He's pretty short. And this time, the bowler, unlike Sadiq, doesn't turn around and appeal. He knows that there's nothing on that. 15 off the over so far from Sikandar. And, slower delivery. He waits on this. Gets sent back. No, says Ahmedzai. So no run. Yeah, I'm liking this from the umpire. The umpire just having a chat, umpire Santosh, with the bowler and saying, hey, look, I don't mind you bowling around the wicket, but you don't want to be running in front of me. So the bowler straight away says, okay, umps, I'll come back over. You see, we were talking about this yesterday. Well, first, let's focus on this. Since in the air's another opportunity. Oh, well, well, what's happened here? Well, he's gone and he sat down. And that's Umar Tariq, I believe. I'm not sure what he's doing here. He just gets it completely wrong. And you can see that the fielder next to him, that's Zishan Arif, is saying, oh, yaar, he doesn't take it. It is the end of the power play. And 39 for 2 is the score. Yeah. So just having a look at, and there's still a bit of drizzle around. But no, going back to that about the umpiring yesterday, there was a few bowlers that were running in front, and there was a bit of conversation about how do you deal with it. I think that's we see there the most effective and the proper way to do it. The umpire has a word with the bowler, tells him and says, look, gentle warning now, but if you do it again, I will have to give you a warning. Do it again, you'll have to come off. So the bowler says, all right, umps, respect that. It comes on the other side. It's simple if it's done right. So credit to the match officials on this occasion. There's Sadiq who will continue. And, well, as everybody knows, he bowled an amazing first over, 2 for 10. This is being clipped away, trying to get it in the gap. Fielders come across. And, oh, well, what is this? This is stronger together. And they're glad they're both okay. Well, one uses the foot, and then they give each other a big hug. Have a look at this. Oh, can the ball meri ya? Can the aja, aja. And then there's a bit of a jumpy, a bit of a hug here. Here we go. They get into each other's way, but nobody's hurt in the making of that. And the next ball, though, will go to the boundary. 4 runs. And we've seen a few that have held up on this side, but not this one. This goes up and over. So 4 runs. And yes, they're stronger together. Well, we saw the 2 fielders that were stronger together. Well, that banner is strong as well, I have to say. It's been it's taken a bit of a battering, hasn't it? Sadiq. Oh, what a corker. Well, this is an absolute jaffa. What a ball this is. Watch the movement on this. Well, I'll tell you what, good luck playing that. He's so unlucky that it doesn't clip the off peg. What a great ball that is from Sadiq. Now, look, this is where he had problems last time. The first 4 was fine. Can he finish it off without any issues? Oh, this is high. And how high? Going, gone. 6 runs. 6 carreras. Manos arriba, árbitro, porque eso es una 6. ¡Qué guay, qué genial, qué grande! Say smash. Yeah, he gets hold of this beautifully. So now they've lost a couple of wickets. The score is ticking away nicely. 50 on the board now. And he goes again, this time out in the off. And this will just stop short of the boundary. So a couple of runs. And once again, the soft outfield just plug in this ball. And that is the end of the over. So 22 Sadiq goes for. He has picked up 2 wickets. The score moves on to 51. So going nicely. I think this is a very important partnership, isn't it? Between Tariq Ahmadzai and Buzit Omari. And those 2 wickets there, of course, falling pretty close to each other. The batters that we've seen come and go. Well, we saw Shaheen Mahmood, who went first ball. LBW to Sadiq. And then we also saw Zarahullah Jabrakel, the cross-handed bandit, who was sent up in the order to try and get the power in the power play. Didn't quite work out. He did get 1 boundary away, 1 forward to his name, but that was all it was. And he missed 7 until he was then out. But these 2 now have come together and looking to get them to the 100-plus score. Short, ow, plays this into his foot, does Ahmadzai. See this. In fact, he's fortunate. I thought it was the foot, but it's more the pad. Nasiri. And there's the bowler. He goes short again. So some of the short stuff. But ball certainly does seem to zip through off this surface. So starting to see, I mean, in terms of the bounce, the rain and the dampness hasn't affected the bounce at all. If anything, I think if you get the seam, it does come through. And this time you see the batter, Ahmadzai, just trying to get to the pitch of it. Sort of comes down and sinks. He'll try and get there before the ball takes off, but he misses out. He's got to be a bit patient, I think, Ahmadzai. He started this way before he was calmed down. Well, this is short again. It's high up in the air, and the catch has been taken. So the short stuff seems to work for Ahmadzai. And nicely taken. No issues from the fielder. But once again, tries to give himself a bit of room. He loses this. I mean, he totally loses his shape. He's looking one way, the ball goes the other, head goes all over the place. So Tariq Ahmadzai makes a good start, but he falls for 30. And it will be 30 of 17 deliveries. So Nasiri is one of the key bowlers. He bowled well the last time that we saw him. Gets an important wicket. Yeah, nice catch taken as well. I don't think any catch, no matter how easy it may look, is an easy catch out there today. And the batter that is striding out there after it was Umar Tariq, the man who was taking the catch. So it is Waliullah Manduzai that goes out there to take guard now. Facing the Surrey for the first time. And plays that quite nice. He will turn and throw. Well, if he hits, he's gone. And it's a nice looking shot, but maybe the non-striker a little bit slow going. But just watch this, a lovely pick-up, a great bit of action there from, that's Zishan Arif. Turns and throws all in one motion and almost knocks him over. So over comes to an end. Remember, it's a number of ways you can stay in touch with us, and we love it when you do. And me at Rico Full, whether it's on Instagram or Facebook, or Mr. Maximo as well. Loving all of your comments. And we'd like to take, well, this opportunity to thank you all for them. And thank you for your support for the European Cricket Network as well. And I think Vinny Sandhu would like to say thank you as well as he comes into the box.
Thank you. And now I'm back. And yeah, well, interesting start to this one. Hey, I felt about 10s was par on this. But yeah, the Daredevils, I think they're going to need a few against the Pack Riders, you know.
Zishan Arif now having a bowl. I've never quite seen a bowler bowling with a hoodie on. So this is the first. So this played away. I think he's got the hoodie on under his shirt. I can understand it to a degree. It is cold.
It's that kind of a day, isn't it?
Oh,
oh well, watch out.
Well, it could have been.
Oh.
The only problem was that the batter was sat on the floor with Omari.
But I need to put the no horseplay sign up here because look at him saddle up here. Giddy up. Anyway, all's well that ends well.
It's the second time that we've seen the player sat on the floor with his legs crossed, and this time is the batter.
So Sean's bowled pretty well in this series, and right on cue, bowls a bit of a long hop, and it's a pretty nice bit of fielding out there from Rahula Abdurrahimzai. He just bats it back in and keeps it to a long single. Good stuff there. I liked what I saw from the Pack Riders the other day. I know they split their games, but they really do pack a punch. We know this guy's Ishan Arif. He's played a lot of high-level cricket. And I like the way he rolls out those leg spinners on a day where it's got to be pretty tough with the greasy ball.
Yeah. It's not going to be easy. So Arif is a quality player, as you say. Surprised he can move his arms, but that's a good delivery, and it's a good take from the keeper as well. Just keeps an eye on the batter. Yeah, nice take here by Kamran Naeem. The batter making sure that he keeps some part of it down in the crease.
He goes leg side, and it's into the gap. It's going to be 4. It was a nice effort from Sada out there. And it is going to be 4. And he's looking a little bit damp after that. Not a bad shot because it wasn't a terrible delivery from Arif. But yeah, it skates off the surface. And then it's ice skating time for Sada as we get to the end of the 6th over. It's 59 for 3.
Yeah, I mean, the last couple of overs, it just slowed the run rate down. It was a great one from Nasiri, who probably will come and bowl his second. Only the one run came of it and the wicket as well. So he bowled a good one. And you see that one, only 7 of that from Arif, just that one boundary. So tightening up slightly, that's what they need to do. But you would say that they still are on course to get to this 100 score. So it will be Nasiri to continue.
Oh, that's out, I reckon.
Out. Oh, the umpire.
Yeah, there's the nod, and there's the finger. Yeah, so I just think he got a long way across, didn't he? And yeah, even though it just flicks the pad and the straps flapping all over the place as well, I think this is a pretty easy call.
Yeah, no doubt at all for me. As soon as that straps the pad, and this time there is an appeal straight away from the bowler, and the umpire, yeah, you can see he's giving it the nod and saying, yeah, okay, you're gone, and then raises a finger. So another wicket goes. So they're just having a bit of a stumble here in the 50s. The Austrian Daredevils. The new batter sprints out to the middle. That's a good idea to get warm. And will take strike, and we'll be hoping to play a few big shots and just get the acceleration going. And it is the captain, Shortcut Zadran, and we know all about him. And he certainly can get the acceleration. You've still got 2 very good batters out there. Omari, and though he hasn't quite clicked, he's 13 of 9. But certainly the captain, Zadran, can get things going. But remember in the last match, he did give a chance early on, which wasn't taken before he went on and made that contribution of 30 runs.
So, Nasiri, 2 for 1. Pretty good figures. This isn't the best ball. I think it's got to be called a wide because it's not a bad bouncer. And the issue here is it just misses the line of the leg stump. I think that'll be one for the, or maybe not. Probably armpit height. Maybe okay for height, so that won't count as a bouncer. Nasiri trying to shake up Zadran first ball. Goes short again, miscued. He'll get a single as Umar Tariq wasn't quite able to gather it first time.
Yeah, he's miscue. Could have gone anywhere. Just falls short of the fielder, Umar Tariq. Nasiri now to Omari. Omari hits this well, and that's going to take some stopping. And he's not going to be stopped as it goes through the banner. But fortunately for the fielder, he doesn't have to go into the field to stop it. But what a good shot this is.
Yeah, brilliant shot. So the counter-attack's on. And you're going to have to, like I said, imagine with Pack Riders, hundreds a minimum. Probably want some more than that. Now I'm back. I might just wander into the chat and see what's been going on in there. Another hit, this time straight to extra cover. Make the stop, no run. Hello to Dave again. And Himi, hello to you as well. He says, love the ECN bloopers. You can't plan that stuff even if you wanted to. Well, here's the thing with our social media. And we'll post it all. You know, good, the bad, and the ugly. As we wait for this ball, which is sliced up and over the top. I think this will spin away quick enough, though. No, they'll get a couple. People often say, oh, how come you just always post the funny stuff? It's not true. We're posting lots of stuff, but the nature of social media, what gets shared and reshared and reshared and goes viral. That's why it's called viral, right?
Absolutely.
It is. It's often some of the lighter moments, shall we say.
Short down the leg side once again. Good take from the keeper. Nice work there from Cameron Naeem. Well, this one probably will be one for the over as well.
I think it's both the keepers. They're brothers actually. Cameron Naeem and Amir Naeem. Very, very good keepers. Well, throws his hands at this one. Sliced in the air. Again, it's going to find space. In fact, that's going to go all the way. Maximo! We know Amari can pack a punch. I like what he's bringing to the table here. He's the guy that comes out. He swings for the fences. I like that he's going offside here because that was the line of the ball. And he spotted a gap in the outfit. He exploited it. 6 runs.
Yeah, Omari is a good player. I don't think we've seen the best of him yet. And, well, we are here, of course, in Austria at the Seabarn Cricket Ground. We've got 2 weeks of competition here. 59 matches in total before we know who's going to be crowned the champions. And then we do it all again in Bulgaria. I'll be joining my partner in crime there, Charlie. Charlie will be with me in Bulgaria. And, of course, then I'll have a break while you go to Sweden, and there will be Rhino there with you.
Sorry to hog Rhino, and everyone's so excited when Rhino turns up because he's really fun to commentate with. I know Corey had a great time commentating with him when you had a little break during ECL. That one's pulled a little bit to the left from a reef. I'll have to bowl that again. Yeah, but he's mine for 2 weeks. I've got him. He is a lot of fun, though, isn't he, Andrew?
He's a cracking fella. He really is. It makes me laugh, and the thing is, he knows his cricket as well. So
yeah, that's right.
He's great.
It's a good mix. Well, that's a good shot. Straight down the ground, picks the gap. Now Zadran gets in on the action. So the Daredevils, I like this fight back. We thought maybe it would be turning into something like a bit of a collapse. Right now, we get 4 more.
Yeah, it's a nice shot, and he waits for this as well as he plays it straight down the ground. This time it goes straight through. Well, I think this is a bit of a nutmeg. And they'll come back for 2 surely. In comes a throw, and they will make it.
A throw would be interesting there. Yeah, I think you're right. I think it goes through. They don't even know what it's hit. I'm going to say
nothing. It's
either nothing or leg buys if it flicked the leg. Tough take for the keeper. It definitely wasn't bat. Yeah, it's been called buys.
Yeah, it's a risky ball to bowl again, though, because the one before was hit straight down the ground for 4. I wonder if he'll go for that again. He does, and he gets it through. Well, there you go. 3rd time lucky. First one went for 4. The second one went through the batter's legs. This one goes straight through his defences onto the stumps, and the captain, the drum, will go. Well bowled by Arif.
Yeah, really well bowled. Just slides on. I bet that the captain, Cameron Naeem, who's the keeper, is just having a word with the umpire saying, what do you mean you called it buys? The ball before. If you're not sure, as a keeper, if it's flicked the leg, you have to quickly tell the umpire, you know, before the signal, you have to make a little signal because you don't want buys. You don't want fake buys against you. But anyway, it doesn't really matter. I think it probably was buys, actually. 81 for 5. What a good piece of bowling from Zishan Arif.
Yeah, it was. So Jaffrey comes in. He made a 3-ball duck in the last one. So he's a man that's on a pair. He doesn't want to see Derek again. There's Jeffrey. And makes a little, well, I would say it wasn't quite a straight line, was it, when he takes his card? That was interesting. I'd like to go and watch that again. He takes his card, just a little line, which was the most wobbliest line, and now he's standing nowhere near where he marked his crease. So anyway, Jeffrey, let's hope he gets...
let me throw a left field one at you.
Go on.
After this ball. If Jeffrey can survive it.
Ooh.
Another one that drops.
He's keen to get off the mark, isn't he? As soon as he hits the bat, he's off. Go on. What you throwing at me?
So, what about in ECN T10 cricket, you ban taking guard? Scratch a line on the middle stump and just end it. Just, look, you're out there. Yeah. Do you really care that much where the stumps are?
No.
You're going to come out swinging. Scratch a line on the middle. Chalk it up. And, well, no ball called.
Oh, dear, oh, dear. And how can you bowl a
Yeah,
no
and they're
ball?
gonna
And
get
now
a
they're running.
bye.
Oh, this is clever.
I like
clever
it.
from the batters. I mean, you shouldn't be bowling a no ball at this place. Let's have a look, see if we can pick this up at all from Zishan and Riff. Oh, this is a big find for me. Let's see the foot. And
Yeah, I mean, it must have been. The umpire's a lot closer than us.
and he shouldn't be ending up where he is anyway. He's
Yep.
right in front of the umpire.
Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, nothing behind the line. Good call.
Yeah.
And clever running because the stumps went over. So they said, hey, I reckon we can get away with this while there's all this confusion.
Yeah, I'm hoping that the umpire Praveen had a chat with him about where he ends up as well.
Jaffrey was definitely behind that run, though, because it gets him on strike for the free hit.
Yeah, he is. Look at him, baseball style, ready to go. And he gets something on it. And he has to be quick. Oh, it's a wild
That was
throw.
almost an all-time cluster bomb. But I'll tell you why. Because he got the free hit, and he shouldn't have really been on strike because Omari should be smacking it. And then he's almost run out Omari on the free hit for no good reason. So that has almost gone completely wrong. To be fair, Omari did get castled by the no ball. Anyway, now what's happened here? Well, he likes it, Naeem. And I know they'll have a look at it. Omari literally throws himself at this one. Let's have a look. Well, he does take a step out. Well, it's not out.
No. Good quick footwork, eh?
Yeah, umpire's not interested. Camby was the only one that was. Yeah, it was a proper moonwalk job back from the batter. Well, that had everything. As we always say at ECN, it all happens in the 8th. And the score is 85 for 5.
You're getting ahead of yourself, ain't you? Yeah, plenty of action. Hey, look, one thing I will say is, I know there's still a bit of drizzle around. It does look like it's getting a bit brighter, so there is hope for this forecast.
If I had to sum up the conditions today so far, I'd say consistent.
It has been consistent. Okay, who's coming on the bowl here now? Who we got?
Here's Nasiri. Samuel Nasiri is going to bowl it.
Oh.
Wow, the old one hand, please don't let the ball hit me hook shot, and that's going to get him 4. Talk me through this one, Rico.
Well, this is a shot when you say, you know, I'm a pretty lad and I don't want there's anyone near me. So I think he does his one-handedly. He does. It's a one-handed hook shot for 4 runs. This will be one for the over as well, surely.
That's the classic hit or be hit. And Nasiri does get enough on it, gets him 4.
So Jaffrey
It's
doing
been
well
super
here.
entertaining. Yeah, Jaffrey not looking particularly comfortable. I'm not sure if that was the one for the over. It might have been, you know.
I think it's probably worse. It was going to be up there or thereabout. Oh,
Wow.
what a shot.
Yeah, throws the hands at this, but he's almost out. Instead, it's patted across, not quite across the line. I like the effort here. And now,
It's going to be close here.
you know what?
Bat
This could
plug.
be gone.
The bat plugs. Well, let's have a look where this bat is. The bat tells you the story.
Because he doesn't get his foot down in the crease. So now, if the bat plug's short, then he's going to be out, and he's lost half of his grip as well. Here we go. Here's the story. Oh, no, he's got it in. Oh, he's a genius.
I told you.
So now, look, he's actually
But
out.
hang on. Let's see if the foot goes down.
No, but doesn't need to now, right? Because he's already made his ground.
With the bat, yeah.
So he's in.
I mean, I was saying the bat will tell you the story, and it does, because he leaves it exactly where he planted it. And, let's have a look at this again. And it is...
That, I've actually never seen one like that. Yeah, and they legged out of 3. So that made it even more amazing. And now we're going to get one that goes right back to the line. He always pulls it back, but he doesn't. That's 6. Maximo. Well, this might be the most entertaining 5 overs ever since I've come back into the commentary box.
Well, Nasiri almost pulls off a brilliant stop here. Watch this. He goes, he's flying in the air. Thing is, though, where does he take off from?
Well, that's history already. I tell you what made that bat plug so amazing. As they're going to come for 2 here, and they can't because they've slipped over. Now we almost have a run out, but we won't. Oh, I love this cricket. As Dave said in the chat, it all happens in all of the overs. But that bat plug, the bat went in, and then he then basically didn't get the foot down. His bat then plugged so far it bounced out of the crease. So now it's going to be buys. Who wants them? It'll be 2. 2 buys. Yeah, so the bat ended up out the crease. He wasn't in his crease, but he was in.
Yeah.
And that's modern cricket for you.
Well, as you were trying to say before, it certainly does all happen in the 9th.
Yeah, true to form. I actually think I like the 9th even more than the 8th now. Last ball of it coming up. Well, good luck.
Okay.
Here we go. Nasiri's going to try and do it himself, and he'll drop it. And let's just hope when he counts his fingers, he gets 10 as we get to the end of the 9th over. I think they just ran one there. It's 102 for 5. And anyone that's good at putting fingers back in, you need it in the middle of the Sabang cricket ground.
Yeah, well, this one, he says, I want it, I want it, I want it, and just here, and I don't, I mean, he gets something on it, but not a lot of it. It probably does just catch one of the fingers.
He looked like he was dancing along to Taylor Swift's Shake It Off there by the end, wasn't he? Anyway, what a great partnership. They're up over the 100, 102 for 5.
Yeah, they got the acceleration in. Remember, they got stuck in the 50s for about 3 overs, but they've shaken that off now, and they've given them a good chance to once again perhaps to get to this 110 plus score. Let's see how many it will be, and it's going to be Sardar that's going to finish things off. He went for 13 of his first.
As we know him, Armani slings one in and hits the target, so Jaffrey is going to have to walk. That's good death bowling. You miss, I hit stuff from Armani. Well, this was a rich delivery, top of the leg stump, and Jaffrey goes for an entertaining 9. Certainly liked his hustle out there, but he's the 6th wicket to fall. It's a 102 for 6.
Yeah, he's played a good shot, and then look at him go. He says, you know, it's too cold out there. I'm going to warm up. He's going to keep moving. Well done to Jaffrey. Did get a 3-ball duck in the first, but he made amends for that one. He played some nice shots. There's a new batter. Makes himself out there, and it's Orca Hill who comes out.
Orca Hill has been fun to watch in this series. It's been an emotional journey for him. Now that's what ECS cricket does, or ECN cricket. You'll have highs, you'll have lows. You just have to try and keep a level head. Worry about the next ball. Try and execute what you're trying to do. So, 5 to come. Amari stranded at the other end at the moment. Oyakil gets knocked over. So, well, 2 balls, 2 wickets. And Armani, he's living up to his price tag here, 102 for 7.
Yeah, and, well, Derek's going to have to go golden. Come on, golden Derek, we want to see you. And, unfortunately, Hill probably doesn't want to, but he's going to. So, golden Derek is going to be dancing all over the place here. Here he is. Hello to Derek again. Good day for Ducks, but not a good one for Akil. Thing is, though, he's going in. We're into the last over. You know, you've got to swing hard. And it is the last over, and that's what makes me think that this is definitely on the hat-trick here.
Yeah, I'm feeling it because he's been accurate, hasn't he? You can set your watch to him. Could this be hat-trick number 12? I'm calling it. We've had a hat-trick drought. You know, it's been over 2 weeks now since we've had a hat-trick. It's been 14 days, in fact.
Well, we saw
16 days, if you can count it.
We've seen a highlight from a batter today, haven't we? From Jar earlier, Kumar Jar, when he made, oh, what a knock it was. Now, will it be a highlight for a bowler?
All right, Sada on a hat-trick. Oh, and he chokes. He pulls it to the left, and that's actually pretty good batting by Shahid Abed as he gets Omari back on strike. So there still could be some more fireworks here.
Yeah, I think sending a left-hander in works a treat. Wouldn't have been a bad ball to a right-hander, but still well bowled from Sardar.
All right, this will be a good contest. Oh, I think they had too many outfielders. That was the panicked wait of a captain that had realised, or somebody that realised had an illegal field. I think we have sorted it out now. All 4 infielders on the offside. Well, it goes leg side and goes large. Maximo! Omari's the man, isn't he? Just had to get down the business end, and then he was straight into his business.
Yeah, well, this is what he dared to do. It was right in the slot, wasn't it? You see, Sardar does go wider, but it's a little bit short, and that's what gives Omari the chance to get the full swing into the shot, and he puts it away in style. So 109 on the board, 2 deliveries to come. That 110 plus they want to get to.
So Dave noticed that the golden Derek waddles faster than the other one. I think that's because he's in a bit more of a hurry to get back there and forget it ever happened. Anyway, 2 to come, 109. Short. Got to go for 2 here.
Yeah.
I think you got to take it on. And they'll get it easily. And now they might even get, well, they won't want 3, but they might have tried for another circumstances. That's good running, good match awareness from Omari to get the strike back.
Yeah, it is. He knew straight away what he had to do. Look at him go here. He's quick, he's fast, he turns, and he knows he could be running into trouble, but just puts the fielder off.
All right, last ball. And where's this going? You might run 3 or more if this stops. It does stop, I think. Well, you might as well keep running. The keeper's gone after it. There's no keeper.
You gotta go
keep
again.
running.
Go
Where
again.
are you going?
Gotta go again.
Here's the 4th.
It's gonna go 4.
Oh, we got 4.
Yeah, 4.
4. Could be
no,
an 8.
they're still going.
Yeah, keep
They're
going.
still going. There's gonna be 5.
They're so tired.
There's gonna be 5.
And
Wow.
you know what? If with better conditioning, you could have run 7. I'm not joking.
We see a 5
I
here.
love that he took it on Armani. He said, you know what? The madness ends here. And he pinged and he missed. Well, a genuine... Just look at the fatigue setting in here.
Look at this. I'm loving it. Oh,
This is the
yeah.
one. This is the... Look at number 10. And now he's literally puffed out. He's basically running on the spot. So they'll get an all-run 5. It all happens in the 10th. It all happens all the time. Let me get my calculator out. That's going to make it 116 off the 10 overs. And you know I was excited? If that had gone for 4 overthrows, that would have been our first ever 8. And we were so close. If it was drier.
If it was dry, it was gone.
Anyway.
I'm loving the way that the fielder cues it up, and he just knew it. He's queuing it up. He's going to miss, and he did miss.
I'm definitely...
And, you're right. If he didn't run out of steam, he could have run more.
He should have got more. Yeah, that was out again. I like the umpires taking their time on these decisions, you know, going through the checklist. That was a nice bit of bowling by Naveed Sadiq. And so, yeah, it was an interesting one, wasn't it? I mean, there was a few dangerous ones like that one. That I suppose you can expect a bit of that today as well. But plenty were on target. Yeah, but once again, Daredevils, I mean, scoring runs haven't been their problem today. They put 100 plus on the board. I think it's more or less a par total. I would have thought it's slightly above par in conditions.
Yeah, it
how
is.
about that with the Kung Fu kick stop back into play? I mean, this innings really had it all. It was a very ECN 10 overs.
It certainly was, and the highlight just kept on coming. And, well, some of the boundaries did as well. And this one really loses that. It was a nice, comfortable catch there taken. But it was a good knock, though.
It had that
I
one
would say.
where the keeper tried to basically saddle up on the batter. Harif, I think he's bowling pretty well in this series. He's got good control. And, oh, look, I can't wait for the finish. I know, that was out as well. Again, good umpiring to spot that one. Look, what I will say, Omari was good in there in the middle. 45 off 20. Held it together, didn't he? He had, you know, more partners than the quarterback at the box social, but he just kept on doing what he was doing. But then, remember, he got bowled off a no ball, and they scrambled it by, and then he should have been run out. This is the one. And then he wasn't out. And yeah, there was a few wipeouts out there. I'm going to start talking about the last ball now, okay? That even this, look how his bat was in, then it ends up out, but he's in anyway, so that's fine. The last one, I'm telling you, that Busset Omari, he'd batted for 20 deliveries that he'd faced. He batted, what, about 6 overs?
Yeah.
And he had nothing in the tank. This was a nice start to the last over. You can see that Armani was right on target. But yeah, I love this. Just look at number 10 running out of gas. You'd have to go get the jerry can to fill him up. He can't believe that he thinks that's it. I've run 3, right, I'm going to go for the 4th. And he's like, oh no. He looks at his... He's just got nothing left. They should have run
bowler.
6. That should have at the minimum been our first ever all-run 6. In the end, 110-yard semi-dash finishes with an all-run 5. Oh, that's the 3rd time we've had an all-run 5. Honestly, felt they could have got more. 45 off 20 for Omari as he was able to get 5 of them off the last ball. So he 4 6s, a 5 and 2 4s in his innings. Apart from that, didn't have a lot of help apart from Ahmed Zayat, top of the order, 30 off 17. Once again, got them off to a good start. And Shaheen Mahmood, who batted the whole 10 overs in the first game. Well, he was out very first ball this time.
Yeah, it's the way that it goes. That's ECN in a nutshell. And, well, the finish was as well a pure cricketainment. That's what we give you. And I know that a lot of people on the chat loving that as well, and people all around the world. Let's have a look at the bowling figures. 2 wickets on 3 occasions. Sadar picked up 2 also for Naveed Sadiq. And I'm thinking Naseri bowled very well. 2 for 16 as well for him. And Zishan Arif, very economical, picked up a wicket as well. So that leaves us with a score of around about 116. I think, yeah, on if this was a sort of innings that we saw in the last couple of days, it probably would have been around about that 130 mark. I think the outfield we saw on a number of occasions was pretty slow. So I think that's good runs on the board. Hey, this one for me has the feeling of one that could go all the way down to the wire. It's had it all.
Pack Rider's got some good batting. We'll see it after the break. Vinny Sander, Mr. Maximo, with Rico Full. We're going to just go for a little run in tribute to that last ball. We'll be back shortly, though, with more ECN action. You're watching the FanCode European Cricket Series.
The European Cricket Series is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, FanCode, and Grizzly Bear Sports.
Hello, cricket lovers, and welcome back. Well, I hope you've got your breath back after that inning. Well, I hope Wizard Omari has got his breath back as well. He had to run hard, didn't he? He runs 5 to take him to 45 and help his team, the Austrian Daredevils, to get to a 116 for 7. Well, maybe that's why they called the Daredevils. We were waiting to see some Daredevil stuff from it. We finally saw it in the last ball of that innings. Anyway, now it's the time for Pack Riders to see if they can get to the 117 that they need. Zishan Arif will be opening the batting, a young talented player. And it will be Abdurrah Hazim Zai, the non-striker's end. A nice pitch up straight delivery from Urbed. They get a single off the first ball. Azad Urbed will be opening up here once more. And welcome back to everybody tuning in around the globe, our global cricket family. Great to have you with us. This is down the leg side, and probably Rahul is going to be disappointed that he's missed out on that one. He was just looking just to clip it away. Got protection on that side. He's got the man on the 45, man on the behind square boundary as well. And the other player that's out of the 30-yard circle is the fielder at long on. This one is hit pretty well and will stay hit because though the long on is placed, there's nobody in that long off area. So good shot. Takes it right of the stump, so it's a risky one. But Abdulrazim Zai makes no issues putting that one away. Good shot. Once again, wicket-to-wicket bowling from Urbed, getting it right up there. We're waiting for the batter to make the mistake. So looking to be going at around about the 11 and over. So at the power play, they want to be close to the 40 mark to be where they need to be. Slightly shorter, and this one gets past the keeper. It will be byes. And going for the 2. Well, he wanted the 2. Arif just doesn't move out of the crease. He just stays there. Says, nah, even though he's not running to the danger end. This one just swings away from the keeper, from Shaheen Mahmood. So Zishan Arif didn't want to run. Stands, gets ready to face a bed once more. And place is nice and straight. Work to be done by the fielder. And then no mistakes from Omari, who, well, watch out for him in that fielding position. And now that he's got his breath back, Wizard Omari, he's taken some sensational catches there. End of the first over, and 7 from it. It's 7 without loss, as we welcome back to Vinny Sandhu into our commentary position with 58 matches since the Golden Ball.
58 matches, and haven't had one so far here in Austria. Did have one in Milan. Actually had 2 in Milan. That was pretty entertaining. Both of them were Sunday the 30th of April, last time we had one. You said you had a bit of a golden feel about this one. As the next ball is laced through the covers. This will test the outfield, but it'll get there. That's a really good shot from Zishan Arif.
Yeah, lovely shot. Proper cricket shot, isn't it? It's a pucker and plays it through the covers. Just lovely flow of the bat. It's overpitched and gets punished. 4 runs.
Yeah, really good batting. He's a class player, isn't he? When he gets going, he's so hard to stop. Mendoza, the bowler. This is a little edge, though. He still probably test the boundary as well. Just stops in time. And good throw might have had him in trouble, but they get 2. So, yeah, they certainly have the batting to do this, Pack Riders, but Daredevils is all about can they create enough chances and take enough of those chances, I think, to disrupt this innings.
And Tusai, the bowler.
That one's hit pretty well as well. On the fumble, they should get a single, and they do.
Yeah. Raquel makes the stop. And it gets the throw in.
Yeah, I think it's one of those middle of the road targets, so you'd imagine it is a possibility we could break the streak here. Be a fairly damp golden ball. Goes for this. Does he get enough of it? He does. Maximo Abdurahimzai at the top of the order, showing that he packed a punch as well. This isn't quite a Yorker, just short. Gets enough length to get under it and get 6.
Yeah, it's not a bad delivery though, is it? I mean, if you're bowling that one, it's coming out your hands, you're thinking, okay, it's not a bad delivery. It's more or less where I want it to be, but it's dealt with really well. That's a powerful blow. So it's obviously showing that he likes to hit straight. So there needs to be a change of approach here from the bowlers.
Austrian Daredevils kit. Nice, according to Dave. He said he likes it. Well, gets lucky this time. French cart. Again, don't know if this is running. It gets there in the end. So, one was certainly convincing, one wasn't. This over from Abdurahimzai, but he does get 4 more.
Yeah, Safini. Chungiches, que tipo choca la guía. Hay poquito de suerte there for the batter, but, well, you're going to have to be a little brave. You want a bit of luck going your way. And the Pack Riders, it's a positive start from them so far.
Yeah, it certainly is. They've got the right approach, don't they? Marginally ahead of the rate at the moment. That time he overcooks the Yorker and it disappears as well. Maximo! And nice little hurdle job there as well. But yeah, if you miss even by a little bit, these openers are making you pay.
Yeah, well, this has been absolutely smashed. And look at this. So there he goes. I think that might be Omari, you know. I'm surprised he's got the energy to do that after all he's running. So a good way to finish the over. The score moves to 30 of 2.
Having a look at this, you can see just 2 teams without a win yet. One of them is Vienna Danube. And we'll see them today in matches 3 and 4. Snassi, the other team, without a win, 0-5. So it's a long way back for them. Anyway, time to move ahead in this game. And it's going to be Ajmal Oryekil, who's coming on a little bit earlier this time, Rico.
Yeah, it certainly is. And I don't mind this. I mean, maybe the captain's just thinking, well, I'm putting the bowler under too much pressure. If he's bowling later on, maybe get a good over out of him early on. Let's see how that works. Nice start, nice areas.
Just happy to have a look at him first. Just size him up. He's a reference guy. We've also seen playing a fair bit of cricket for Austria of late, and yeah, really talented bat. Very good leg spin bowler. I mean, that's something that his bowling's really impressed me in this series as well.
Yeah, the other thing that I've liked, Vinny, is I like the way that the good players, a lot of the players have been distributed across teams.
Yeah.
So you haven't got all the players, all the strong players on one side, and that certainly makes this competition far more exciting. Oh, watch out. Get the brakes on.
That
4
batter
more.
had an interesting moment earlier in the week where it was scared to height, wasn't it? That crashed into it. But
yeah,
this time 2 players pull up just in time. I want to say a quick hello to Andrew Hogan and, of course, to Mrs. Hogan. Hopefully you are well and just watching from Tasmania. What do you think about Tasmania getting an Australian football team? That's a big story there last week. I bet you're excited. Also, I want to say hello to Yosim Sada, who's saying hello to me.
What are they called? The Tasmanian Devils?
Well, that's the debate. They think it probably will be. This is up. It's in the air. And, well, I don't think it's catchable, but I'm happy to be surprised. I'm not surprised. Now we almost have a run out, but we don't. And long story short, I think Zishan Arif gets 2.
Yeah, he's trying to say, I couldn't see it. I had no idea where it was. And see here, the other fielder stops to say, okay, all yours. I'm giving you all the room that you need. But he still puts it down.
It's like, like the motorcycle riders or the professional MotoGP riders have the things on their helmet they can just rip away. He needed those, but for his eyes.
Yeah.
Anyway, lucky break, I suppose. And now this one's going up, and that's going out of the ground. Maximo! Good start continues. Good power play this for Pack Riders.
Yeah, well, he gets a chance, dropped on 13, and as is so often the case, the next shot goes to the boundary just to rub a bit of salt into the wound.
Just realising in the first innings when the keeper, Cameron Aim, was trying to ride the batter like a horse, it's probably fitting they are called the Pack Riders. Speaking of that first innings, though, didn't we have a lot of action in it, including the last ball? Come back to that in a second. This is a bat pad going nowhere. Yeah, so the last ball was epic, wasn't it? It was an all-run 5. Now, it's the second one I can remember. I feel like there might have happened one other time. So, yeah, I'm going to take you after this ball to the previous only other that I can remember all-run 5. First, I'm going to watch the ball. It's hit down the ground and hit pretty well, and that's going to be 4. So,
yeah, lovely
it'll
shot.
be 46 without loss after 3. And yeah, okay, here it is. Last ball in Frankfurt. Watch out for the football goals here as well, featuring ball hits the edge of the pitch, runs away. So that's 3.
He's a big lad.
Yeah, oh yeah, don't worry, it's going to get even better. Comes back for 4, and then they go, all right, we'll take 5th, this last ball. Watch, he knocks over the stumps, and then he just pretty much, you'll see how he pulls up. Not great.
Oh, my word. Where's the oxygen tank? He needed it.
Yeah, and that's not paused. That's the live shot. Look at the chest going. And the best thing about it, no one was really concerned at all. Fielder just walked past.
Walking past.
That's it. Now, that's the other all-run 5 that I remember.
Well.
And I honestly think they should have run 6 in that one. Except the batter, Omari, was completely cooked. He had nothing left. And if that throw was a bit harder from the bowler, it would have been 8 4 plus 4 overthrows anyway. There's a little bit of a blast from the past for you. Back from the old days, 2020. Anyway, this is a cut shot to start the new over after Himza's hit him pretty well so far. Now, there's a bit of miscommunication. Zishan Arif had no interest in the second.
Yeah, Arif is not a good runner, I have to say. There's twice he's turned down what was definitely 2. He just gets to one end and doesn't want to move.
Yeah, have a look here. And the thing is, there's no eye contact, I think. Zishan Arif watches the ball. He watches him quick and then just basically gives him the cold shoulder.
Yeah. He sees him coming twice and he just doesn't react. He doesn't even put the hand up.
I suppose
just says, I'm not moving.
He's overruling him, saying, look, I'm looking at the ball and I don't think there's 2, so I don't really care if you think there is. Hits this onto his foot and almost carries to the fielder at fine leg.
Yeah, he's not interested in taking the singles that take him away from the strike. Fair enough, I suppose, as long as he continues to keep hitting big.
You know, some people say that batter in Frankfurt is still lying there in the same place trying to get his breath back. I love the way he knocked over the stumps as well at the end. He couldn't control. Oh, shot. Really good shot. All hands from Zishan Arif. Maximo. One of the best today.
This is a great shot, isn't it? Quick hands. I mean, all right, the ball gets going down the legs up, but look how quickly he's onto it. That is a fantastic shot.
You can't be late on this yet. You've got to get their hands out in front of the pad and just have a look how he does it. Beautifully. Swings it away.
Yeah, I mean, beautifully done. Lovely stroke. Like the way he's keeping the bat.
Yeah.
Nice and dry there. Look at this. He says, I'm not getting my bit of wood damage. Look at that. He's cradling it like a baby. He says, right, okay, now you're ready. I'll expose it once more.
Yeah. It wasn't the worst ball. I mean, it was on middle stump. I think you got to try and challenge him outside off a bit more. He's sneaking across, isn't he? And he wants to do the same again, but this time he might have found trouble. Great effort. Really, really good effort that from Amadou Safi. It's a tough one. Can't hold on to.
Yeah, Safi gets the dive in. Can't take the catch.
Yeah, that time he was beaten for pace.
Oh.
Remember the time before I said you can't be late on it if you're going to do that. That time he lost control because he was just a fraction late. Maybe it was a bit quick up from Zadran. Himza takes over again. Oh, and he's dropped it eventually. Well, he almost gets some assistance off the non-striker, Zishan, who actually keeps the ball alive a bit longer here. Have a look at it on the replay, thanks to Spring Productions. It was a tough one. It was mistimed, hit it, and then Zishan Arif, well, he's not doing anything wrong there. He's just heading back, but I think it just rebounds off his leg and actually gave Zadran another bite at the cherry. Abdur Himza gets a life on 22.
Yeah, captain disappointed he wasn't able to hold on to that. And now this is a lovely shot, and I think this goes all the way. You know, what a shot this is. We've seen 2 amazing shots from both the batters in this over. This one is as good as any.
Well, you're seeing why he's so difficult to bowl to. Because where are you trying to bowl? I mean, I think that's a pretty good area to target. He still hits you for 6. So he moves to 32. And at the end of the over, the score 60 without loss after 4.
Yeah, that was a delightful shot. And that was Abdulrazim showing what he can do. So both batters playing some excellent shots there. I mean, we saw the little flick from right off middle stump from Arif, and then that one for Abdulrazim was absolutely beautiful. Okay, they need a breakthrough here pretty quickly, and that won't help it down the leg side. I think probably just brushes a bit of the pad. Let's see what the umpire signals here.
Yeah, leg byes, I think. Or just a leg bye. Can only run one. Yeah, so Andrew in the chat from Tasmania saying, yeah, it'll definitely be, well, he's saying it should definitely beat the Tasmanian Devils, because we don't have a Devils in the Australian football competition. We do have a Demons. Some people saying that could be an clash, the Demons versus the Devils. And the other thing could be, of course, is a Tasmanian Tiger, right? But there's already a Tigers. As this is whipped away nicely, and it's over the field up Maximo. But both these two have been class, haven't they? We know the riders like to ride at a gallop from the get-go. That's exactly what they've done. And right now, they're tearing apart this chase.
They can't catch a break, can they? They're Daredevils. I mean, as they manage, well, he's treading pretty carefully.
I'm just waiting for someone to like dive in like they're diving into a swimming pool.
You can see every time he takes a step, he goes,
oh, he's got it. He found it.
Look at that. It's like he's claiming the prize. Well, he's hopping out of there pretty quickly. It doesn't surprise me at all. But I love the way he's, oh, look. It's like every step is, what's this? Squelch.
Yeah, this is a big moment. And then look at this. I love the technique. I know they're playing against the riders, but if you go to the equestrian at the Olympics and you go to the show jumping, you won't see better form than that.
Squelch, squelch, squelch. Well, he's got wet socks now.
Goes for it again. Oh, he's the hardest working guy in Austria at the moment. That's going to be 4 more. There's no stopping this assault at the moment.
Ooh. Well, it's more work to be done by that man out there.
This is a perfect matchup because you've got the riders, and then now we know we've got the horses. I mean, that was excellent form. The way that he got over the long wheat there.
We see another very good partnership. You saw a good partnership of 94 in the first match of the day. Well, this one is worth 71.
Oh, hits this onto his foot. That'll hurt, actually. They will get one. Well, they got this rate down to? I mean, they're cruising at the moment, aren't they? Got it down to about 8.5 and over required at the moment.
Got to find a way to break this partnership. And that's what they've got to be thinking to themselves, right, can we pick up these 2 wickets, get ourselves back in this match?
Goes after this as well, and I think he gets it pretty good. Maximo! Well, we had one in the long grass this time. We got one in the dirt, and right now, riders are running away with this.
Yeah, good shot. He is what we call like a straight bat pull. Hits it dead straight, sweet out of the middle. It's another one that goes all the way. 6 more, and they're making it look easy and approaching the halfway point. We're almost up to the 80s here.
Yeah, Ahmed Sai, not the worst over ever, but not easy conditions for him. I mean, that's a pretty good ball, but it doesn't really matter because at the moment everything has to go.
Oh, good
Maximo.
luck.
Now look, if that gets found, I'll be a monkey's uncle, and that's gone an absolute mile. And in fact, they're not even going to attempt it. That's one to find on another day, maybe a drier day. It is the end of the 5th over. It's 84 without loss after 5. And that's a huge first half of the innings for the Riders. Just quickly, let's have a look at the Euros of cricket, the ECC 23 coming up from the 25th of September. There'll be 3 weeks of group action with 2 groups every week with 14 matches in every group, which culminates in a final, which determines who will return in Championship Week. Of course, Netherlands 11, the only team to automatically qualify for Championship Week. 31 nations, the biggest ECC ever. And I know you'll be there, Rico. I'll be there. Corey will be there, I'm sure.
Yep.
Also coaching Spain. And they've got Isle of Man in their group. They had a very interesting last meeting as well.
Yeah, they definitely did. And I think the Isle of Man will probably not want to be talking about that too much. Well, he went where no man has been before. He found the ball and came back. And now the captain's rewarding him and said, well, okay, I bet you can have another over. And his first one wasn't bad. He's another man who's well, he's got the old hoodie underneath his shirt.
Credit to Isle of Man, though. They did score as many runs in that last T20 as letters in their team name. So there's that. Anyway, Abed, he's bit of old exo starts with a wide. I was just expecting him when he came out of the grass to, he did the gallop you know, like to shake himself off like a dog. You know, like like the dogs when they got the wet fur. And
Yeah. Shake it all about.
yeah, but now he's good.
Yeah, credit to him, he found it. I mean, I don't think too many people would have thought it. I like the way he was treading really carefully in there, and I think every
Yeah.
time he's stepping, and I
He's
know why.
He's very graceful.
Yeah,
I mean,
he was.
that's probably like top class ballet about that. While we're in the chat, okay, Tasmanian AFL team, throw your team names in. You don't have to be from Australia to get involved. It's going to be a new team, maybe starting in 4 years. So they're building a stadium down there. So yeah, Tasmanian Tigers, can't use that because there's already a Tigers.
What about bats?
The Tasmanian Bats.
Dracula, you know.
Okay.
Tasmania, Dracula. We've said about obviously the devils, what, bats, vampires, Tasmanian vampires.
Yeah, I mean, I'm pretty sure they'll have some green in their strip because no one wears green at all in the AFL. This is up, it's in the air, and it is over the field at Maximo. Couldn't really do anything more, could he? As Jamaica went right back to the line, and yet I think he didn't want to jump because he wasn't confident that if he jumped, he would stay inside the field to play, and that will bring up the 50 for Zishan Arif. 50 off 18 balls. He has been on. Conditions not too easy for any of the players, but he has been on fire on a rainy day.
Yeah, you can see why he wants to always occupy the strike. He's batted beautifully, well batted.
He looks organised at the moment. Just 25 more, make that 24. Yeah, so the Fremantle team, which is based in Western Australia, where I'm from, they did have a bit of green at the start of their, when they first came into competition, I think in 1997. But now they ditched the green. They just wear purple. So, yeah, I think Tasmanian, one of the natural colours is green down there that they wear, for example, in their cricket shirt. Anyway, this is up. It's in the air. It's another chance for Jabbercal, but this time he'll catch it. He says, yeah, look, when I can stay on the field to play, I've got no problems. So Abdurahimza is going to go. Has the consolation wicket feel about it, to be honest. A lightning opening partnership of 93 setting this up. But that is the first wicket. It's 93 for one.
Yeah, good catch taken. He says, you see, when I can get my hands to it, I can catch it. Yeah, nicely held by Jabbercal. Once again, another very good partnership. Well, we saw an opening partnership in the first match of 94. And that was a good one between Kumar and his captain, Karanbir Singh. Well, we see 93 in this one. Really well batted.
He gets a nice reception as well, doesn't he, when he gets back? And so he should. He set this up, and really, from here, they'd have to fall over to lose. It's under run a ball required. Plenty of batting still to come. Naveed Sadiq comes to the crease. And Shahid Abed is the successful bowler. Well done to him. But loses this next one down the leg side.
Yeah, I think he's balled back into the attack earlier to break that partnership, and he does. So he does reward the captain for his faith. But yeah, be disappointed with that one. But they needed a breakthrough. Now, if they can find a way to get the wicket of Arif, and that's their way back into this match.
Oh, pretty close if he hasn't hit it, you know. Oh, he's gone. Yeah, you know, it was a good shout. But I got a feeling the only thing this probably could have been missing is off. But I didn't see it missing, to be honest.
Yeah, I think only the bat could save it, but I think if there's no bat involved, and I don't think there is,
I think
that's hitting.
Yeah, I think it pitches on the stumps, hits him in line. Yeah, and I think that it's a very good piece of umpiring. So Sadiq, unfortunately for him, he's going to have to go for a golden duck because it was only a wide that he faced. And there is Golden Derek.
Well, Golden Derek has been busy, and you're right, he is quicker, isn't he? He really
hurry
does
to get off.
He liked ushering them off pretty quickly. And nicely done. So, unfortunately, he ruined it with the wide, didn't he? Otherwise, he could have been on a hat-trick, but he won't be. But, yeah, look, good captaincy, though, isn't it? The captain realises he needs something to happen. A bed comes on, and he takes the wicket, gives it a chance to see where he could have been if he didn't bowl that wide. Of course, we still haven't had one here in Austria. Rajmani's hand, it was the last to do it. 5 for 4 he took.
Fake hat-trick opportunity because he bowled a wide. So even if this is caught, it's not a hat-trick. Anyway, don't worry, that's not a problem because it won't be caught. And in the end, they're going to come back for 2. But, I mean, Abed could have had a 3rd wicket there.
Yeah, Ahmedzai, the man who's guilty this time. He could have taken the catch, and it could have been the end of Kamran Naeem. But then that just checking if this is the end of the over. I believe it is. So it looks like the score at the end of 6 overs will be 96. So they're absolutely cruising, and they just need, well, less than run a ball to claim what will be a good victory for the Riders. But once again, it'd be more disappointment for the Daredevils.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, the Daredevils. It'd be hard to fire up the flaming hoops to jump through on the way to the field today, wouldn't it? But anyway, I mean, they've put a couple of good scores on the board, haven't they? But just cannot put it together and get those breakthroughs. They do get a couple that over, to be fair, but just 21 required for last 24. And you've still got Zishan Reef there, who's 51 off 19. If you can get him out, look, maybe you can make something happen. It's hard to believe you could come back from here, but I've seen some crazy collapses lately. We saw an 8 for 13 collapse and an 8 for 17 collapse in the same match that resulted in a golden ball in Italy not too long ago.
I mean, get this wicket now early, get a Riff out of the way, you still give yourself an opportunity. It may be a slim one, but you give one to yourself. But while he's out there, you can't see it happening.
That'll do. That'll do. Little bit short. Zadran gets the treatment. Maximo! What a shot. Zishan has been just on in this game.
Yeah, well, there you go. I think this is probably Safi's turn to get in there this time. And he gingerly goes in. No, that's not Safi. Who's that in there now?
That's Jabakel, who's out there. Well, he almost caught one, then he did catch one, and now he's playing a bit of searching
got it,
balling.
you know. He's got it. Oh, whether it is that one or not, I don't know. So well done to Jabakel. Comes out with a big smile on his face.
We almost need a replacement ball. We've done well to find that. And Tyrone,
we almost needed a replacement phone.
In your effects, Mike, it was that Tyrone went to go throw a ball out and he dropped his phone. Anyway, I think it's all right. This is not all right, though. You might need to throw that ball on about now because that one has travelled Maximo. New balls, please. I feel like if you almost needed a new ball, you will need one now. To be honest, this game is on borrowed time.
Yeah, he plays this shot so well, doesn't he? And he's, I think, one of the best strikers of the ball on the leg side like that. Beautifully done. And this time...
Oh, no, we had multi-ball. How good have they been at finding these balls? I thought the umpire was about to get that in the backside while he was fielding the other one. Anyway, take your pick.
Shortcut Zadran, the captain.
I'm happy that other ball's out there, though, considering the kind of hitting we've seen. 9 to win. Still wide, plus more. And I think they're only happy to walk the 1, so it'll be 2 wide. So this will be interesting. For example, you know, we're looking at bringing in that bonus point system where you have to chase the runs in 7 overs to get the bonus point. That would make it, well, it was 9 off 4, but that'll be 7 off 4. So, yeah, just something to think about, or something I'm thinking about when I look at all the results at the moment. Dave had a question, and I'll address it in a second. This is Cameron Naeem, the captain out there, misses the first ball he faces. So he said, what about if you made the second team face the full 10 overs? Just so then you can calculate how many they win by in runs. Look, I get that in theory, Dave. And look, in some competitions, especially juniors and stuff, they will continue on after a team's reached the target. But I suppose in practice, it's problematic for a couple of reasons. As we wait for the next ball, which is close to the wide line. Yeah, I think it's a wide. So the reasons it doesn't really work in practice is it's never easy when a team's playing and essentially they've got nothing to play for. The result's dead, you know, so the game can kind of degenerate as a spectacle, put it that way. And then the other thing is, sometimes today's a good example. We started late, we're running a bit behind schedule. You know, a quick finish can get you back on schedule. It's just called a wide for over the head. So that's the other reason, is that sometimes you need a close, like an early finish. Like this will be an early finish. Remember, we started this game 15 minutes behind the scheduled time, but we should be back on schedule. So they're probably the 2 main reasons that we don't do it that way. But obviously, when you're calculating the net run rates, you divide the runs scored divided by the actual overs faced, not the theoretical 10 all the time. I think this is going over the top.
Yeah, a little bit too high. So, well, okay, there's still 2 deliveries to go, and I get the feeling that Arif now going back on strike is looking to finish this off. They need here now 4 runs, so a boundary will do it. And Arif, 63 of 21, is the man to do it.
Just quickly, shout out to Priya Sabu.
Oh, what is this?
Yeah, that's a no ball is what that is. That one slips, I reckon. It's, let's just see. Well, you'll be lucky to get this on the camera. But, yeah, that would be a no ball. I think that just stuck in his hand for too long. Hello, Priya Sabu, of course, a member of the Austrian women's team who we saw in the ECIW in Spain not too long ago. Priya, how are you? Nice to have you in the chat. Please stick around, chat with us.
Hello, Priya.
Maybe we don't know what area she's from, but maybe she can even pop down sometime. Be nice to see her. Maybe have a hit in the nets. And, yeah, a free hit not cashed in. Yeah, so Priya is in the chat. And Dave, yeah, hopefully that was a decent answer to your question. Make sure you stick around because we've got more cricket coming up in around about 20 minutes' time. We should be back on schedule, like I said. Last ball of the over, potentially last ball of the game. Maybe not, though, because this has gone miles in the air. Keeper's after it, fielder's there. Almost a collision. He's kicked it over the line for 4. Well, that's one way to win a cricket match. Both of these innings have had crazy last balls. You had the all-run 5 in the first innings. And now this, again, this wasn't going to go for 4 under its own steam, I don't think. It bounces and it actually knocks into Safi. Then it knocks the keeper, who boots it over the line. And, well, what an innings that was from Zishan Arif, 67 off 24. Just quickly, this is what's coming up next. So, Vienna Eagles taking on Vienna Danube. So, the Vienna Derby coming up in match number 23. And we are back on schedule. So, that is first ball, 20 minutes time, news from the toss. The Eagles winning the toss and electing to bat. So, that should be a pretty good way to finish the day. But really, it was a bit of a masterclass from the Riders with the bat as they run out. Easy winners here in the 22nd match of the series. Take us through it. Some excellent shots played along the way.
Yeah, well, the Pack Riders, well, you might as well call them the Easy Riders because that's the way they did it. And thanks to a very good opening partnership, Zishan Arif and his opening partner, Rahula Abdulrazim, were absolutely top-notch. They put 93 on together. Well, that one, for me, is probably one of the shots of the tournament so far. What a great shot that was from Arif. There was an opportunity, a couple, but they were not taken. Not easy out there. Well, that time it was the captain, Chakwat Zadran, who was the guilty man. They'll be disappointed. But once again, they did good work with the bat, but they just weren't able to do it with the ball. That one went over Jabakil, but he was able to pick up the next one that came his way. So, well, Razim Zai was the first wicket to go. He went for 40, but Zishan Arif just kept on going, and he played some outstanding shots, and this was the way it came to an end. There's the ball. Well, I was worried about the two of them clonking into each other, but the ball clonked into the leg of the keeper and went to the boundary, and it was done and dusted. So well done to the Pack Riders. They get a victory under their belt, but you got to say it's well, another bad result for the Austrian Daredevils. Well, their day is done, the 2 matches that they had today. But well, the Pack Riders, they, weather permitting, have got 2 more matches later on today. Match number 24, they take on Vienna Danube, and then the Vienna Eagles later on as well. Have a look at that scorecard. Zishan Arif, what a knock it was from him, 67 not out of 24, and then Abdullah Rahim Zai, 40 of 15, and those two put on that 93-run partnership. With the bowlers, well, they tried and tried hard. Chakwat Zadran, nothing really going his way. He was the most expensive, went for 35. The other bowlers, well, we saw that Manzuzai, he went magical, 23 off his one over. The same with Tariq Ahmadzai, 23 was off each one over as well. So Zadran, his key bowlers, not really putting in the sort of performance that he wanted. Only Shahid Ahmed bowled very well. I mean, he picked up 2 for 19 when he was brought back in over number 6 to pick up the wicket to try and give him some hope. He did just that, but they needed to get Arif while he was there. This match was only going in one direction, and it does. So well done to Pack Riders. They are victorious and winning that one by 8 wickets. So congratulations to them, and just remember, we have got plenty more cricket coming up for you today. The Vienna Eagles, they fly back into business as they take on Vienna Danube. So we have got the Vienna Derby, that one coming up in around about 15 minutes time. So join us then. You're watching the FanCode European Cricket Series. Rico Full here and Vinny Sandhu signing off, but we'll be back in 15.
The European Cricket Series is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, FanCode, and Grizzly Bear Sports.
Hello, cricket lovers, and welcome back as we get ready for the next contest. And it is Vienna Eagles that come back, and they're hoping that they can continue the way that they started the day. They got a good win, didn't they, against the Austrian Daredevils, thanks to an excellent knock from Kumanjar, 84. He made of 30 deliveries, and he's up against. They're up against Vienna Danube. So it's a bit of a Vienna derby happening here. And what I can tell you, the news from the coin toss is that it was the Vienna Eagles that won the toss and elected to have a bat first. So Danube, well, they're hoping that they can get a victory or two under their belt as well. Remember last time we saw them in day 3, they lost to Indian Vienna and 122 to 97. And then when they were batting first against Cricketer CC, they put 114 on the board, but Cricketer CC knocked those off quite emphatically. And then in the third match they played, match number 15, they got to 100 against Grass Cricket Academy. And Grass Cricket Academy, they were on fire on that day. They won that one by 7 wickets with 27 balls to go. So looking to get some points on the board. It's not going to be easy because they're up against a team, the Eagles, that have certainly found their form. And there's no surprise that it's going to be the same openers. They're going to continue here. The captain, Karanbir Singh, was in very good form earlier on. And of course, Kumar Jar. We've seen 2 very good opening partnerships in the 2 matches that we've seen today. Those 2 out there in the middle, when they put 94 on together. In the last match, we saw a good one from Zishan Arif and Adurazum Zai, who put 40 on. They put 93 together. Here's the first delivery. It starts off with a dot. There we go. That's one. A dot ball. So it is Mulakil. Short one, and it's been punched down the ground. It won't go to the boundary as the outfield is really slowing up as the rain continues. Has got a little bit heavier as well here now. So the umpires will keep an eye on things. The umpire and the tournament referee, of course, Jerome Peters. And, of course, it's all about the safety of the players. I mean, hats off to all the players who have been keen from all the sides wanting to play, but it gets to a point where I think the umpires have to intervene and just decide that we've got to take the safety of the players into consideration, as the rain definitely has got heavier now. It's also coming in at an awkward angle, especially if you're a batter now. The angle of this rain is really full on. Right at you. You can see Karanbir Singh doing his best to try and stay warm. Can't do anything about it, but staying dry. Kamujar faces his first. Look out for the social media, an interview that I had with Kamujar, who was the player of the match in that victory. That was an incredible chase earlier. Had a nice chat with him, and he spoke a little bit about what he was thinking when he was out there batting, as he looks like he survives this LBW period. But the rain is definitely getting heavier here now, and I can just look at some of the fielders, some of the players, and looking around and thinking, what are we doing out here? The bowlers are going to start to get concerned about their footing. This is a nice looking shot, and well, it's good for sliding, that's sure. Once again, we see a nice shot there, which I think on some of the earlier days that we've had here would definitely have gone to the boundary. That one just slows up. The question is, at what point will the 2 umpires, well, they cross each other there now at the end of that over, so only the 2 runs from it. Have a look at some of the top players there. So Omari for Vienna Danube is quite key with the bat, as well as Amin. they're hoping that they can click and get to whatever total that the Eagles can put all together. Short delivery, and he swings about at it and gets quite lucky. Flies off the edge. Will go for 4 runs. So 4 carreras. Eagles, I was a little bit surprised that they did elect to bat first, considering how well they chased the runs down against the Austrian Devils. Remember, chased 131 for victory, and they did it with 4 balls to go as well. Kumajar was just sensational, but deciding like to bat first. This is going down on leg side, so not out. And unfortunately, folks, as the rain starts to get heavy, I think it's probably only a matter of time. I know it's not what you want to hear, but maybe just a matter of time before I think the umpires decide that they're going to have to get off, because not only is it just becoming a little bit slippery and slidey and perhaps a bit dangerous for the players out in the outfield, and the batters running as well, but of course the pitch will start to take its toll as well as it starts to soak up the water. It's starting to get a little bit uncomfortable here now as well. Yusuf Azai. Here's the bowler. Well, they take on quite a tight single, and they get there. Yusuf Zia walks back to his mark. Both these openers looking to recapture the kind of form that they've shown already. It's a nice delivery, nice and full, and excited about it, but it doesn't take anything on the way through. Nicely taken by the keeper, Zaid Mikhail. There's a bit of excitement, but there's nothing there. And this is hit very well, and this one will stay hit. Plenty of power in that shot, and a lovely shot. Absolutely clobbers this Kubanjar out through the covers. Nice shot to play in the power play. Gets it over the infield. So 4 more. And that takes us to the end of 2 overs. 12 on the board. Karanveer Singh will be on strike for the start of this one. Let's just have a look where these 2 teams are. So Vienna Eagles, they've got 2 on the board. They're sitting in 9th at the moment. Vienna Danube, their partners, the other team from Vienna, have yet to register any points, and they played 3 games. As this one is struck down the ground, and it will stay hit. Lovely shot there from Karanveer Singh. Beautifully played, 4 runs, and a fine time to welcome back into the commentary position is Mr. Maximov in his hand.
Yeah, thanks. It's good to be back, and really nice shot to start the over. Yeah, it's uncomfortable conditions right now. I think if it gets any heavier than this, I think they'll maybe have to come off. But I mean, it's been tough all day. It's kind of been coming and going. So I'll give it a chance to clear a bit more. Anyway, clearing the outfield is the captain, who's going large, Karanveer Singh. Maximo, what a shot that is.
Yeah, this is a great shot. Well, he's played one. That was basically all along the deck. And then he says, you know what, now I'm going the aerial route because it gets there quicker. And it does. Karanveer held the rain lashing into him as the angle changes. But at the moment, he's thinking, yeah, I don't mind it so much. I think the bowler, though, is, well, probably thinking, I'm not liking this too much. The ball comes back to him, and it's going to be like a bar of soap. Miralikel. Oh, short. Gets through. Nice take from the keeper.
Yeah, it's not easy for anyone out there. That certainly seems back. I've been really impressed with the bounce in this pitch. I think it's provided an opportunity for batters to kind of play those horizontal bat shots. Those that can. A bit more bounce in the pitch we saw in Milan, for example.
This is struck well, and it stays hit, and this will go all the way. And manos arriba from the arbitro. So what a lovely hit this is. It hits it pretty flat but strong, and clears the rope. And, one that has to be found, and well, the fielder finds it. rubs some of the dirt from it, and it goes into the towel. And the captain, Guybert Malia, will take some more of the moisture off the ball and hands it back to Mirakel. So much better over this one. Finally do get going. Oh, what a shot. And this is going to sting the fielder. He gets something on it, and it stays on it. The fingerprint as the ball goes to the boundary. This Jerome Peters, the tournament referee, just observing from the boundary, just keeping an eye on proceedings and staying in contact with the umpires, and making his observations. And I think, folks, to be honest, my opinion is not a question of will they, it's a question of when. Yes, this one is a feisty one. It certainly will be one for the over, that's for sure.
Yeah, and the thing is, I suppose one good thing is that we're through the first 3 overs, so if they did come off, I suppose the window to complete the game is a little bit shorter. But I mean, like I say, the umpires will give it an opportunity to clear. Yeah, it's frustrating for everyone. Batters hate it, bowlers hate it, fielders hate it, umpires hate it.
Yeah.
I think anyone that's not undercover hates it, but that's just the way it is sometimes.
Of course, the viewers hate it as well. Nobody wants to see the cricket to stop here. But once again, I repeat, it's all about the safety of the players. And once it starts to get a little bit slippery, and you've got to make a call. And I know it's probably an unpopular one, but I'm sure people understand, especially those that have played the game will understand. Captain, come on, bowls his spin. And, well, this one, interesting, because he smacks it back onto his pad. See, does the ball go down on the deck first? Well, I wonder if this, is there a peel there? I wonder if this hits the ground at all. What do you think here, Viv? Let's see, he hits it. I don't think this hits the ground.
I don't think anyone appealed there.
Nobody appeals. This is, I don't think the ball, oh, maybe it does. Maybe it goes foot ground.
I don't reckon. I reckon it hits the foot clean, but no one picked it up. The keeper kind of like, but he's not. The thing is, I know how feet work, right? And that wasn't like it never like jams into the foot and ground at the same time, right?
Yeah.
And there's only one impact, which then sends it to the keeper. So I actually genuinely think that was out and no one realised.
Yeah, I think if we had a bit more time, we could have really slowed it down. But that definitely was a close call for me. So, yeah, that's a good delivery, but just drifting. You can see that Karanveer Singh is looking to get that little sweep away, going right across, but he can afford to do so because of the line that was being bowled to him. So the battle of the two captains is temporarily put on hold as Jar goes back on strike. And he hits it down the ground and it stays hit. It's a bit of a shot. Balle, balle, balle. Inna sona. Shaka lagya. Lovely shot. And just continuing from where we left off. Fine shot.
Yeah, great shot there. And so, Vienna CC, or Vienna Eagles, I should say. Pretty solid start this, without being crazy. Like Malia though, brings a lot to the table.
It's a good delivery. This one does swing back in a fair bit. I must admit, the moment it left his hand, I thought, this could be a wide. Watch this come back in. Look at this shape back.
That's the wind for you, right?
Yeah.
So anyway, it takes us to the end of the over. It's 40 for none after 4.
Yeah, so where they want to be at the moment. The Eagles haven't lost a wicket, so this partnership continues to grow. And with wickets in hand, they know they can get the acceleration in. So at the moment, they're on course for the 100. But once again, I believe they'll be looking for around about a 120 score short. This is a wild swing from Karanveer as Mohammed Amin comes into the attack. His place is so early. Not a good shot. And you can see that Kamujah has a few words with the captain and says, hey, Skip, come on. Back to basics. Quicker. Hit hard, and it will go all the way. 6 more. Ginna Sona Shaka Lagya. Well, it may be a little bit wet, breezy, and windy, but there's a bit of spice out there as well. As Karanbir Singh sends another ball to the boundary, and he gets 6 runs from it. So Amin just needs to pitch up. Haven't seen we said this before, not too many Yorker length deliveries. This is short again, but he's missed out this time by Singh.
Yeah, obviously a bit of a tactic to mix up the speed of the bowlers. I mean, Malia, I think, did a pretty good job. Vienna Danube just always seemed like a good team out of luck to me, you know. So it's, let's see what they can do here.
So slower delivery. He's hit away nicely and gets a single. Yeah, that's better from Singh rather than where he just throws everything at it and loses his shape. This time he keeps his eye on it. He picks a slow ball from him in, plays it out on the offside. A single gets taken. Oh, the timing of this, absolute epic. And this is what Kamujar did in the match earlier today. He just makes it look easy. This is sweet. Sweeter than a bowl of rasmalai. What a hit, what a shot.
Yeah, good shot. And this guy, Jar, was on fire earlier. Fire and rain, that's the story here on day 5. 50 comes up as well in the 50 partnership for Vienna Eagles.
Yeah, a lovely shot. Just timed the ball so well. That's not a bad reply from the bowler. It will be the end of the over. 13 come from it. And 53 without loss at the halfway point, Vinny.
Yeah, let's have a look at how you can get in touch with us if you'd like to. You can always message at European Cricket as well. It does get a bit busy in the inbox there sometimes. If you haven't already, make sure that you subscribe to our YouTube channel, ECN European Cricket Network. Live cricket 7 days a week. In fact, I think the next day we don't have ECN Cricket is the 1st of October. That kind of gives you an idea that there's been a lot going on. And also, you can get me at Mr. Maximo and get Rico at Rico Full as well as we start a new over. Starts with a single well handled out there as Malia comes back into the attack.
A lot of noise out there from the fielding side. Chubba, chubba, chubba.
He's a clever bowler. He's a clever cricketer, Cobra Malia. Big fan.
Yeah.
And also, he's our new favourite because he did bring us cappuccinos the other day. Anyway, hanging full toss. This could be trouble, and it goes pretty much straight through the hands. I think this is 4, you know. But it's a misjudgment from the outfielder. It pretty much blows through. I don't think it's high. I think it's coming down. Let's have a look. Yep, that's 4.
Yeah, 4 runs. He gets it wrong, doesn't he, the fielder? And the captain will be disappointed that he hasn't broken his partnership. And yeah, 4 runs being signalled by the umpire.
Yep.
So getting that right. Nicely
That's
done.
one in the field, actually. We used to say, if that happened to you, you got to say it's 6 anyway, so you don't get in trouble. And say, look, I was right on the line, boss. What do you want me to do? It was definitely 6. When it goes over your head, it goes for 4. Then you've got a genuine egg on your face situation. And that's exactly what happened that time. Luckily, it'll wash off today.
Well, yeah. Good delivery. So he's got the variation. He gets the one which is quite wide outside off. He's got the knack of drifting the ball in. That one was just a little slower. Just pushes it up there with nothing behind it at all. No pace. Trying to get the prize scalp of Kamujar. And now he goes for the wide one, and it is too wide. Kamujar not gonna be tempted to chase after that one.
You can hear the wind. I think times like these, Rico, you should be reveling in the small pleasure that we are in the grandstand, undercover, protected from the wind and the elements, compared to where we were at the start of the tournament.
Well, we couldn't go back to where we were anyway, because it doesn't exist anymore. All that is left out there is the foundations.
That is true.
As we wait, apparently we're told that the cube is on its way, but it depends. If it's the same company that shipped your robots, well, we'll never see it.
I mean, even if they put the cube up, I think it'll be departing pretty soon after with this wind. Anyway, this is also departing up and out of here. Maximo. Not a good ball from Malia. His control's been pretty good for the most part, but this one gets away from him and it never comes back.
Yeah, he lets himself down, doesn't he, with this short one. I think he takes all the pace off it, but unfortunately, he doesn't have the legs to get up to the other end and become a full pitch delivery. It's short, it gets walloped. The partnership continues. Yeah, 67 they move on to now, and Karanveer Singh, 37 of 17. And I think all the teams that are watching will know that these are the two that you need to get pretty early. Otherwise, well, the Eagles, they'll hurt you. Malia, how will he finish his spell? He's gone for 22. The ball to go in it. And this will be a wide as well. Oh, yeah. Oh,
Yeah,
I thought the umpire was going to give it to him for a moment.
I love that he wants to review this. No, you don't, Kaiba, because this is genuinely over the line. Look,
He's right on it.
yeah,
He's right on
and
it.
the
there.
evidence shows, because it bounces literally on that line. Don't waste a review on that, Kaiba. I know you're captain. Don't be petty. Oh, well, I'll tell you what, he didn't want to re-bowl it because this is why it's disappeared into the wheat. Maximo to finish the over. Kaiba ends up going for 29. But I still love him for bringing that cappuccino the other day. And, well, an expensive finish to the over. After that, 74 without loss.
Well, Abdul Midakal gets saved there. He's just about to venture where no man wants to go, especially on a wet day like this. And they said, hang up, don't worry, come back, leave it, because that ball is gone a long way inside there. I tell you what, somebody's going to find a lot of balls in there one day.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, I hope they get them out before they put the machinery on there. Otherwise, we might have some issues. Anyway,
There'll be a few blades broken, you're sure.
that was a tight wide, but I mean, they've been pretty good with wides. In fact, lots of teams have been good with their control today. Here's a bowler I really like, Jamakel, but tough conditions for him.
And this one just drops short of the fielder. He well, deals with it pretty well in the end.
He slings it
He
in.
looks like he's wearing a scarf, but I think that might be the towel used. to
Slings
fight
it
the
in
ball.
like he's in a duel in a spaghetti western as well. The throw from Abdul Rahman. Yeah, I like this bowler. Do you like a Jamakel? I think that he's got good energy, he's got good bounce, gets good revs on the ball. But like I said, slippery ball. Let's see if he can get it right.
Oh, full toss. It gets absolutely pelted. Well, this is another one that, well, at least this one can be seen. It's just on the fringe of the crops. But that's been absolutely bashed brutally.
Probably fine for height because it is coming down. You see the trajectory?
Yeah.
I think that's fine, but it's not fine because it goes for 6.
Yeah, not a good delivery. It's a full bunga from Jabakal. Now he goes a little bit short and he rocks back and he says, well, he's going to make this one disappear. And Karanveer Singh brings up his half century. Board number 20 to do it in. Board Badaya Karanveer Singh ne adana swere pronte kha ke aaya lagda because, well, he's having a good time out there. He made 33 or 22 in that earlier partnership of 94 with Kumanjar. And now in this partnership of 87, he's got 55 of them in pretty quick time.
Yeah.
But God, I'll let you translate what he's saying. कितना मेरी पैंट नमी सी मेरे शू सी उनका सारे सत्यानाश हो गए. Oh, I love it.
Yeah, well, he wants a review of his trousers. Anyway, here's the next one. Uh-oh.
He's going there again. And the fielder, you're going to manly ja raha, tu ja. And now Miracle will have to go. He said, don't worry, I'll go. Oh, God, you're going to love it.
I mean, you should be allowed to have one fielder that just stays in the wheat. I think that might even it up a little bit. And now, let's see how it works this day. He's saying, if you're smart, you get on the offside and you stay on the offside. I think, I'll tell you someone who's smart. Sharkat Saeed, he's at point and he's just clapping occasionally. Come on, guys. Keep it up. He's watching ball after ball disappear, and he never has to fetch it.
You know when you see people sometimes at the beach and they think, you know what, forget it, I'm going in there.
You know
when
who
they
else?
start to remove their clothing. I'm waiting.
Uh-oh.
There's going to be another. Oh, no. You know what? I'm waiting for one of the players to take his shirt off, shoes off, and his trousers and walk in there saying, I'm not getting, just give me a towel.
This has always been the issue for Jabba, Cal, getting the length right on this, you know, in these conditions for leg spinner. You know who else is pretty smart and who's on the offside? The captain, Kaiba Malia. You're having a chat to him now. So this over's gone for 26. There's still 2 to come.
Saying, Ajo, Papas, Ajo, any Labani, come back. He says, come back. Karambir, I tell you what, if he has it, I'm going to say it. I'm going to try and jinx him. If he gets enough of the strike here, there's 100 on. I mean, they're on 100 at the moment. He's got 67 of them.
2 to come then. Free hit. Thankfully, that has not got into the Field of Dreams. Oh.
Field of Dreams. I don't know if that's the Field of Dreams and Nightmares where the play's going in. Well, the over did go magical. And is that the overs they want to come?
No, I reckon there's 1 to come. Yeah,
I think there's 1 to go.
Bad news. Well, take that down because we still got 1 to go here. I'm pretty sure. Let's just go back to the...
I think there is 1 to come.
So there's the no ball. So
Jebbico, of course, doesn't want to bowl it.
1, 6, 6, 6, no blow plus 6, 1. And now wide, unless that's hit the pad.
And
I don't know about this. Batters, I don't know if he thinks it's hit the pad.
Yeah,
has hit the pad.
It comes back.
Yeah,
and
takes a little bit of the knee. So Jabakil gets a bit of luck. It's a little bit too late. 101 without loss after 7. Let's have a look at what's coming up. I try and do this once a day. Here's all the 2-week blocks till the end of the year. Ready? Austria, Bulgaria, Sweden, Romania, Hungary, Czech Republic, Switzerland, Germany, Dresden, Germany, Krefeld, Italy, Rome. Then we've got the ECC, and then we'll go to Croatia, Malta, and then hopefully Spain to finish the year.
So
Easy
come
as
on,
that.
what's the trick to remember all those? Come on, what have you done? You've obviously given them all something to remember.
Probably looked at the commentator schedule a few too many times. But anyway,
I thought maybe you've rehearsed a little song in your head and you know what's to come, you know?
No, that's a good idea, though. Yeah, it would sound a little bit like Kokomo if we did it that way. Oh, wow. Hit that.
This is the slowest bounce I think I've ever seen. But it
maybe
gets over the head. It's a wide.
I mean, bowler's short, ball's short. Ball ends up high. That's over the umpire's head as well. Yeah, it'd be like Romania and Sweden. Ooh, we're going to see them. I'm going to continue that after this ball. Actually, maybe I won't. Oh, edge dropped. That was a huge wide that he hits.
Oh, what happened here? It's a wipeout. Oh, what is going on here? What happened? How did this happen? Let's look at this again. First, the catch goes. I mean, I'll say goes down. It would have been a sensational take.
I mean, it's great effort, but then he has more problems. Bang. He just...
Dear, oh dear.
It's headbutts him in the middle. Anyway, this is in the air. Anyone? Oh, another collision coming up. No, Malia's got it. Well, after it, there's one that looked like, you know, when a bull charges. That was the previous ball. The bull charges the bullfighter. Malia charges this. And finally, we got a wicket. Jar's gone for 29. 103 for 1.
Yeah, they get the 100 partnership together this time after 94 in the first match that the two played earlier today. But they get the wicket to Kamajap. And once again, yeah, you're right. Our hearts were in our mouths and we thought there's another collision coming. So Kamajap, he's the one to fall this time. But Karambir Singh is still there. So he's on his way back.
Had to get told which tent to go to, so I don't know if he got lost. It's been so long since he's been back there, 7.5 overs.
Well, he hasn't been.
So what are you guys doing over there? Aren't we sitting here?
Yeah.
No. We haven't all moved during the first 7 overs of this game.
Okay, Saeed standing well away from his stumps, carves this one away to get his captain back on strike.
Tell you what, this has created some incredible cricket entertainment today, the fact that the field's a little bit greasy. Because think about the all-run 5 we had earlier. Think about some of the attempts to catch.
Oh, well, this one is on the shoulder, I think, of Karambir.
I think he's bowled a bouncer in the over, but I don't think this is above the shoulder. And I think the proof will be where it hits him. Because if it hits him in the shoulder, it's not really above the shoulder, is it?
Yeah.
Let's have a look. bang. Yeah, I mean, I think it's. I mean, if you called it there, you'd probably say it's going high. Maybe it still is. I mean, is it? I think because it hits him in the shoulder, you can't really call that. And now it should be gone, and it is gone. So yeah, Saeed's going to have to go. Maranikel gets a second wicket and 2 for 3 off the over, just changing the narrative a little bit. 105 for 2.
Yeah, I tell you what, for a little bloke, half gets some height on his deliveries, doesn't he? He likes to bang it in. And this one, again, is the shorter one, gets the edge, and, well, the keeper this time uses both the gloves, and he takes the catch. So, yeah, well done, nicely done by Zahid Michael. So
that's why, it's a big call, but I think they get the call right. And if it was a no ball, that would have been a free hit, and that would have been out. So, the umpires are having to make a lot of decisions in a game. They have plenty to think about.
Well, he does go to the wrong. Does he go to the wrong tent? He does.
That's the
shot.
It's the decompression tent. Anyway, this is a really good shot, isn't it?
Yeah.
So
that's 6.
Yeah, it's
that
gone
is
all
6.
the way. Maximum time.
Cracking, powerful shot. Cranberry really has got the power, hasn't he? And like I say, if he can stay on strike, we could see something magical.
I'm going to come back to something from a little bit earlier.
Yeah, 6 runs. Manos arriba from the arbitro.
Yeah, so I'm clearing. And yeah, the boundary rope kind of getting sunk in a bit. I think maybe getting a few comments that we maybe can try and bring that out a little bit.
Okay, where does this go? It's going, and it's gone. Well, he's a powerhouse, isn't he, Kernbeard? And the umpires has to put him up in the air like he just don't care. It's 6 more, so back-to-back boundaries. And sometimes, well, if you want to do something special, maybe you do need a little bit of luck. Well, that's another 6. So he's motoring away in to the 80s now. Vinny, what do you reckon?
I'm not going to jinx him. But
I've said it already. You can blame me. I've said it already.
It's going to be on you then. And he'll get one here. And want to get back. Probably could have on the slight fumble, but then a good arm.
He's got to go
power-wise.
He's got to go. Oh, well, in hindsight, he'll just stay there.
Turns out he had plenty of chances to get the 2. He eventually took one. Oh, wow.
Yeah, I mean, he could have sacrificed the other batter, but decides not to. But in the end, he doesn't have to because it's an easy one. Hussain wouldn't have been happy. This time he just blocks out. So 2 balls to come in this over. There's 8 to come in the innings. And he wants to face as many of them as possible to see if he can bring up the magical 100. And this one, it'll help. It's going to be another boundary. Bolle. 6 más. And just like that, he moves close to those 90s.
What an innings. I mean, they've really turned it on a couple of times, Eagles, with some individual contributions. Jart in the last game. I mean, right now, Curran Beer, what an individual effort this is. 89 off 30. There's 7 balls left in this innings. Now here, does he take a 1? Does he go for broke?
Oh, well, this one gets past him, gets past the keeper, and what's this gone as by,
yeah.
So Curran Beer would love to say he got a bit something on that, especially since he's gone to the boundary.
Thought it might have scratched the bottom of the bat, but obviously it didn't. So 9 overs down, it's 129 for 2. These are the centuries we've seen this year on ECN, starting with Lala. Remember when it was Lala time? 140 off 41, including 20 Maximos. That's also a record. Hamza Niaz in the ECL put on a show, didn't he, against Hornchurch for the eventual champions draw. We saw Madagala Gunasakara as well in Cyprus. You were there for that one, playing for the Black Caps. And Jabba Shark, another one in Cyprus. Anyway, he's not on strike at the moment. Last overtime, Amin to bowl.
It's high up in the air, and it's going to be dropped, which is
who's loving that.
This is a result for Curran Beer. Otherwise, he would have had to walk back to the non-strikers. And
yep, he would have. And so that is just a gift-wrapped present for a guy who's on 89. And now I think he wants to face every single ball in this innings.
Okay, here we go. Oh, launches into this, and it's going to go big. Bolle. We're into the 90s. 95 of 32 deliveries. Well, if he hits another one of those, he'll bring it up in style. What a knock.
Yeah.
What an innings.
95, and now's not the time to be careful either. Has to keep hitting boundaries, doesn't he? So big moment on the cards. Are we going to have our first century of the series?
He goes for it. It's up in the air. It's going. Gear, and what's happened here? Has that gone? It's gone for 4. Oh, my word. We're seeing everything today. He's basically pushed the ball and the fielder over for a boundary. He goes to 99.
I can't even
Look
work
at
out
this.
what happens here.
Again,
Look,
the ball stops.
Yeah, it stops.
The ball stops. What is this?
Meanwhile, come back because I think he's got his 100.
It's going to be. There it is. It's 100. Oh, Karanveer Singh किन्ना सोना रब ने तेनू बनाया अपनी सेंचुरी पूरी कर ली शाबाश and everybody say shaba together. It's a magical moment for the captain of the Vienna Eagles as he brings up his 100. It could have been
dropped.
He was dropped on 99. It's all happening thick and fast. Oh, what a moment for him. And now it's the other batter Hussain.
What's going on?
To bring up a boundary.
This is absolute chaos in this innings. We didn't even pick up how he got it. We just saw he's running the runs, but he was dropped by the keeper, Zaid Merkel, to bring up his 100th run. That's after some kind of extreme game of twister that went wrong. Got him 4 runs when he shouldn't have got 4. He should have only got 2. But he's got his 100. What an innings. And one we'll never forget.
Yeah, sensational. Well, I bet he's glad that the rain just stayed away and doesn't spoil his party. So, in to bowl the last of the first innings. It's a dot ball to finish with. But what a knock from Karanveer Singh. He finishes on 100, not out exactly of 34 deliveries. Well batted indeed. And what a lovely moment that is. I mean, this is what it's all about, isn't it, folks? I mean, I know they're competitive there in the middle, but once the innings comes to an end, all the opposition players coming up to him, congratulating him. And, marvellous. Look, that is so great. And that's why European cricket at the moment is so great. And stronger together, growing all the time. Fantastic. I'm loving to see that. But what a knock that is from the captain. And this time, once again, he put the 100 partnership up first with him and Kamancha, and then he went on and put 100 on the board himself. A lovely moment that is. And you know what? That's the beauty about the European Cricket Network. It's something that'll be out there forever. He'll be able to show it to his friends, his family, for years to come. What a knock it was. And, what an innings, Vinny. What an innings.
Yeah, I mean, roll the videotape because this is going to be good. And an all-out assault, really, on the bowling. And, we thought with these conditions, with the kind of persistent drizzle we're getting, we thought we're going to see low scores. The ball's going to get heavy. It's not going to get hit so far. Well, some of these batters have shown us otherwise. And it was this huge partnership that set things up. And, both batters hitting the ball pretty well. But it was Karanveer's time to shine, wasn't it? 100 of 34 balls.
Yeah, sometimes when, Lady Luck is shining on you, well, I'm not saying it was all luck, but he had a fair bit of it, and he needed it. I mean, luck in terms of chances, luck in terms of making sure he goes back on strike. I mean, all of those things worked in his favour. Then right at the end being dropped on 99, it was just meant to be.
I mean, this is where things really took off into the stratosphere as Jamarkel just had a bit of trouble with his length. You can see dragging some down, a fair few full tosses. This is where there were constant wheat trips, weren't there? And this one, I mean, this is the first collision, and it was a headbutt to the pelvis, resulted in 1 run. Jar eventually he would go. He was one of only 2 wickets to fall in the innings. But yeah, they kind of all took off, didn't it? That was the wicket where, like I said, that was the second wicket, and that was about it because it was time for Karanveer to take over. And, had a few bits of luck. Remember this, because he should be back to non-strikers end here, but the bowler, he shells it. So he does get back on strike, and then he was on 95, and then this happened, and, this is stopping, and somehow there's ball on man. There's man on man. He ends up sitting on the ball while he's over the rope. Takes him to 99. And then, this is probably the least convincing 100th run ever.
Yeah, he gets put down, and there you go. Luck was on his side, and boy, isn't he happy about it. What a moment for him, though, for the captain to come and be seeing the captain of Vienna Eagles. It all is happening out there today. Absolutely amazing, as you just see some more pitch inspections happening while we have a look on the scorecard. Currently seeing 134. He'll have his name etched in the Hall of Fame.
Yeah, what a great innings that is by Curran Beer, the captain. It feels so happy for him. 13 Maximos and 3 fours, and they're striking at 294. That is a real crack, isn't it? And you know what I love about that? He gets dropped, caught behind. He never even turns around to look at the ball again. He just says, I don't want to know what's happening back there. I'm running, and if I make it, and he could tell from the cheers of his teammates that he was safe. Miralikel just gets the one over in the end, gets 2 wickets for his trouble. It was hard going for most of his compatriots as they get knocked for 145. Having said that, I mean, it's been a high-scoring day. Vienna Danube will hope that they can put a few runs on the board. They've got some good hitters as well. So join us. We'll be back with the reply in around about 10 minutes or so. Many sound to him, Mr. Maximo. Rico Full with me. And back after the break on ECN for more FanCode European Cricket Series.
The European Cricket Series is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, FanCode, and Grizzly Bear Sports.
Hello and welcome back to Austria. Great to have your company here. Day 5 action. It is Friday. Well, normally it's Peacock Friday. It's not so bright today here in the Austrian capital as we are at the Seymour Cricket Ground. But we are getting the cricket on in slightly uncomfortable conditions, but it's been pretty persistent drizzle throughout the day. But, you know, with the nature of the artificial pitch, it's held up pretty well. And I would have thought maybe it would have been tough to see a lot of high scores. Well, that man there, he can be very proud. That's Karanbir Singh. And I can tell you that he is now on the ECN Hall of Fame with his century. There you go, 100 not out of 34 balls. He's the 5th centurion of 2023. Joins a very exclusive club. And you can see before this, we just had the 4. The even 100. Well, it needed a bit of luck to get there as well. Drop catch got him back on strike. There was a bizarre boundary that took him to 99, where the fielders got tangled up with each other. And then he nicked one to the keeper, who couldn't hold on in the slippery conditions, and that was his 100th run. But it doesn't matter how you get them. I remember when I first scored 100, I was dropped 12 times. 12 times. And I didn't care because I reached the magical 3 figures. I think any batter that's experienced that will know the feeling. It's a very, very good one. Kazim Saeed's going to get us going. Well, look, the runs are on the board, and they're going to have to try and chase them. Vinod Danube on their return to action. It's going to be the captain, Kaiba Malia, who's out there. It's Shafiullah Yousafzai to be the non-striker. Doesn't have a great start, drops his bat. And the bowler will be Kazim Saeed. So just waiting for the clock to tick over. Hello, you guys. And I noticed that there was a membership that was gifted. Let me just go and catch up in the chat. Kroom gifted an ECN membership, and it went to Shrug. As everyone knows, it's gift roulette, isn't it? Because it goes to, you can't choose who you gift it to. You just say, I want to gift one, and then suddenly it just pops up against someone's name, and it went to Shrug. So congratulations, Shrug. There's Stefan. He's loving the weather, as you can tell. So, yeah, Shrug's a very worthy recipient. And that's very kind of you, Kroom. Thanks for supporting the European Cricket Network. And obviously, that entertainment has spurred him to I don't know exactly what's going on here. Has spurred him to be, to want to contribute a little bit more. I'm not quite sure what this is about. Rico Full joins me back in the commentary box. Karan, in an interesting conversation here at the moment. I don't know what this is about the 11 take the field, but certainly his 100 was a memorable moment.
Yeah, it certainly was. And well, it's in the back of the man who brought up the 100. What a good moment it is for him. He's got his name in the Hall of Fame there as well. And Karanbir Singh, fantastic moment. It's a day that he'll remember for a long time. And what a knock it was. And what a day we've had so far. I mean, the weather's far from ideal. It's wet, it's slippery, it's windy. But the players are as keen as anything to want to play. And as long as the conditions remain safe enough, we'll carry on. I mean, it got close to the wire at the start of that one as it really was hammering down for a bit. But just went back to that light drizzle. And so far, the wicket and the outfield is coping with it.
Yeah, it is. Anyway, let's get going then. First ball, Miles down the leg side. Well, that's the perfect start, isn't it, when you're chasing 146. 5 for free from Saeed.
Yeah, it certainly is. Minimo time. Well, not quite a maximo, which is a 6. Well, 1 less than 6 is 5. That is a minimo. The wicketkeeper does try to get to it. Kumujar, not able to, so not the best of starts.
Well, Kroom, I didn't know this. I must have missed out on this. He said he'd gift a membership for any 100, hat-trick or fifer when he was watching. So, well, Kroom, that's very, very kind of you. I thought it might have been for the slips. But anyway, it's still good. Another good innings for extras potentially. But I mean, most of the players have been pretty good, not bowling too many wides. I mean, there's always going to be a few, not just the ball being slippery, but also this wind is pretty big, isn't it, left to right? And a lot of balls have been pushed down the leg side to the right-hander.
Yeah, definitely, yes. Saeed, 5 wides, and then that one's going to be wide. So no runs on the bat as yet, but 6 on the board. And that'll do. That's a sort of start. Now, listen, we have had already one great run chase, and it was Vienna Eagles themselves that chased down a 131. in the match early today. This one's been clobbered away and will go bang into the famous banner. The Stronger Together banner. Well, that one certainly has made its rounds on the social media. And that gets whacked again. So 4 runs, first runs off the bat. And just like that, is 10 on the board.
I actually haven't had a chance to check out our social media for a little while last night because I was at All You Can Eat Greek. And we'll probably come to that later in the day for food chat if we get that far. But I can't wait to see that that moment where it was man versus banner. Secunda Hyatt. Is that up, is it? Has that been on the social media? Have you seen that one?
I haven't seen it myself, but I'm imagining it has to be. The field here, it goes to, look, that gives you an indication of just what it's like out there. So you see Field is just trying to get the throw in, and next thing you know, he's down on the deck as it's almost like somebody's got a rope and has yanked at his legs. So he'd go short, and the batter rocks back and puts it away. That's a fine shot on the left-hander. Well, this one goes over the picket fence.
Yeah, now you got smart. You got around the fence. Well, we haven't seen too many hit over this fence in this series. That's the reverse wheat field. And what a very good shot that is from Malia. Well, one captain's already peeled off 100. If another captain can do something similar, we could have a game on our hands.
Yeah, and like I said, we've had a good run chase already in the day. In fact, it's always, so far today, is the teams doing the chasing that have done the winning. So, well, it's you've jinxed him well and truly. And, well, can I just say that when I mentioned that the Karanbir Singh was on 100, and he was on around 60 at the time, he went on and got the 100. You called it pretty early for the captain of Vienna Danube, and this is what happens next.
6 and out. Classic 6 and out. Well, he's only 94 short, to be fair to him. And, well, he gets a good one, doesn't he? It just goes straight through the gate. And Malia does hit a good shot, but he goes soon after. And it's 18 for 1.
Yeah, disappointment for the captain of the Vienna Danube. He's going to have to make his way back. So it's not he that's going to be getting those runs. But one thing I suppose you could say at the moment, the way it stands right now, well, whatever happens at the end of this over, they've got the runs on the board that they need, more than enough at the moment. Saheed gets one on the money and knocks him over. It's difficult, though, you got to say. I mean, it doesn't surprise me that much that we've had a high-scoring day, because it's always going to be difficult for the bowlers and also for the fielders. So even though the outfield is pretty slow, you're still seeing plenty of runs being scored. This one's down the leg side once again, and well, oh no, well, if the bowler could have got back quick enough, it would have been a run out. Maybe he's just been a bit sporting. This is where, just gets stuck in the middle. Down he goes. Once again, indicating just how slippery it is, Vinny. This is what happens there. We'll talk to you about the ball that we've just seen now. We'll go back to it, but you can see there, just get stuck.
The thing is, they're going so quick through their overs today. So, yeah, the next ball was already bowled. Now we might have some more time to show you what you missed. Everything's backwards in this innings. We've seen balls go to the left of the screen. We've seen balls pulling the ball to the left of the screen. That's another set of 5 wides.
Yeah, it's another minimo. And this over, as though it's produced a wicket, it's also now gone magical. So Vienna Danube have got the perfect start, apart from the fact that they've lost their captain along the way. 24 for 1. There's still a ball to go in this over.
Yeah. Can he get on target? Probably would have missed leg as well. Instead, it's going to be cracked for 4. So Amin, we know how well he hits, and that rattles the pickets. It's like we're watching the game in the mirror, Rico. It's 28 for 1.
Yeah, well, it's time for the left-handers to show up and show what they can do. Well, yeah, he hit a fantastic hit before he got out, and that's 27 of the over from Saheed, but 28 is on the board.
28 because I think there's a buy in there. So, yeah, what a start. I mean, now they need 14 and over, let's say. They get double that over, right? They get double what they needed. So can they keep it up? And they do that despite losing their captain, Malia.
Yeah, we know Amin is a powerful batter, so he can quite easily, as we've said already, do what some that Karanbir Singh did. And speaking of Karanbir, he decides, hang on a minute, I'm not having my day ruined. I'm not having a day where we win the first match, and now I score 100, and I'm not scoring 100 and wanting to end up on the losing side. So he takes the ball and gets into action straight away. Kind of seeing the slower ball cleverly
The round now
bowled.
is good. We can just keep camera 2 on him.
Very good delivery.
Yeah, I mean, he batted so well. Mentioned that we haven't had too many centuries this year. The Caribbean seeing 100 not out off 34 here in the Vienna Derby. So, yeah, first 100 we've seen since the 22nd of April, which is, I'm going to guess, about 3 weeks ago. Back to the action. Now he's got the ball in his hand.
This one's been gone. Caught and Well, it's his day. There's no doubt about it. Karanbir Singh takes the ball, gets the wicket. Anything that he does turns the gold. Well, he gets a century. He's certainly got the Midas touch.
Yeah, he does. He's having the perfect game. It's almost like all the stars have aligned for him as well. Even the way he was able to ring up his century, getting that opportunity. Now he gets an opportunity to take a return catch and he holds on. So runs and wickets. We've had it all in the first 1.5 overs. It's 28 for 2.
Yeah, so another wicket goes. So though they're well up on the rate, the problem is wickets are falling. And, well, Shahi Fuller is, we're going to think he's a little bit unlucky. He's probably hit it quite well. But he's going to go for 4 after 4 deliveries that he faces. And that 4 came in the form of a boundary as well. So another batter has to go out and join Amin. And it's going to be Omari. So this is Obidullah Omari. Makes his way out.
Yeah, so he's a good hitter as well. Yeah, but yeah, can they keep the rate up? I mean, they're ahead. They still need pretty much 14 and over from here. What a good start to this over. It's pretty much half a maiden so far after a crazy start where we saw the first over go for 28.
So going to be at angles this end. Now the chase is on for the fielder. The ball will hold up. And they'll come back and complete the double.
Yeah, they'll get a couple there. Wanted to say hello to Wayne as well in the chat. Nice to see you. And yeah, I've been enjoying the discussion today. A lot of people enjoying it. Crazy start. A few comments about the first over. Understandable. No Derricks yet in this innings.
This one is the slower ball once again that he bowls quite cleverly, does Singh. So he's had the impact that he wanted straight away, the captain, after seeing the first over go for 28. He's really come back and he's taken a wicket. And barring a bad one here, he's done pretty well. And that one, I think, is a good call. He does catch the line and no complaints at all there from the captain.
He probably wants another ball so he can take a wicket. Yep, I think that's pretty clear. Even though it comes back a bit, comes pretty much straight over the line. But yeah, Shrug saying, if Austria has the lottery, maybe Karanbir should buy a ticket.
Just gets worked away onto the onside. It'll be a single, but what a fine over it's been from the man on the moment. Yeah, Karanbir Singh batted earlier, pulled up 100. And now, well, he's taken another key wicket here. 32 for 2 at the end of 2.
Now, just another thing to think about is that the rain's been pretty persistent. We know that if it gets heavier, then that could be an issue. Because we're not quite at the 3 over mark yet, which would mean this would be a legal match. Before that, it would be a no result. Anyway, looking at the table, both these two at the wrong end of it as far as they're concerned, but they do have games to catch up. And you can see, really, if they get a couple of wins in the next 2 games, they'll be right up in the middle and can be pushing for a top 4 spot. Here's Naveed Hussain getting a bowl in the 3rd.
It's a big, wild swing from the batter. He's well, nowhere near this, really. His head is all over the place. And there's the captain there, Karanbir, just having a chat with the bowler, Hussain.
Yeah, this becomes a big over because you're still pretty much on the rate. You've had a good over and a terrible over. Now, this decides who wins the power play.
Wide ball.
Yes, that's not great from Hussain first up. I suppose he got a dot through, but then pulled that one a little bit to the left. He's got a really interesting action, doesn't he?
Yeah.
Kind of slingy. It's slingshot. Kind of gets it, almost stops, and then just hurls it.
Well, this one's slightly different. And
Yeah, I
think
like it.
That's a clever delivery, actually, because I think as a batter, when you've got that slingy action, he's waiting for the sling. But this time there's no sling. It's that slower one, and he keeps his arm pretty much straighter and upright
Yeah, look at
this
this
time.
variation. It's almost like he has to slow his arm down. Like he has to physically stop himself from it going at a natural speed. But, yeah, very clever variation from Naveed.
That's clever from Omari. He's just steps inside this. That's an art in itself. A lot of batters have difficulty doing this, but Omari gets it right. So it's a wide, has to be bowled again.
Here's the thing, at the club level here, I don't think you can chase this if you lose a bunch of wickets. You know, you're relying on partnerships and top order partnerships. So can this one grow?
This one sort of slices off the blade of the bat. Yeah, going back to the comment you were making about the weather, it's got stronger now. I'm just looking at it. It's got heavier, and we've already seen fielders have slid around. So safety is paramount. This is high up in the air. Okay, bowler wants it. He's called it, and it's been taken. That's such a good catch. It pops out of his hands. Well, they're picking him up. Well, he's got a big smile on his face. Well, they're picking him up the same way he took that catch. He went down, but he was able to pick it up before he hit the deck. And what a good catch this is, Vinny. This is not easy.
Really good catch. And I was just thinking, you know, if they were to come off after 3, then it'll go to Duckworth-Lewis, right? And so that became a huge delivery because the value of a wicket means the pass scores pushed up that the batters would require at the 3 over mark.
Yeah, absolutely.
And so it was big for that reason. Otherwise, they would have got a run, of course. And so very, very good fielding off his own bowling by Naveed Hussain.
Yeah, and you see there that he needed to grab it with one hand. So though it came out first time, look at the reactions. It really does react really well. Just watch this again. So it goes up in the air. Everybody else does the right thing and leaves him to it. Out it comes, and then look how quick he is to pick it up. So new batter in, swings hard, it's a dot. And I'm just wondering if Vienna Danube are knowing the situation and probably thinking, okay, whatever, if we can score at a quick enough rate, then even though this is a big total, we can put ourselves in the driving seat with the DLS system. Important delivery this. And it's being whacked pretty well, and it will go a long way. It will go all the way. It's a risky shot because it's a slower delivery. It's right up there. It's right on the pegs, but Rahman goes bang. 6 runs. What an important 6 that could be.
Yeah, what an important 6 it is. And let's see what's happening here. And I think, yeah, because it has gotten heavier.
Oh, wow.
So I think they were keen to kind of get it to the 3 overs and see what happens, but yeah, it looks like, I mean, it has gotten a lot heavier in the last couple of minutes, hasn't it? So I think we'll see. Now, that'll make it super interesting because the rate required is 14.6 and over. So if you just use the rate, 43.8, but normally you've got a little bit of wiggle room early.
Yeah.
But the fact they lost 3 wickets, I reckon this could be really close. My instinct, because normally Duckworth-Lewis is based on who's winning at this stage, right? That's what the whole system's based on.
Yeah.
And I feel like Vienna Eagles are probably ahead in the game. But I'm just leave me for a second. I'm going to go.
I think you're right. I think that wicket that fell could be really crucial. So losing that wicket could make all the difference. But yeah, you're absolutely right. And the players coming off there because the rain has got heavier. Now we've said all the way along here that. Is really touch and go, that if it did get heavier because of safety reasons, players would have to come off. They have. What's the news? What have you seen? What have you heard?
Yeah, so I just looked it up, and so the par for this stage with 3 wickets down is 46, and they're 42.
Ooh.
And it kind of feels right, though, you know, as far as who's ahead in the game.
Yeah.
I asked if they were 2 out, what would it have been? It would have been 44. So
Okay.
even if it was 2 out. So, yeah, the wickets don't matter as much in T10 cricket, I think. Because, you know, you're probably not going to bowl it out, so it's just a slight adjustment. So
right now, I suppose over there, we're looking at if it stays as it is, the potential winners of this match. And, well, if they are, then they'll pick up another couple of points. Remember, it was going to be a big day for Vienna Eagles. They had 3 matches scheduled today. They did win the first. We'll have a look at the highlights that we've seen so far. The thing is, though, I mean, they could have had themselves to blame, couldn't they? Because there was too many wides. It was, I'll tell you that already, how many extras there were. Remember, we saw 5 and 2K, 17 extras already, 16 of those in wide. So you can see just that if they did end up on the wrong side of the DLS system, they would have only have had themselves to blame. This one could have been, as the batter did slip in the middle, but it did get back. And, well, there was some good shots here played as well. But it needed a captain to come back into the attack. And after the first over went for 28, he gets a very crucial wicket. And then this one, what a good catch this was. Watch this. Out it pops, but there's the quick hands, quick reactions as he takes a one-hand jalebi catch there. So good reactions there from Naveed. Hussain, 42 for 3. Unfortunately, as you're seeing, the players were then, well, they've been taken off the field because of the weather. The rain has definitely got heavier. It's not nice, it's not pleasant out there because with the wind as well, it's right into the eyes of the batters. It's not pleasant to be out there. So it's understandable. And of course, Vinny, as we keep saying, safety of the players is paramount.
That's right. This game's not necessarily over. I should say that again because you've got, the possibility that you can get back on the field any time before, I suppose, 10 past 3, which is about 35 minutes. So if you can get out there, if it's playable, even if you play one more over, that's fine. You'll have an adjusted target. I feel like, the Duckworth Lewis feels about right. You said it, actually. The fact that they are even 42, there's been a lot of extras in there. I don't know how many wides. I'll give you the count.
16.
16 wides and a bye in 17 extras in the first 3 overs. So, I mean, that's not great. So, look, what we're going to do is we are going to send you off to a bit of a classic match. And, I just think it's a good opportunity to take us back in time a little bit. But if there is any action, we will bring you back straight away. I'll be in the chat as well, giving some updates. Also, our EuropeanCricket.com, our website, will have the latest as well. So as it stands, if we weren't to get back on right now, Vienna Danube would lose by 4 runs on Duckworth Lewis. But we have every hope that we can get back on. It's already eased off a little bit, but the umpires will be keeping an eye on that. So we're going to take you back in time. We're going to go back to the ECC in 2021, and this is a match featuring Hungary and Austria. So, of course, it's the Euros of cricket. So maybe if you just joined ECN, you might not be aware of this match. This was the first time we were ever at Khartoum. It's Group B match 17, and it's, like I said, it's Austria versus Hungary. It's match number 17 of Group B. The news from the toss is that Rasmal Shigarwal, he won the toss. He elected to bat. So we'll be leading into the first innings. Zishan Garaya and Iqbal Hussain will be opening the batting. Sandeep Mahandas will be opening the bowling for Hungary. Commentators will be Michael McCann and Rico Full. So please enjoy this ECN Classic. And hopefully we're back here for more European Cricket Series very shortly in Austria. Enjoy.
The European Cricket Series is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, FanCode, and Grizzly Bear Sports.
Hello, welcome back, and some good news. And the rain has eased off, and looks like we're going to get going. And even better news, because we're running early, we haven't even lost an over. So that's really great work that we've been able to get back on so quickly. Look, now it's pretty much as it's been throughout the game. So I mean, the umpires they take the players off when it got heavier, but then because it is now pretty much consistent with what the conditions were in the first innings, they have gone back out there. So we knew that if it was going to be called at the 3 over mark, we know that the batters were just 4 runs behind. But anyway, we are going to get going. Start of the 4th over coming up. So no reduction. I'll say that again. No reduction. We're still playing a 10 over game here. And the first ball of the 4th over is hit down to long off for a single. And we'll welcome back to our viewers. Hopefully you enjoyed a little sojourn into the past, to the 2021 ECC. But we can bring you that again if we need to. Hopefully we don't need to. Down the ground, and it'll just be a single. Yeah, I did think it was going to be a longer break, to be honest, when it did get heavier. And it just kind of eased off. So yeah, I wouldn't say they're comfortable conditions, but they're the same kind of conditions we've seen throughout the contest. And this is a dot ball. So yeah, the thing is, just to guard against it, you do have to get moving and get moving straight away. I mean, he's a good hitter of the ball, isn't he? Can't crack it. I've seen some left-handers have some success. This is Karanbir coming back for his second over. And he gets drilled down the ground. That's out of here. Well, watch out, Gunners. That's coming your way. Maximo! Amin breaks out and brings up the 50 in the blink of an eye for Vienna Danube. What a shot that was from Amin. It was pitched up, and well, Karanbir, for the first time, kind of gives him a taste of his own medicine. 50's up. Oh no, the Duckworth Lewis is going to be a fascinating one. Hopefully we don't have another stoppage, but it gives you an idea of who's ahead in the game. That's the thing. Takes it on again. He's a bit late on it, but in the power play, that's going to fly, and that's going to be 6 more. Maximo! Well, just like that. I mean, it's crazy, actually, because, yeah, I'll give you an idea. At the end of this over, the par is 58. And as it is right now, it'd be a tie. So what a difference it is. So they've got a bit of a lifeline here, don't they, Vienna Danube, to go out there and try and make something out of this. Last ball of the 4th. Hit back. And how does he even field this? That's crazy. It lodges in his hands. I think he's trying to just knock it down, and it gets wedged. Watch this. Oh, that is a jalebi bit of fielding, and he quickly drops it as soon as he can. End of the over, 56 for 3. So it's been a super interesting day. Had a lot of action, a lot of high scores. That's probably surprised me given the conditions. I would have thought the ball maybe gets a bit waterlogged. Having a look at the worms. We are still playing a 10 over game, so yeah, no need for reductions or calculations, anything like that. Just I think that ball, there's something wrong with it, so they're going to replace it, but it'll be a ball of similar speed. Yeah, so Dave said, yeah, we did actually get into the classic matches. We just saw the teams take the field. Yeah, well, I suppose it's a good thing to be back. Rico's just having a spot of lunch, which he deserves, as we get into over number 5. And it's a pretty good ball first up from Austria, who's getting the 5th over. Yeah, so back out there, hopefully to stay. This is driven and gets through one fielder, and I think they'll get 2. They will. It's good running. I'm going to say credit to all the blue crew today. They've been really well organised as a team to try and stay on schedule. We did start 10 minutes behind one game. This game, we're 15-minute delay, but we haven't lost an over yet. As this ball might be lost, as Rahman horns it out of the ground into the wheat fields. Well, I think it's only fair that the Eagles have to go fetch a few as well. And, well, let's have a look at how the Trousers react to this. He's got the good gallop, comes out, and, yeah, like everyone else, he's looking down at the Trousers. They're still on, so that's probably a good start. Now, big swing and a miss. Yeah, Surya has been employed late in the innings on occasion. But, you know, it's a lot of runs to chase. You just need this partnership to keep growing, though. On the charge and smashes it again, gets through the same fielder. This time, I don't know if there's two there. I think sensibly they decide against it. So, yeah, it's right now the par's 69, so I like to just keep an eye on it. Again, hopefully it doesn't come into it, but it does give you an idea of who's winning. You know when people say, who's winning, who's winning? Wow, that's a shot and a half as well. He laces it offside. Amin goes bang, and with one swing of the bat, now Vienna Danube are ahead. Wow, what a game we're seeing. It is the end of the over, and it's 71 for 3. So yeah, with that actually, I've gone closer inspection. It's actually a tie. It's 71-71 on the Duckworth-Lewis. Anyway, just a reminder about what's coming up. And we were just heading back into memory lane, weren't we? Well, here's the good news. Austria and Hungary, they'll meet each other again at the ECC. This time it'll be in Group D. I know, the Hungarians, they've been putting a lot of work behind the scenes, having a lot of really useful conversations about how they can become better as a cricket team. And Stefan Gooch involved in the setup there, part of our blue crew. As we start the 6th over, Rico Full back in the commentary box.
Yeah, here we go. And it's in the air, but it gets it through the two fielders. And the umpire just checking how far this goes. And it will be 6 runs as he puts his hands up in the air. He just don't care. Well, that's another one. It's quite clearly over the boundary by some way. So, well, taking on the charge here. And Amin and Rahman, aren't they going well? What about Amin? 23 of just 8
it's
deliveries.
It's crazy. Now they're winning 77-73. I'm going to keep you up to date, ball by ball.
Oh, well. Oh, what's he going to do here?
Oh, no.
It's go. Oh, my word. Well, that's a total mess up. And the ball smashed by the batter into the stump that the non-striker sent. The non-striker picks it up. He thinks, well, I don't know what to do with my end, so I'll throw it to the other end. But it's not a good throw. The wicketkeeper comes charging in. He can't take it. The batters get back. It's just, well,
oh, boy.
It's a dot ball after all of that.
He never touches it on the way to the stumps. Otherwise, I think he would have been run out. I'm in.
High in the air. Where's this one going?
Bermuda. That's a genuine Bermuda triangle. They'll get a run. You know, that ties the game up at 78-78. I love a good Duckworth-Lewis rodeo, and we've got one here.
You say Bermuda triangle. That was right in the middle of 4
probably,
players.
that was this Bermuda square.
Kazim Saeed. This one's firmly hit, gets past one, and he'll turn and get the throw back in. The batters will take 2. Oh, this is going to be so close, and either way, whichever way you look at it, so close. Wickets are required, though, by the Eagles.
I feel like I'm watching a basketball game because it's basket for basket. Now that's 80-80. Okay? 80-80 after 5.4. The problem is, they say they go off for rain. Unless you can get back on for the golden ball, then you know it probably has to stay as a 1 point apiece. Well, they're probably got bits of wheat in them, those trousers. That's why he's just going to get them out. I'm in.
He says, I'm not shy. If I need to sort them out, I sort them out. And, getting all of the protection in the right area. And picks up his gloves.
Dave's asking how lunch was. What did you have for lunch?
We had, well, actually, a bit of Indian today. It was like a bit of cauliflower and potatoes. A bit of aloo gobi. It was nice. And that's nicely done. A bit of limbo dance in there from the batter to make sure he doesn't make any contact with this. A wide ball.
This game has just come to life, hasn't it? And we thought it might be dead when the rain became heavier. but it's very much alive. So, yeah, so even with that ball, they go from 81-80 up to 81-82 down. So that's literally at the moment how close this game is. It's right in the balance.
Changing by the ball. That one ball. Well, there's a bit of hesitation here.
One thing that does kind of, I don't say kill it, is a wicket, I think. Because, I mean, a wicket, yes, it changes the Duckworth-Lewis slightly, but what it really does, it breaks the partnership. At the moment, they're kind of going at a good rate, aren't they? So that's the end of 6 overs, and the score is 82 for 3. And the Duckworth-Lewis at this stage is 84. So they're just down by a couple with a good finish to the over for the fielding side.
That's what the Eagles will be saying to themselves. Let's pick up a wicket. A wicket here does a lot of damage. It also breaks his partnership, which is looking pretty healthy at the moment. And as you're looking at the weather, it's no heavier than it's been in the day. So that, I suppose, is good. And it's time for a bit of slingy action. Oh, my word. Has this been called a wide? I don't know how this is a wide.
Yeah.
Unless my eyes are deceiving me. Let's see this again. How's that a wide? Never.
Nothing wrong with your eyes. Like the batter sells it. He's like, hey. He's like, yeah, okay. Anyway.
And just gets it over the infielder. One bounce.
Yeah, swings and roundabouts, I suppose, with those wide calls. We've seen a couple that have gone the other way. Anyway. So, yes, I think the trouble there is just pinpointing when you're making the call on the wide. It's when it passes the crease, not, for example, when it passes the stumps or goes to the keeper.
Gone, got him. That's the wicket you need. And it is Naveed Hussain, the slinger. And knocks him over. That's a good delivery. And the context of this match, that is huge. Not only is it a good tight over so far, but he picks up a wicket, breaks the partnership. Abdul Rahman will depart with 23, ball number 12. And it's Jagdev Bhatte style from Naveed.
Good innings, though. And again, they're just slipping a little bit behind. Let's see if they can stay on the pace. I think Amin becomes doubly important now. But Rahman, he does move the game along, doesn't he? 23 off 12 with 3 big maximos. And it's 84 for 4.
Yeah, 84 for 4, but they're not gonna give up crying. This battle of the two teams from Vienna. Vienna Eagles that notched up a victory for themselves earlier in the day, and a great chase against the Austrian Devils, 130 to 134. And well, now they're trying to make it 2 out of 2. They got the runs on the board, 145 for 2. They finished, and it was their captain, Karanbir Singh, who made 100, and he wants to stay on the winning side. Vienna Danube, though, looking to get some points on the board for themselves.
Saeed, the new batter. Got to get moving straight away here.
That'll do.
Yeah, it's one way, isn't it? As he gets a little outside edge, and we'll get 4. So I was just laughing because I saw that Dave suggested another method. Not the Duckworth-Lewis method, but how about the Derrickworth-Lewis method, which I would suggest it would be just whoever scores more ducks wins. What do you think? The Derrickworth-Lewis method.
So you literally have batters going out there just leaving the ball.
It's a risky strategy. Anyway, where are we at in this game at the moment? That's 4. So it's 92 for 4. Well, no, that included in that. Was it the 88, of course? And now, big swing and a miss. Every ball matters at the moment.
Dot ball is, I mean, we always say dot ball is like coal dust. Well, it is in this context, isn't it? Every time there's a dot, it makes a huge difference. This has been a good over so far, despite that edge going to the boundary.
Duckworth-Lewis 95 at the moment, so you can see one big hit could change everything. And
a bit of swing and miss, and you see frustration from Amin at the non-strikers, and he's trying to get a message across to Saeed and giving him some tips.
So a few questions, which I always do about Duckworth-Lewis. Dave saying, does the number of wickets count? Well, in a way, it affects it.
High up in the air. Where's this going? Fielder comes across. What a great catch that is. And under these conditions, that's a super catch from Kazim Saeed. Comes across, takes the catch, smiles on the faces of the Vienna Eagles. Well, they are the Eagles, so they're used to high-flying stuff. Well, this one goes up in the air and taken by Saeed. So another wicket, 2 wickets in this over. And Vinny, if there was one over that could really swing this in the balance in favour of Vienna Eagles, this is it.
Yeah.
This was the one.
It's very, very good work, isn't it? It's also the end of the over, so 88 for 5 after 7. And really, yeah. So the way it works, I'll give you an example. Say that was a dot. I'll come back to that after this, because first we're going to have a look at what's coming up in match 24, which is the 4th match today, in around about half an hour's time. Vienna Danube, they'll be desperate to get a win. Beg, borrow, or steal. It's assuming they can't pull it off in this one. Pack Riders, though, I mean, they certainly were powerful, especially with the bat. Zishan Arif opened up and was brilliant earlier on today. That is match number 24 coming in half an hour. Vienna Danube winning the toss and batting, so I like that. Good positive move. Having said that, Riders chased very well earlier today.
Yeah, they did. So they're 2-2. And they'll be looking forward to getting right back out there, chasing 117 for victory against the Daredevils.
Yeah, he edges a boundary to start the over. So, yeah, Amin's the last great hope here, I feel. So I'm just going to use the example there at the end of the over. So if they were 4 down and it was to rain, then the par score, they would have needed to have been better than is 99. But now that they're 5 down, the par score they would have had to have been better than is 101. So it just means when you lose a wicket, you lose like some of your resources. That's what the Duckworth-Lewis method is based on. Okay? You actually have 10 overs and 10 wickets in hand to play with. So when you lose a wicket, then you don't have that available. So you need to have a couple of more runs on the board to compensate.
Yeah, it's like you're losing your reward points, isn't it?
Yeah, that's a good way to put it. That's probably a no ball. In fact, I know it's a no ball. And flies up. Would have been a wide as well, but the no ball takes precedence. No ball called, and I think they got 2 buys there. Did they get one or 2? No, they only got 1.
Just got the 1, so two to go on the board.
That's a bit annoying as well, I think, because Amin would want to face the free hit. Now you've got a new batter coming out there. So if you knew you're only get 1, I actually don't think I would even run there.
You don't run. That would have been the smart play in that one, Vinny. You're absolutely right. So Surki to bowl the free hit. Being well hit, though, and, well, the batter... Michael saying, hey, it's only you haven't. He's saying you haven't seen me yet, haven't faced the ball, and he says, you know what, I want the free hit, and he absolutely blasted it to the boundary.
Yeah, so as I said, great smart move. What better way to start your innings than with a free hit with the immunity cloak on? Michael comes to the party. What's that put him close? Puts him 105. 105's the par. Gets him closer though. 100
on the board. And now a full toss, and it's going, and gone. Bowle, ginna zona, shukka, lagya. I wonder what the height is like on this one. What do you reckon, Vinny? I think it's there or thereabout, you know.
Yeah, I think it's just okay. Look, he's bent. It's probably at the waist there. For me, I think it's just okay.
Only
so just a 6.
Only just okay. So about 6 right. You say just a 6. Big hit. No, remember.
107, 106. They're down by 1.
And this one gets played down. And they've got to sort this out. And they do. They'll get a couple. They're running hard.
So this is what you need to know.
Oh, they could go again, really.
I think they're all right. But what you need to know is every ball that Duckworth-Lewis par goes up normally by 2. Right? So you kind of got to get 2 to keep pace. Makes sense with the game, right? Because that's roughly what you need every ball. They get 2 on that occasion. Slightly misfield there. Mikel's off the races here. 14 off 3.
This time, well, Chase is on the run. Eva. And it's a good job that the bowler holds on to this, because the wicketkeeper is no longer there. If he has a shot, this is misses. It could have been comical. Watch this. Wicketkeeper comes running. He's not where he should be. And, well, he says, OK, now that you're there and I've seen you, I'm not going to let go of it. So
this is a great game. I'm so glad that we could get back on here. Surki, it's gone magical. Can he finish with the big wicket of Amin?
I think he does. He gets a snick. He does get the wicket. And that is exactly what he does. He does get the wicket of Mohammed Amin. Amin would go, and he has to depart for 31. It's been a fine knock, a fine effort from him. But he's swinging hard. Look at the head there. And he's thrown everything at that ball, all the white goods, including the kitchen sink. But he's not made contact. It's only the little finest of edges. And the catch taken by the keeper. Huge wicket. And Kumar, you can see how delighted he was about that. They get the breakthrough that they needed. It's also the end of the over. And just keep an eye on that rate. It's 18.5 from here on in.
Yeah. Is it that many? Well, that sounds
Yeah,
a
it's
lot.
around 18.
Oh, yeah, that is big, isn't it? 37 off 12. Yeah, so the par, they've just fallen behind. They're 6 behind now. 115 is the par. But having said that, I mean, Mierkel's come out and he's whacked a couple of sixes. They need a big over here, don't they? Because I can't see them getting 20 plus in the last. Got to do it now.
Yeah, Sahil Bharti has got the ball. He's going to be bowling it. Hasn't bowled just yet, so he's only going to get this one over. We've seen some crazy finishes here in Austria. I think this could be one of them.
Yeah, well, Mierkel's got to have a heater. And he's facing up now. It all happens in the 9th. Here it is. Well bowled, clever.
Yeah, nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, can't believe that's not a wide, but seeing is believing. And in fact, it's not even close. Just locks up. He's like, but I can't hit that to mid-wicket. And so he just kind of freezes, doesn't he?
Well, he does go for this one. Hits it pretty well, and he'll get 4. So 4 runs. Splits the 2 fielders, long off and long on, right through the middle. Now this time he says, well, I'm not going to leave it. And I think the umpire probably said to him, well, you got a bat, use it.
Oh, wow. Down by 7 now. So, yeah, how are you going to catch up that 7? I mean, we'll go up by another 2 after this ball as well.
This one will be a wide.
That's one way to catch up. Let's see if Barty can hold his nerve in a key situation. This is the only over he'll bowl in this match.
Barty. Oh, he's wide again.
Okay.
And they're looking to take him on, and they will because he can't pick it up.
Wow.
And by the time he does, the keeper, and that's going to jar. They've already completed it, so they're making things happen.
Robot's in the chat. Hello, Robot. Saying thanks for joining us today in Austria. I remember sometimes the Robot comes and joins us here. Bit of a drive, though. But, yeah, there's 2 for free. A lot of confidence in Mirala Kell, who's a new batter.
It's going to be another. Wow. He just, I'm not sure. He makes a little gesture there to the captain, and a lot of players doing the double teapot here at the moment. These are valuable runs. And he's only bowled 2 legal deliveries in the over.
That's a tight one. It's probably an umpire's call there on the wide.
The over so far. That's better. And this is muscled in the air. It's a couple of bounces. They will take the second. I think the fielder rushes into that. And now he's trying to stop this with his foot.
I love it.
Oh, my word.
This has been great entertainment today. I don't care where you're watching from. It's been awesome, hasn't it? So now they've crept up. They're down by 5 again. Oh no, they're only down by 3. It's 122 to 119. Yeah, Mirala Kell, get the wicket, get the 6 they need. I mean, oh, you sure bet he can, Maximo, and just like that, I'm pretty sure they're ahead. What is going on? 125, 124. It's Danube that are up. What a topsy-turvy game. It's like they've read the Duckworth-Lewis curve and they've batted accordingly. He gives that one both barrels.
Yeah, it's been absolutely well. Well, you keep looking at the Duckworth-Lewis. I don't think that Duckworth-Lewis comes into this. This is all to do with what's happening out there.
But it's my way of seeing who's winning,
yeah,
right?
And it follows. The thing is, it follows the pattern really nicely of what they require. And this is such a valuable dot. 16 have come off the over. Now, can he get this one in nice and tidy? If he can, they go back in front here. But look, they're needing 21. We've seen some amazing finishes. Yeah. 21 of 7 balls.
Yeah, but they can get under 20. Mirala Kell's pretty much got a free swing at this.
Oh, this one is another dot. So, despite all the drama there from Barty, he 16 come off it. So, the rate required goes up slightly to 21 off the last over. What a finish that we're going to have here. And it could be one of these.
Give me 2 6s, give me 2 4s. And then they get to stay out there a little bit longer for a golden ball. What do we think about that? That's all I want. I don't ask for much. I'm a simple person. I think no one would disagree with that. Give me 2 6s, give me 2 4s, give me 2 filthy swing and misses. And we got our golden ball. 21 required for the win, 20 for the golden ball. Last time we had a golden ball was on the 30th of April. And I know that because I was walking into Charles's wedding lunch and I had to pop around the corner to watch golden ball 46.
So here we go. Who's going to be bowling? Who's trusted with this over?
Surkey's got it.
He's gone for 20.
He went for exactly 20.
Went for 20.
Right, here we go, last over.
Hit it well, and to the fielder. It's dealt with really well. They're just going to get the single. So well fielded by Kazim Saeed.
Well, look at this. I don't know how he's in the rest of He's got clonked on the knee, and then they were still trying to sneak one, like, quietly. His pinged him. And like, hey, do you want to? And he's like, well, I don't see how I'm ever going to make it. They wouldn't have even crossed. Oh, Surkey now on one good knee. 20 off 5 required.
He's going to hobble in here to bowl this one.
Oh, yeah.
He is hobbling big time.
It's like the Karate Kid in the ending. It's art imitating life.
Okay, Miracle on strike. It's high up in the air.
There's a fielder there.
And it's been taken. What a catch this is.
On?
He's got a smile on his face. Well, that's the smartest bit of captaincy that you've ever seen from Karanbir Singh. He puts a man where nobody's expecting to see him. The batter thinks, I've got a boundary here. And then to his disbelief, he's going to be walking back because he's out, caught.
It's a genuine lob stop, and he catches it on the leg side. He starts at pretty much like first slip it on the boundary and ends up just the mirror image of where he started. So, I mean, probably more importantly, it means that Zaid Mirkel, who's 20 off 7, is stranded at the other end at the moment.
Yep.
So it makes it 20 off 4 required. And so this is the other thing. For him to get back on strike, by definition, you know, you'd think it wouldn't be a boundary. The best result here is like a wide that they can run on that doesn't burn a ball. I mean, even with a single here, Mirkel would have to hit 3 sixes, but they've got a shot. You know, it's just about trying to keep your chances alive. Yeah. What a game.
What a
another
game
high-scoring game as well.
Another high-scoring one. Got to get something from this. And, well, they will.
That's it. So, all right, Maximo or bust. 3 sixes for a golden ball. Everyone, this normally works. Everyone think really hard about a Maximo. Everyone, put your minds together. Just nothing against Surkey here, who just is trying to avoid one. Can he hit the 6 to keep them in the contest?
Oh, he can. Well, this is one of the 3 you need. And it's a biggie, and the fielder says, I'm not going in there, forget it. Yeah, come on back. Oh, this is big. Are we going to see something special once more? We've seen it already here in Austria at the Seabarn Cricket Ground. Okay, just keep an eye on that. Just keep an eye on that.
Let's now, everyone, it worked before. You're going to have to dig a bit deeper this time. Think really hard. I want you to visualize another one flying. Again, sorry to Surkey who's bowling here, but can we keep this game alive? Needs to be a 6 again. Anything else isn't good enough. Let's everyone pull together as a community with 12 required off 2 to tie the match. Oh, yeah, well, yeah.
Oh, dear. You can see he's frustrated. All right, Tyrone, let him off with it. Let him off. Go easy on him. Oh, look at this.
It's actually quite a skillful, like, drop and try to punch the bat while it's
I've
in
never
the air.
seen the bat spike before. I've never seen the bat
It's a perfect
before.
spike. Like, you should get that guy playing volleyball. Anyway, they're going to go down, but what a game.
And now he does go down. Well, stay out of his way. Stay out of his way. Don't follow him with the camera because he's got steam coming out of his ears. Zaid Mirkel, well, it's a brave effort from him, but well done to the Vienna Eagles in what has been a super-duper exciting contest. And it will be the Vienna Eagles that are victorious once more. Well, they've made it 2 wins out of the 2 from the games they've played so far. And weather permitting, we will see them again later on as they take on the Pack Riders. The Pack Riders, though, they're up against Vienna Danube next. And Vienna Danube, I think they'll be all the better for that run. I know it's disappointment for them because they end up on the losing side. But there's a lot of positives to take out of that performance. And they'll be hoping that they can take that right into the next match and get a victory over the Riders. Let's have a look at these exciting highlights.
Well, it's going to be good. Remember, we had 3 overs and had to go off for the rain. So it wasn't the greatest situation. We thought that we wouldn't even get back out there. But when we did, there was plenty more action ahead. But, yeah, again, I just can't believe how high scoring these games are. I mean, the lefties They did it early, didn't they? Rattling the fences. And then Karambir Singh, what a game he was having. Don't forget, he scored 100 in the first half of this game. And, well, I suppose he is the reason that his team has enough runs to defend in the end.
Yeah, I mean, how can you forget? It was absolutely sensational. This one was a great catch as well, wasn't it? How important that was from Naveed Hussain. But they never gave up, and that was the thing I liked about this. No matter which batter went out there, they were determined to try and get this victory. Some of the shots were absolutely brilliant. They just decided there's only one way to go for it. This one was interesting. As the ball was smashed back into the stumps. Talking about ball being smashed, that one was Naveed Hussain with his little slingy action, knocking the stumps over. But even though they were picking up wickets, the runs were also coming. And what a good catch this is, though, from Saeed, coming in from the boundary in these conditions to take that one. That was important. This is another one that slipped behind. And it just, well, wickets did fall, but how about this? Now, this is when we were right down towards the end. We thought, well, we need 60s to do it. Well, that was one of them. This one, and this is the catch. What a field position this was.
He ends up at fine leg. It started at third man. But, yeah, this is the one that kept it alive. They needed 3 in a row, didn't they? I think Mearkel batted really well. Malikel before that, he was able to get one away as well. And that was the one where you knew it was over. It was a brave effort. Again, Vienna Danube, they always seem like a good team out of luck. You know, it's the same as when we saw them in 2021. They still got time to turn things around. But look, credit to the Eagles, and in particular, credit to their captain, Karambir Singh, with his 100 setting up a winning score. And what I like about that as well, in the end, all the Duckworth-Lewis chat and all that didn't come into it. Each team got the 10 overs. They got the full 10. In similar conditions, I might add as well, for both of them to have to bowl and field in. And we saw that game produce plenty of runs, didn't we? But in the end, it was the Eagles that got up by 12. Just going to run you through the scorecard quickly before we go to the break. And it was Amin with 31, as well as Abdul Rahman 23, and Zaid Mearkel, the top scorers for Vienna Danube. For the bowling, 3 for 28, Dawud Surki. We got there in the end, didn't he? Also, we had 3 for Naveed Hussain, 3 for 16 best figures. Wickets for Karambir and Kazim Sayed as well. We'll take a quick break. We'll be back in around about 10 minutes, take you into the 4th match of the day. The action just keeps on coming. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, with Rico Full. We'll see you shortly for more FanCode European Cricket Series.
European Cricket Series is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, FanCode, and Grizzly Bear Sports.
Hello, cricket lovers, and welcome back to Austria. Great to have your company here on day 5. It is time for the 4th match of the day. This should be a pretty good one between Vienna Danube and Pack Riders. Vienna Danube always just seem like a good team out of luck, don't they? And you can see that they are still without a win. They got close in that last game. Kaiba Malia is a key, isn't he? With them, his left-handed batting and bowling, super important. And Pack Riders, well, they certainly were impressive earlier in the day when they chased down 117 pretty easily against the Austrian Daredevils, only taking up 7 overs to do so. Zishan Arif was on fire earlier, 67 off 24. And I'm sure that we'll see him opening the batting. But we'll have to wait because Vienna Danube, news from the toss, they won the toss, they elected to bat. So I think we'll probably see Malia and Yusufzai out there pretty soon. As I welcome Rico Full into the commentary box. Yeah, Rico, again, it's been one of those frustrating days with the weather. It's kind of topsy-turvy. We haven't actually lost an over of play yet, which is promising, but I suppose it's something we're constantly keeping an eye on.
Yeah, well, there's a riff, Zishan Arif. It's just checking the surface, has a little practice bowl on it. He's going to be key in this one, isn't he? He was fantastic. He's 67 not out of 24, and he was well supported by Rahulullah Abdurrahimzai, who also batted well, made 40 of 15. Those two put a fantastic partnership together in that victory by 8 wickets with 18 balls to go over the Austrian Devils. But yeah, you're absolutely right. That Vienna Danube, just nothing going their way. They've been a little bit out of luck. I mean, it was a great match, wasn't it? What a match number 23 was. It will be remembered for that century from Karanbir Singh, 100 not out, getting his team to 145, but Danube came close, 133. The Eagles winning just by 12 runs. But yeah, the news on the weather front, the rain unfortunately hasn't stopped. In fact, it's even got a bit heavier. I had a quick look out there myself. I went for a walk with the tournament referee, Tony Peters, and yeah, some parts getting a little bit slippery and slidey. So if the rain gets any heavier, you might find that the players having to come off again. They did come off once before, but we didn't lose any time. But the longer it persists like this, and the more chance there is that we're going to have to maybe come off, and there might be some lower over matches. But we'll have to wait and see.
We'll
but
have
at the moment,
it's
everything. It all depends on the weather. If it slows down a little bit, we're okay. But of course, the safety of the players is what's the most important thing here.
Yeah, I mean, it's just something we're constantly going to have to keep an eye on today. Here's Armani opening up. This one's missing leg stump. That doesn't stop them having good old-fashioned yell about it. Yeah, I suppose it's getting to the point now where if it gets any heavier, they're probably going to have to come off because no one will want that. Everyone wants to get out there and play a full game, but you do have to look after the field and the surrounds as well. I mean, to be honest, the pitch area has been pretty reliable today. As this one's up in the air. And I'll get a single. This ninja one for height here. I mean, it was dipping a little bit, but it was kind of slung in there. He is kind of out of his crease, so I think that's why it won't be a no ball.
Yeah, it's a long way forward, yeah. So the ball is on the downward slide as well, so it gets away with that.
Yeah.
So Armani, on the back of his shirt. Was good, wasn't he, in the last match?
Pretty well pitched up. Just worked away to the leg side. Yeah, so that's the thing about having the artificial pitch. It kind of takes that out of it. It's more about, protecting the area where the bowlers are landing. And I think what we've seen today is that the bowlers with the shorter run-ups, they've been really motoring through these overs. That's something that's pretty obvious to me. And we're getting through the games really fast. Yeah. They have to make the adjustments. I mean, we'll see a lot more spin. Obviously, yeah, you see them trying to dry the ball furiously there. And, I'm just surprised the batting has been so effective today. This one's driven down. And slight fumble. They have a very, very, very long think about it. Then decide that there's no run there. Malia just to still be on strike.
I like the way the fielder, once he realises that they're not taking the run, then decides, right, now's the time to just give me ankle a bit of a massage. The rain is now starting to lash.
It's definitely picked up, Rico. I think the time's coming. I know everyone wants to stay out there, but I think might not last, to be honest, the way things are going. This is a swing and a miss to finish the over. End of 1. Score is 2 without loss. As we have a look at some of the top performers. Well, actually, maybe we won't have time to do that because
it's lashing down.
Yeah, I think it's gotten so strong in that first over. And I think they've decided, look, we're going to have to take a bit of a break here. It's well, that's a little bit of a shame, especially for Pack Riders. It's the team that we saw earlier on in match 2. So obviously they've been waiting around and really wanted to get back out there. They have got out there, but it hasn't lasted too long, hasn't it? So
players are so keen. I mean, I was just saying when I was out there, return on Peter coming back, you get all the players from both sides saying, we're good, right? We're good. We carry on, right? We carry on. And Tyrone was explaining, he got the captains together and explained to them, yeah, we're good, we'll carry on. But if it does get heavier, if it does get dangerous, then the players will have to come off, and that decision's been made between him and the umpires. I think, look, nobody likes to see it, nobody likes to hear it, but I think for the moment, while the rain is this heavy, it's the right call. It's a common sense one as well, not only for the safety of the players, of course, but also you've got to remember that there's a lot of cricket scheduled to be played out there, and the last thing that you want to do is make any issues or damages to the ground or the pitch as well. Remember, you can stay in touch with us, at me at Rico Full, and also at Vinny Sandu, Mr. Maximo. And we, of course, value and appreciate all your comments. And, of course, we are very thankful for your support with the European Cricket Network.
Yeah, absolutely. So don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel if you haven't already, at European Cricket on social media. But on our YouTube, it's ECN, European Cricket Network. So, well, as we have a look at some of the live pictures, you can see everyone having a good look out there, and just trying to make sure that we look after that centre area as much as possible. And as Stefan Gooch and Tyrone Peters having good luck over there with the run-ups. And yeah, it's one of those frustrating days, isn't it? I will say this pitch has taken the rain pretty well today. It's been constant, but I don't think it's affected the play too much, Rico.
It hasn't affected the play too much. You can see Stefan Gooch is at the area there where you got the bowlers run-up. That's starting to wear. And underneath there, I had a check of it myself. Underneath there, it's pretty wet when you step and put any weight on it. The water is starting to come up. And then when you're going onto the artificial, see, that's the thing you don't have to remember. Though the artificial, I have to say, has been brilliantly well. When the bowlers are running onto it from the grass, I mean, the soles of the shoes are really wet and slippery. And some of the grass clippings as well, which that picture doesn't show you, is all over the artificial as well. So when you're putting your foot down on that, you are sliding. So I think if the rain, and as it is a heavy like this, I think you will see that they'll decide not to go on. Now, I think maybe you can see Tyrone Peters perhaps getting on the walkie-talkie there and just telling maybe some of the staff to get the covers on as well. Well, he normally falls down. He almost falls down himself there, Tyrone Peters. Well, it's that slippery, is it, T?
It's just that we get a bit of grass and stuff because of the nature of the surrounding surface. Yeah, let's have a look at this on the replay. And I think that might have been some of the worst acting you've ever seen from Tyrone. Look, just quickly, ECC is coming up. You know, we're all getting ready for that. It's going to be super exciting. Austria and Hungary drawn together in Group D. We'll see them in the ECIs. We'll also see Czech Republic in the ECIs, which is in just over a week's time. So we're going to take you back to that classic match that we were talking about a little bit earlier. And, yeah, this is going to be a good one. We're going to take you back in time to the first ever ECC in 2021. And this is all the way back on the 23rd of September. Austria are playing Hungary, so we're going to show a match from a couple of years ago. Two teams that will lock horns in just over a week's time. I said it before, but I'll say it again. Rasmal Shigawal won the toss, elected to bat. And the two openers out there, Zishan Garai and Iqbal Hussain. Sadiq Mohandas opening the bowling for Hungary. I'm going to leave you with the 2021 version of Rico Full and Michael McCann to take you through the action. So enjoy this classic match. We will give you any news as soon as it comes to hand in the live chat and also right here on the European Cricket Network and our website, europeancricket.com. Enjoy.
We get ready for the second game of the day, and there's still a sense of collective shock around this ground as to what has just happened. If you missed it, the mighty Netherlands 11 who came into their match against Portugal with 6 wins from 6, up against a Portuguese side who had lost 6 consecutive games in the competition. A game that, given those numbers, you'd have thought the Dutch would definitely be winning. but it was Portugal that not just won, but actually won by a distance in the end. Victors by 28 runs, no less. And that keeps the race to avoid being the first team to be eliminated from this Group B very wide open indeed, because of course previously Portugal were heading for the exit door, but they've managed to just about give themselves a chance. And now we focus on this game. Hungary against Austria. The Hungarians with 3 wins from 6, Austria with 4 wins from 6, and this match still has plenty riding on it as well. It is effectively maybe something of a second place playoff, and this is important in a different way because both of these sides aren't going to be eliminated from the tournament today. That will be either Romania or Portugal, but one of them can get a double chance Friday. If they get in the top 2, that means they'll face the other side to finish in the top 2, which will almost certainly be the Netherlands despite that defeat earlier on in the day. And they'll know that were they to lose against the Netherlands in that first versus second match on Friday, they'd play the winner of third versus fourth for the right to be in the Group B final and also get a passage to finals week alongside Spain and Belgium, who managed that from Group A. Hungary desperate for a win. Sandeep Mohandas, as he so often does for them, has got the ball in his hand to bowl the first over. Zishan Guraya facing up. Iqbal Hussain at the non-strikers. And Rico Full alongside me in the commentary box for this one.
Hello, Michael. Hello, everybody. And yeah, this is going to be an interesting match between these two teams. Interesting because I think they both are, when they're at their best, they're very attacking batsmen. I think every batsman that goes out there will be looking to play their shots, regardless of the situation that the team are in. And I think they've got very useful bowlers as well, so it's an even match for me, which could go either way.
Zishan Guraya yet to really show us his best in this tournament. He's just blocked a full toss back there, and that is a sign he's not in form, because when the Salzburg man is, that's probably disappearing. They've tampered around with their top order a fair bit, Austria. They gave more technically correct Mark Simpson Parker a go up there against the Dutch. Tried Guraya and Hussain and a couple of others too. Guraya will get the first run of this match away for a single. And you were in the box for that game that's just happened. I mean, we've had 10 minutes in between matches. I'm struggling to find words for it. I was down by the dugouts watching, particularly the Portuguese dugout, live and breathe every moment. How do you sum that up? It was just extraordinary.
I think it's about belief. That's what it comes down to. You have to believe. And it doesn't matter what it is, and that's what they would have been saying in the last night, the Portugal in their camp this morning. It's believe. You know you're good enough. If you all unite and perform.
That's a big shout and given out. Well, they've got an early breakthrough. It's Sandeep Mohandas again for Hungary. He's so often been one of their very best bowlers in this tournament. He strikes once more. Not exactly happy with the decision, Iqbal Hussain, but he has to go.
Oh, it's pretty full. It's swinging in. I think that all the umpires got to decide here is that from where the ball's hitting him, I think he's hitting in line, no problem with that, that it is going to go on and hit the stumps. And he decides, yes, it is. So to the dislike of Iqbal Hussain, probably dislike because he hasn't really managed to get a run on the board. He goes, and he goes cheaply 0. And he goes off his first delivery as well. And Iqbal Hussain, we know that he's a key player, isn't he, for Austria? He does score lots of runs, but he has to make his way back, and he's disappointed.
Yeah, and he's been very consistent through this tournament. 39 off 12 against Romania, 64 not out off 29 against Hungary, 39 off 14 against Portugal, and 27 off 15 in the second game against the Portuguese. So one of their highest run scorers of the tournament, in fact, second only to the captain, Rasmal Shigival, goes. And it is now Shigival who walks out. Should mention it as well, just coming off the back of the toss. You mentioned Austria's key bowler, Abdullah Akbarjan. He's actually a very late pull-out for this game. He's unfortunately been in hospital overnight with some kidney problems.
Oh dear.
It was hoped that he might well still, despite that, be able to battle on and play, but he's now actually getting further medical treatment, unfortunately. Shigival gets going, and Marc Desfontaine has to run around the square leg umpire, Charles Croucher. Well, we do promote social distancing wherever possible between players and umpires. It wasn't going on here.
Would you like to dance? He says. Come on, let's do it. Oh, look at the look there. Well, that was an evil glance, wasn't it? Maybe he doesn't want to dance.
I'll tell you what, if Hungary want many decisions off umpire Croucher through this game, I'd suggest giving him the death stare isn't maybe the best way to go about it. Never a good way. Got to treat your umpires well. End of the first over, and it's a very productive boundaryless one for Hungary, and Sandeep Mohandas concedes just 3 from it, 3 for 1.
Good start, isn't it? It's been I mean, you heard me saying not too long ago that both these teams, the way they bat, the batting style is very similar. They just go out there and give it a good old bang. That's not what we've seen here. It's been pretty low key, hasn't it, from Austria? I mean, they've won the toss and they've wanted the bat, and that doesn't surprise me. But the way they've gone about it so far, well, they're just a little bit hesitant.
The only thing I'd say is I know there's been a discussion in the Austrian camp about them losing too many wickets in clumps. Too many players immediately trying to hit their first ball for 6 and being out. And I just wonder whether that's on the mind of Garaya in particular, because this is, and I know he's only faced 3 balls, so it might sound extreme, but this is not his natural game. He was the top run scorer at the European Cricket Series in Vienna, but he generally didn't do pretty much anything apart from trying to hit every ball for 6. He's facing up to the spin of Manjan. Squirts that away for 1 to Marc Desfontaine. This is club cricket in Budapest with United Csalad Budapest. It's been a change of things in the Hungarian cricket scene recently, for the better. Nicely bowled from Manjan, who's been a real asset for them when he's got it right. Took 2 for 20 against the Netherlands, a spell that only helped give them a chance of pulling off the improbable upset that, of course, Portugal went on to do today. Shorter, just jabbed away, so still no boundaries in this innings. They'll be very content with this start. Hungary. And what is somewhat of effectively a second-place playoff game. If Austria win this, they'll confirm their top 2 spot. That will be a wide.
Yeah, just, I mean, that delivery there, if that was straight, I think he would have had his man. I mean, he's played all the way around this. Watch this again. Done him with the flight, really. Straight a ball. And I don't think he's going to get back onto that.
Bit of a nervous Hungary dugout right now. Got plenty of loud voices in the camp, including backup wicketkeeper Mehar Chima, who quite possibly has the loudest voice in European cricket. He's been gargling salt water overnight and begging the Sunset Beach Club Hotel for more honey so that he can get it back. And he's going to have something to cheer about here, because that's a horrible full toss and put away by Garaya, who doubles Austria's score and picks up the first 6 of the innings. Well, that's more like Ishan Garaya that we know and love.
Yeah, I mean, he's been looking to play this one, hasn't he? He's played and missed at a couple. This one, I think the bowler's done exactly what I think I would have probably tried to done, get that one straight and get him playing cross line and hitting the pad, but just over pitches slightly. It becomes a full toss, and it's been hit away or muscled over that boundary there on the leg side. 6 runs.
Quicker and flatter, skied up, and well taken by the youngster, Marc Desfontaine. That's a really important catch. The dangerous Garaya is gone, and after 2 overs, it's yet another wicket for Manjan to take to his tournament tally, and Austria are 12 for 2.
Oh, would you believe it? It's all happening out there. Well, interestingly, the team that was struggling with the bat, Portugal, they're the only ones that have made batting look easy out there today. Everybody else seems to be struggling a little bit. Something in the air, and that one, oh, nicely done by the young man. All smiles. Good catch.
Well, I wonder whether it's just the pressure of the final day of pool action. Suddenly, every game starts to have something so much more tangible on it. Austria knowing that A win here would confirm their second spot. And that double chance. Now goes 8 of 7, just that 1-6 from the slog sweep. So just 1 over left of the power play. It goes by so quickly. And problems for Austria, who would have come into this game as the narrow favourites, based on the fact that when they haven't been playing the Netherlands, they've looked pretty impressive in this competition, it must be said. And, of course, when they faced Hungary back in Game 4 of Group B on Monday afternoon, they beat them pretty comfortably, winners by 7 wickets with 7 balls to spare. That's an inside edge, and that's well stopped by Satyajit Ashraf Narayana. This was not easy. Abrar Bilal, the new batter, watching from the non-striker's end as his captain almost departs.
Yeah, this is a great stop from the wicketkeeper, Ashraf Narayana. Going low to his left.
Straight drive. Just for 1 from Shigival, who can hit big. Probably one of the biggest hitters in this competition when he gets going, but haven't quite seen his very best so far. He's somewhat becalmed on 4 off 6. I think he's maybe also just aware of the responsibility on him, particularly with 2 going early. Now here's a man who's sparkled back into form yesterday, Abrar Bilal. But he's nicked that behind, and he's gone. It's a golden duck for Abrar Bilal, and Austria are 13 for 3, a second for Mohandas, and the Austrians are in all sorts of trouble.
Well, Abrar Bilal, you mentioned, he's got himself into form, and just as you did, well, that's how quickly you can get back out of form. He's chased the wide one, he's got the snick, good areas from the bowler, I think, and a really nice catch there again from Ashraf Narayana. So the man who got a good 50 to his name yesterday has to go without troubling the scorer this time round. Yeah. They are in deep trouble here, Michael.
Abrar Bilal making an impressive unbeaten 40 off just 13 balls against Portugal. Finished it off by hitting 30 off and over against Amir Zaid. Here he's gone for a first baller, and Austria's problems get even worse. Got to find a way out of this collapse, and the psychological pressure is piling up on the captain Razmal Shigival, who will know that his wicket only becomes all the more crucial as his troops fall around him. Still in the power play, of course. Long off and long on out as Shahal Momin takes guard. Now, Momin is, you wouldn't say defensively minded. That would be incorrect, but he's maybe more of a strike rotator than a boundary hitter, and I think it's a sensible time to send him in here. They just need a bit of consolidation, I beg your pardon. Only recently qualified to play for Austria, having moved over from Germany and qualified on residency. Actually played for the German international team as well back in 2016 and 2017 in both T20 and ODI formats. It's beautifully bowled from Mohandas. Just that gentle shape away from Momin. Not much pace for him to throw the bat at. This is gorgeous stuff from Hungary. They're giving nothing away whatsoever. Well, the YouTube European Cricket Network live chatters seem certain Hungary are going to win this one. There's still a long, long way to go, of course. Skied up. Could be a 4th wicket. Should be a 4th wicket. And it's not a 4th wicket. No one's even laid hands on it. Oh. Well, this is not what you want to do when you've got the opposition exactly where you want them. It's a miscommunication between Ali Yilmaz and Salman Khan. Nobody really seemed to decisively call for it. And Austria get lucky.
Well, lucky, this is just really bad. And the two of them afterwards here thinking, you know, hey, I thought you had it. Thinking, oh, I saw you coming, thought you had it. And that's not what you want to be doing when you've got the team in the rocks.
Quick single for Shigival, and well, if Momin gets going, we'll see how crucial that could prove to be. End of the power play for now, 15 for 3. Austria in all sorts of trouble. Another bit of cricketing news that you may or may not have seen yesterday that's worth bringing to your attention. It's actually a change in the laws of the game from the MCC, the Marylebone Cricket Club. They've approved an amendment to the game's laws to use the gender-neutral term batter instead of batsman. So it'll be batter or batters from now instead of batsman or batsmen. And I think it is a welcome one. It costs nothing. It makes the game more inclusive to a wider pool of players. Of course, the way in which cricket has changed, it's been very welcome to see over the years, and doesn't really make any difference to anyone apart from making it maybe somewhat more welcoming. There's plenty of young girls and women's cricketers who've spoken of some of the terminology of the game maybe being off-putting to them and making them feel less included than they should be. It's just a piece of cricketing news that has come out. It's a very welcome change, maybe arguably taken longer than it should have done. So it's good to see.
Well, this match, I think everything poises on Razman Shigiwal. Look, they have lost his wickets, but he's a man that can do the damage. He's due some big runs.
Down the ground from Shigiwal. And it's interesting as well, when you use the term batter, it does also bring to mind baseball. And if there's any form of cricket that's a touch like baseball, it's definitely this.
It reminds me of fish and chips. Sausages, all in batter.
Well,
Tastes delicious.
it's going to be reminding you, in a cricketing sense, of course, of someone wielding the willow. Got lunch on your mind,
is what
Rico.
they're saying.
Got lunch on your mind.
Lunch on my mind. Yeah, Tommy's grumbling a little. No, I'm just thinking of back home. Shout out to my lovely wife. Charlie is keeping the restaurant going.
Leaves
And
that
of
one
course,
for a
she
while.
will be getting the batter ready. Friday is always fish and chips day, isn't it?
Well, I was just about to go in that exact direction. Man to my left, of course, running a very successful restaurant operation when not behind a microphone. Just jabbed away for one by Moment.
Yeah, this is the important phase, isn't it, for these two batsmen? I mean, they've seen wickets fall. I mean, you made the point that one of the things that the Austria camp was saying is they're not happy with the rate and the way that they're losing those wickets. Well, sometimes I think trying to be too overcautious, you lose wickets as well.
Cut away and almost a catching chance for Zishan Kukihel coming round. It's actually a great diving stop. Well, this is the kind of fielding that can make such a difference in a game. It's the youngster once more. He's having quite the day out there, Marc Desfontaine. He saved 3 runs on that occasion.
Yeah, also involved in the catch, wasn't he? The first wicket that went. And that of Goraya, who is a destructive batsman as well. Big moment. These two have to get a big partnership together.
Down the ground from Moment. That will be 1. Speaking of women's cricket, worth mentioning that Austria are in action at Seban Cricket Ground this weekend in a bilateral series against the Belgium side, and the Austrian manager who's here for this game, Quinton Norris, will be flying back early to be in charge and part of those fixtures. That's away by Shigiwal for 1, and it's fantastic to see both the explosion of men's and women's cricket across Europe that's coming about. It does seem like in so many different places you hear stories of the number of clubs only continuing to multiply at great rates, even within a season or two. But for now, Austria's scoring rate is certainly not multiplying at any great speed. The inside edge of Momin's bat for 1, so well, Austria, they're on struggle streak. They are 22 for 3 after 4 overs, and it maybe seems to be a bit of a stick or twist situation in that we've seen them lose a lot of wickets by trying to be destructive at the top of the order, and so now they've gone into their shell and gone the other way, and it is a very nervous looking Austrian dugout right now. And understandably so. So if they go at 6 and over from here, if they go at 12 and over, I should say, for the last 6 overs, they're going to be looking at 94, which is distinctly under par.
Yeah, it is. But I think mentally, and this is my way of thinking, you've got 2 top bowlers you've now got out of the way. Yeah, both those openers have bowled their 2 overs each. They're now out of the equation. And it's probably these 2 batsmen are thinking, right, okay, this is time for it to go. But it's not going to be that easy because Kathapal, he's been the leading wicket taker for for Hungary, and he's not going to give them anything. In fact, he's probably been, I think, my pick of the bowlers. With all the teams put together, I think I like what he does with the ball. He gets the variation in the shorter ball, the fuller ball. This is going to be an interesting challenge, but I think they're going to have to go after him.
Well, they've got to. They've got no choice, because look at the scoreboard. It really is one that few would have predicted, given the strength that Austria have got of T10 hitters. It's not like they've picked a T20 side. They've picked a side full of good T10 hitters who impressed for them at the European Cricket Series in Vienna. And now it is the man known somewhat as the protractor because of this strange run where he starts from a very straight, short, mid-on position for the left-handed Shahul Momin. Left alone, and that's a no ball. It's going to release the pressure somewhat. It gives the freedom of a free hit. So we take a look at the run rate so far in this competition, and that does tell you that Austria and Hungary are pretty even though Austria won when the sides met earlier on. They're both scoring and conceding at very similar rates.
Very similar, isn't it? It's almost like a mirror image. Very little in it. Free hit.
And Momin, beg your pardon, can't really take advantage of the free hit. So Ketapal will feel like he's somewhat got away with that error. But we have seen that it's defendable if you can just get up to 100 plus. Give yourselves a chance. Anything less than that, and it really is very tough indeed. You've got to bowl and field exceptionally. That voice you can hear booming out across the ground is the aforementioned Chima, Austria's 12th man. He's not had much to cheer though, nor has anyone in the Austrian camp so far in this game. Jammed into his pad. Just about skipped through.
Interesting though, isn't it? I mean, the captain, Razmal Shigewal, when we saw him first up and he scored that 96, he just seemed to be in such good knock. In fact, all of the Austrian batsmen did it. It was almost like they were coming straight out the net, straight in the middle, hitting the ball cleanly. And yet here today, they don't seem to be able to find the middle of the bat.
Short. And Shigewal goes down the ground, but again, it's miscued. Will only pick up one, fielded by Sanko Welligamage, who took that extraordinary catch yesterday that had all of the Dutch team who were watching on from the fan zone and marquee tents up and giving him a standing ovation. Such was its quality. The catch of the tournament so far. Short. And well hit by Shigewal. He'll pick up 4 this time. It's the first 4 of the innings to go with that 1-6 that Guraya hit. And finally Austria have got something to cheer.
Yeah, this is what they needed. Some boundaries, and a nice shot there off Mark Simpson-Parker as well, sitting applauding. Well, I'd expect to see him maybe with his pads on as well, ready to come in. He can certainly up the tempo with some of his good hitting. We'll talk about up the tempo. This is big. Volley, volley, volley. 6 carreras, manos arriba, arbitro. Eso es 6.
Well, it's not quite too little too late, but they're certainly going to need a lot more where this has come from. Shigewal has opened his shoulders. 4 followed by a 6. And suddenly the pressure is very much on Abhishek Ketapal. Shigewal will keep the strike. 37 for 3 at the end of the 5th. Ketapal concedes 15. It's the biggest over of the innings so far. Quite easily so. And so at the midpoint, I know that 2 a ball from here will get them to 97. We know that par is probably more around the 120 mark, so going to probably need Shigewal to repeat his heroics of that Monday morning against the Romanians, where he fell full short of the first ever T10 international century. Out there with Momin, who's been somewhat becalmed. He has 7 off 9. A lot of pressure on the captain.
Yeah, there is. But I think Momin is at the moment, he's just probably doing what the captain has said to him to do. Say, look, come on, You don't need to lose any more wickets here at the moment. Let's stay together. Let's get this partnership up. Lead me to get going. And once I'm in the groove, then I'll give you the nod to go for the shots, whatever it be. Being it's an ideal time for some of the big hitters to come in then. Once we've steadied the ship a little bit, that's those rates again. And as we said, you see both these teams very similar. And of course, Michael, this is what we've got coming up tomorrow. This is what they're all playing for.
Well, they're playing for the right to be in the top 2, these teams. That's what they're fighting for, alongside the Netherlands 11. Now, if Hungary win this, they will move on to 4 wins from 7. And they will cause Austria to drop down to having 4 wins from 7. Now, Austria still play Romania, a game you would probably, with greatest of respect to the Romanians, expect Austria to go on and win. Meanwhile, Hungary have got a more difficult challenge of facing the Netherlands 11. So that's skied up by Shigival. Difficult chance. And taken. Brilliantly taken by Salman Khan. And Shigival, the only Austrian batsman who's looked in any kind of touch, has to go. And Austria are 37 for 4. It is Salman Khan who's got him. And it just gets better and better and better for Hungary.
Well, this is great from Salman Khan. Not the Bollywood actor, but he's certainly the bowler. And look, he's had to come a long way to take this. And, well, you can see he's happy about it. That's good vision from him. I think he knew as soon as this is going in the air, it has to be his. I think the fielders are too far away. And gets the acceleration in, goes into 5th gear, gets there, takes a catch. And isn't he a happy bunny? Because that is a big wicket to get. Shigival, he was just starting to get going, just started to play a few nice shots, but he's gone for 19 off the 15 balls he used up.
Well, he's known as their biggest 6-hitter. So he's the man you want out more than anybody else on this side. A 2-time European Cricket Series winner with Vienna Afghan. He's replaced by Noor Khan, who's also part of that Vienna Afghan team. He's recently qualified to play for Austria under residency. Hasn't really done anything of note with the bat in this tournament so far. Desperately needs something from him here.
Salman Khan, and he comes to the new batsman, and that's going to be called a wide ball. Of course, new batsman, even if they had crossed, will always be on strike now because of the rule change here.
Yeah, and it's a change that we discussed for a while. We saw it in the English domestic competition, the 100 in the summer. Don't think you should be rewarded for being caught. Slow ball, didn't pick it. It's okay on the wide line, says umpire Croucher. And I say rewarded because if you've got 2 set batters out there and one skies the ball up, gets out, why, assuming it isn't the last ball of the over, should the crossing mean that the new bat doesn't face?
Yeah.
That's a huge swipe and a miss from Noor Khan. Well, I mentioned he's out of form, and doesn't need a batting coach to tell you that this is the shot of a man out of form. He was trying to hit this so hard. He's only scored 3 in his 3 innings in this tournament so far. He's really feeling the pressure here, as are Austria. Well, that's another wide from Khan. They don't want to bowl Austria back into this game through needless extras.
Just went for the slower one there, didn't he? Just tried to take the pace off. I think that was worth a go because you know what Noor is going to do. He's swinging the bat wildly, so he thought, we'll get the slower one in, maybe get him to miscue and give an easy cat somewhere. Me, I'd be going for the Yorker length delivery here. Get it full, try and knock him over. And he's gone outside the off stump again. Another swing and a miss. I think the batsman here, all he's trying to do is says, I'm not in any form. Look, I might as well go out there and try to hit myself into form. Sometimes you see that it can work, but at the moment here, he's missing these by a long way.
Well, scoreless off 3 balls. He's not even got close to making contact with any of them. Very nice from Salman Khan. And again, it's a repeat result. And that is an outstanding over from Salman Khan. He's conceded just the 2 runs from it. He's kept up the pressure on Austria, who now find themselves, after that over's pegged them right back again, 39 for 4 off 6. Only 2 wides conceded from it. No runs off the bat. And just 4 overs left for them to scramble something.
Yeah, I mean, look, even if they go at, say, 10 and over here, they're going to be way below par where they need to be. I think from here, if they can get themselves to, say, the 90 mark, maybe 90, 95, I mean, that gives them something to bowl at, and they've got to be at their best. But at the moment, we've got to do something even to get there.
And I am a bit surprised as well that we haven't seen Mirza Ahsan, the man who has the fastest T20 international 50 for Austria. He's still not come out. Now, he's batted in the top 6 throughout this tournament, but he's not necessarily been in the best nick, and now he's still waiting to come in as manager Quinton Norris and all-rounder Mark Simpson-Parker discuss tactics. Are going to have plenty to think about, Austria, including, you would think, in around half an hour or so, trying to come out and defend a very below par total. So, this is going to be Marc Desfontaine, the teenager. Exciting youngster who I know so many have got their eye on in Hungarian cricket. But that's not the best start, and it's going to drift away for 5 wides.
Yeah, I mean, he gets the line wrong, but the other thing was, of course, he got quite a bit of swing there as well. So the swing also going the wrong way makes it difficult for the wicketkeeper to try and stop. And it's going to be, well, 5 ugly ones, 5 wides.
And look, he will be nervous, and it's completely understandable. This is his first ball of this European Cricket Championship. First legitimate ball that he's trying to complete. Global televised event with so many watching on. It's a better ball from Desfontaine. He could have taken a wicket with it. He's managed to get 2 hands to that, Salman Khan. It would have been a great catch, running, diving forward at full stretch. Had to make a lot of ground to even have had a chance with this. And he did have it in 2 hands, but it's the classic one where as soon as his elbows and the rest of his body's hit the ground, it's knocked it out. Well,
that's unfortunate, isn't it, for the young man, the bowler, Fontaine. Could have had his first Dream 11 cricket championship wicket from his first legal delivery, couldn't he? But it wasn't to beat, and I think it was a difficult catch, you have to say. Hardest ones, those, when you're diving forward. Also, ball tends to pop out when you're hitting the deck as well.
Again, that is a big, big swing. It is given as a wide, but again, you just look at Noor Khan here. Watch the swing. It's a long, long way off the ball in terms of his timing. When you see a good player in form, they have the composure to leave those balls alone. They know it's going to be a wide. And that's another wide from Desfontaine. He's only conceded 1 run off the bat here, but 7 in wides. And this is first over of this T10 international tournament.
Yeah, that's nice there. Just getting a few words from the captains. It's always good. Somebody to just say, look, you're doing well, you're bowling well, you're getting good pace in the ball. Just concentrate, just getting the line right.
And again, Noor Khan's struggles continue. He's just trying to hit the ball so hard.
Yes, he's not doing his team any favours here because he's swinging, missing, chewing up the balls, dot balls coming on around him. And, you know, you have a look at that already. You said 5 deliveries, hasn't got a run on the board. So this one here will be, he's had an over. One of those 10 overs has been chewed up by Khan. And so far, hasn't got bat onto ball.
And again, Noor Khan can't put bat on ball. He's faced 6 balls now, and he still hasn't actually got bat on any of them. Never mind scored a run. It's nicely bowled by Marc Desfontaine.
Yeah, good comeback from the young bowler, and well, that's the maiden. So this innings, technically, it's only been a 9 over one.
Well, Noor Khan's finally managed to hit one, and it's gone a long way. Finally, the bat speed turns into bat on ball. A big 6 for Noor Khan. And Austria belatedly bring their team score past the 50 mark. They're 53 for 4 with just the 20 balls left to add to it.
Yeah, well, look, he's got to keep going. He's got one of them finally, but so far it's 6 of 7 deliveries, which, well, it's not what you want to be doing here at all. What matters now is now that he's finally connected one, is he able to connect the others? It's been joined the dot up until that one.
Short and pulled away, so Norcam will pick up 4 more. A 6 followed by a 4. The pressure firmly on Marc Desfontaine now. And maybe Hungary can get some late innings treatment dished out to them here by the Austrians.
Well, this is better. That one was just a little bit too short, so he does play a different shot to it, gets bat onto ball, steers this round to the boundary, so that is another one.
Oh, poor old Desfontaine, he'll really be feeling the pressure here. He's bowled 8 wides in this over. Now he's gone for a 6 and a 4 as well. Skied up, tough chance. And taken, really well taken out there. At deep mid-wicket, he had to run 10 yards around to his left-hand side and then stay underneath it. There is a bit of a breeze around here today at the Cartermore Oval. And Austria are 57 for 5. Congratulations to Marc Desfontaine, who picks up his first wicket in this ECC, the talented teen, getting something to remember his over by in a positive sense after it had already gone for 18.
That's a very good catch, you know, because I think that ball's gone up in the air, a long way up as well. It's swirling around, and I think that the Zishan Cookie Hell has held on to that beautifully. In the end, you see, he ends up taking it almost side on, so that tells you just how much that ball had moved in the air. But the young man, well, he gets his wicket. Well, Nurkan, we did chew up a lot of balls, but he does finally connect with 2. So he ends up with 10 off 9.
You wouldn't say 10 off 9 is a good result, though, for Austria in this situation. These tiny 50-metre boundaries. As we see again, that catch from Zishan Cookie Hell. Not an easy one. Those kind of takes make all the difference. As we see the road to winning this ECC, Belgium and Spain. 2 to make it out of Group A. Netherlands 11 will finish in the top 2 of Group B. And then this game is a big one in the fight to avoid finishing, or finish alongside them, I should say. Should make the point, though, it's not just a case of finishing the top 2 in the group stages. That's it, done. You're through to final sweep. We've, of course, got tomorrow where the playoffs kick in. Mirza Ahsan takes guard. I mentioned him before, the man with the fastest T20 International 50 for Austria. Very good straight hitter of a cricket ball. Best knock so far of 34 of 14 against Romania. Also hit 15 not out of 8 against Hungary. He's facing Abhishek Ketapal. Short. Miscued. Sam will only get 1. The pressure builds as it already is very much on Shahal Momin. He has 9 off 11. He was brought in a collapse to solidify things, but now they really need more than just singles from him.
Yeah, they need to try and get to a score on the board that they believe and feel that they can defend.
Pulled away by Momin. Well, I said he needed to open his shoulders. He certainly has done there. It's a big 6 to take him into double figures and dish out a bit of treatment on Abhishek Ketapal.
Nice shot. Short was going down the leg side, and the left-hander latches onto this. He's hit it big, and that one's gone right up there in the overgrowth. That's one for the snakes to gobble up.
Fuller. Nice looking drive from Momin. He'll only pick up 1. It's well stopped up there by Salman Khan, who had to make the ground quickly to his right-hand side. I think that's hurt him a bit as well. It was hit hard.
Yeah, I think that was from the catch he went through earlier from Fontaine. I think that caught the tips of his fingers. But key fielding position, isn't it, those 2 straight?
Away for 6 more. Well, they're finally starting to get going, Austria. They'll hope it's not too little too late. Mirza Hassan this time, arguably Austria's best six-hitter. Latches on, and Ketapal's just not learning. Short again, not the ticket.
Yeah, you can't be bowling short. And just have a look at what's done the damage up until now. It's been the full deliveries, full outside off stump as well. And he's bowling just a tad down the leg, a little bit too short. And he's going to get put away. Now, we know he does have a very lethal Yorker delivery. We've seen him knock the stumps over on a number of occasions. The top wicket taker for Hungary. He's got to get it right.
Down the ground from Mirza Hassan. That's a huge 6 over long off. So it's easily Ketapal's most expensive spell of the tournament. He goes for 36 from his 2 overs. His second over is cleaned out for 27. 3 consecutive 6s for Mirza Hassan. I was surprised that he was this low in the batting order, and he's starting to make something of a mockery of it. 78 for 5 after 8.
Yeah, I mean, surprise is the word. I mean, when you've got somebody in the camp that can hit the ball like that, and also, for me, Mark Simpson-Parker, I mean, they've got to be up there, I think. I mean, you can't be having people up there chewing up balls, and we saw that, didn't we, from Noor Khan. He just didn't look the part. And I think Mr. Maxwell would say, look, if you know you're in that sort of form, well, look, just give everything, get yourself out, don't chew up balls. What he did was chewed up balls and then got out. All right, he did hit 10 in the end, but that came off 2 balls, so tells you how many he wasted. And we've said that was an overplayed out, wasn't there?
Zishan Cookie-Hale starts with a wide. Cookie-Hale only being used for this, the 9th over. They've juggled their bowlers around somewhat. He's the 6th to be used. That gave the youngster Desfontaine a chance. He will be in confident mood, Cookie-Hale, after taking a very good catch. So now he's been hit down the ground. Decent shot from Momin. Brings onto strike Mirza Hassan. Oh, I just think, Austria, if they can have a big pair of overs here, can get up around that 120 mark, and what's more, they have the psychological momentum in the match.
Yeah, Salman Khan again doing some good work there in the field.
Salman Khan will definitely come back and bowl the last. He only went for 2 and he picked up a wicket.
Yeah, speaking of the field, they're making a change here now. So another man being pushed back on the leg side. 3rd man comes up.
Away by Mirza Hassan. Trots through for a single. So 10 balls left from now. 2 a ball from here would get them up and above that 100 mark. Short, and he loves the short ball, Shahar Momin. He's absolutely launched that into the weeds. And after a bit of a slow start to his innings, Momin's really beginning to get going now. That's his 2nd pulled 6.
This one was absolutely hammered. He's given this some welly, hasn't it? It's gone all the way. What a lovely shot that is. And, well, if you're going to spend some time out there getting yourself in, you then have to make it count. And that's what he's doing.
Short again. He's just not learning, Cookie-Hale. You cannot bowl there. It's almost an identical ball and an identical shot to the previous one.
Well, I was saying at one point that they may struggle to get to the 85-90. Well, have a look at the score here now. And that's all happening in the latter part of this. It was 39 for 4 after a great over from Salman Khan, the 6th. And look where we are at now, 93 for 5.
It does go fuller this time. Nicely flicked away by Momin. 4-1. So 7 balls left. And Shahar Momin, after going at runnable 10, his first 10, has started to really kick on here. Hassan's found the gap now as well. So Cookie-Hale's conceded 20 from the penultimate over, and Austria, from an incredibly slow start, have got themselves up to 98 for 5 with 1 over left in this run-setting exercise for them. This has been quite a comeback.
Well, it's been sensational, really. It's all about having the right man out at the right time. Of course, you never know if a batsman's going to go out there and click straight away. But as we keep saying, it's about not chewing up those balls. Austria earlier batsmen did, but these ones are not. They're hitting the ball big now.
This pair have put on 41 together from 12 balls.
Yeah, and
Momin and Hassan.
And then Momin, he's on 30 of 17. He's just accelerated when they needed to. They haven't bowled well to him, though, have they? They bowled too short, especially later on. When you bowl full to him, he wasn't able to play the same sort of shots.
Salman Khan to finish off. From here, another big over, and Austria will be behind that 120 mark. It's not just about, say, how you get that 120, it's the fact that you've got it in the context of this game.
Salman Khan is a different ball game, I think, with his bowling. I don't think we'll be seeing him bowling too short. Let's see what his first one is. And it goes for 4. Well, it wasn't short, it was pitched up, but the shot was too spicy, too hot to handle. What's up, well, 4 runs, that's what's up. Nice shot.
Well, it's not maybe the best bit of fielding from Asanko Weathergamagate. Didn't fancy the dive. I'm told by a lot of the players out there that if you're going to dive on any field, this field is as good as any to dive on.
Oh, it's like a little soft rug, isn't it? It's lovely.
Short, and that is huge. Down the ground from Momin. That's a big, big 6. And he really has kicked into life in the last 10 minutes or so. Solidified them when they were collapsing, and now is pulling them towards a good total.
That was a monster hit. Well, that's a Bizaway Super 6. That's still going. Oh, he's absolutely hammered it.
Goes again, hasn't got all of this one. Probably going to land safe. Was almost caught coming around by Sandeep Mohandas. Not an easy one. And now run 2. Bit of fortune for Momin. Could yet grab himself a first T10 International 50.
Interesting if we see a slower delivery here. Oh, this is it. It was slower, but it's gone all the way over. Volley, says Bass. Well, I was saying that Salman Khan, he's going to be a different kind of bowler. He's certainly not going to bowl it short. Michael, he hasn't bowled it short, but wherever he's put it, it's still going to the boundary.
Well, this is what you can see in a T10 game. The momentum swings so quickly. Now suddenly it's Hungary with all the questions to answer. As that's another full toss. And Momin's flicked this away through deep backward square. 4 more. Well, you can tell that the wheels are coming off for Hungary, because even the ever-dependable Salman Khan is going the distance. 4, 6, 2, 6, 4 for Momin from this final over, which has gone for 22, and we've still got 1 ball left of it.
Wow. It's all happening here in the end. Well, we saw a special 9th. Well, the 10th is pretty special as well.
Another full toss. Momin's actually not got hold of this. They've got to go. It's the last ball of the innings. And, well, Momin is going to get run out. So he will get his half-century brought up from that previous ball. And he goes for 52 of 23 balls. His first T10 International half-century. Joins his colleagues Hussain and Shigival, who've got that honour earlier on in the competition. A nice knock to close out from Mirza Ahsan too. 18 of 5. And that pair, who came together at 57 for 5, have added 69 from the last 3 overs of the innings. And now Austria are up level with par, if not maybe a touch above it.
Yeah, that's a sensational recovery. Really good comeback. And they didn't start well. It was a lot of hit and miss. The wickets were being taken as well, but then towards the end, Michael, as you said, they got it together, and there was some sensational hitting, but a bit of hitting there as well between Fontaine and the umpire, but they were both okay. Fontaine, he did come back and take a catch, and he bowled pretty well too as well.
They were in all sorts of trouble, weren't they? 13 for 3 after 2.5 overs when Abrar Bilal was out. And it truly was one-way traffic. A nice catch from talented teen Artes Fontaine, and Abrar Bilal was caught behind for a first baller off Mohandas. This looks costly as we look back, because Shahal Moment dropped as those two fielders couldn't get onto it. Ketapal came on, Hungary's top wicket taker in the competition before this game, but he was whacked in his 2 overs. Changed the game. Ketapal went for 36 from his pair. As Shigival, alongside Moment, just started to lead the recovery. Bit of a dent in it there. Shigival caught and bowled by Salman Khan for 19 off 15. Noor Khan hit 1 big 6. It was to Perish trying the same thing. Good take from Zishan Kuki-Hale. It hung in the air a long time, giving Mark Desfontaine his first ECC wicket. Then the game-changing partnership, Shahal Moment and Mirza Hassan. Added 69 from the last 3 overs. Moment really settled into his stride. Shahal Moment, who only recently qualified to play for Austria. It's 61 on his T20 international debut in July against Belgium, and now has a T10 international 50 to his name as well. So it's Austria at the midpoint of this game who have all of the momentum in the match. They hit 126 for 6 batting first, but that doesn't really tell the full story. The key partnership was between Hassan and Momin at the end. They added 69 off the last 3 overs after, as you can tell from that scorecard, the top order was somewhat decimated. Golden Ducks for Hossein and Bilal. As for the Hungarian bowling, it was all going so well in the early part of the innings. Sandeep Mohandas bowling out for 2 for 6. Exceptional figures. But Salman Khan's second over, the last of the innings, went for 23. Abhishek Ketapal bowled his most expensive spell of the tournament. Mark Desfontaine's only over went for quite a few, as did Zishan Kuki-Hale's. So that's what's brought us to this position in the game. A miraculous recovery from Austria, who were in all sorts of trouble. So, 127 to win for Hungary. I don't think many of us thought that I'd be saying that 20 minutes or so ago, but that is the scenario. Remember that if Austria win, they confirm their top 2 spot and get that double chance tomorrow. Hungary need victory in this game to stay in with a hunt of finishing in the top 2, though they would need a win against the Netherlands later on as well. Do join us for the run chase very shortly. We'll see if Hungary can get over the line to keep the top 2 race interesting, or whether it will be Austria who sew up their spot alongside the Netherlands. You're watching the Dream 11 European Cricket Championship. We'll see you for the run chase very shortly.
The European Cricket Series is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, FanCode, and Grizzly Bear Sports.
Hello, cricket lovers. Welcome back to Austria. I don't have too much good news at the moment because of the conditions, obviously, the rain coming down pretty heavily just as we were getting going in the fourth match of the day. That decision has been made for it to be abandoned. We just won't have time to get on and complete even a 3-over match, I think. That is the word on the street. You'll probably get official word about that soon. So we are going to go back to that classic match. And wasn't it exciting so far? Austria winning the toss and batting. We're going all the way back to the 23rd of September 2021. Austria putting 126 on the board for the loss of 6 wickets. Shahil Momin with a quick fire half century, 53 off 23 balls. As far as the bowling went, Sandeep Mahandas was very good for Hungary, 2 for 6. So we're going to go back. We'll show you the second half of that game now. That should take us up to around about 15 minutes before the scheduled start of match 5 here today, which will be Vienna Eagles versus Pat Ryder. So hopefully we've got some good news as far as that goes. But for now, we are going to take you back to that classic match from 2021. Hungary chasing 127 for victory.
Forward, Austria know that victory here will seal their top 2 spot in the group, which will get them a double chance on Friday, meaning they only have to win one of their 2 matches on Friday to progress through to finals week. Hungary, meanwhile, need to find a way to chase down 127 to win, to keep up their hopes of finishing in the top 2 alongside the Netherlands. They would also need to get a result later on against the Netherlands, but all of those permutations depend on victory in this game for the men coming out to wield the willow in green and red. As for Austria, well, Shahil Momin smacked 53 of just 23 balls in the first innings of this game. He started very, very slowly, but accelerated later on. 69 scored from the last 3 overs, and that took Austria from a position of weakness to a position of real strength. They've got the momentum in this match, absolutely no doubt about that. It is 127 to win for Hungary against Austria. Remember that coming into this game, Austria were probably the slight favourites. They batted themselves into a really weak position. They were 39 for 4 after 6 overs. But now, here we are. A big, big moment in this game. A big, big moment in this tournament. Austria with 4 wins from 6 so far. Hungary with 3 wins from 6. And it's Zishan Kukihel set to face the first ball of this reply. Akib Iqbal, who bowled a wicket maiden yesterday. The first maiden in T10 international cricket history, is on again to open the bowling, as he so often, so impressively does for the Austrians. Figures of 2 overs, 1 maiden, 4 for 3 in that victory against Portugal. Starts with a leg side wide though. Well, that is the commentator's curse, if ever you've heard of it. And joining me once more is a man who it's never a curse to be alongside, Rico Fox.
Ah, you're so kind. Thank you very much, Michael. Hello to you, our global cricket family, wherever you're tuning in from, whether you're watching via our YouTube channel. And if you are, don't forget to subscribe. And whether you're watching some Indian continent as well, well, namaste to you. As this one, well, it's namaste to the ball. Adios, that's gone a long way. Watch out, Chris Tapson Richards, that's coming your way. That's a big 6.
Yeah, let's hope our cameramen are okay from Spring Productions, doing a lot of hard work out there in the sun. That is the first maximum of the reply. Hungary straight in and off and running. It took Austria 3 overs to hit their first 6, but as we know, they caught up so brilliantly. Plenty of people in the European Cricket Network YouTube live chat raving about that extraordinary finish to the innings from Austria. Mirza Ahsan and Shahil Momin adding 69 off those last 3 overs. It was a quite blistering counter-attack. Now it's Kukihel on the attack with his skipper, Mark Ahudra, at the non-strikers. Flicked away, 4 more. 2 full on the pads, and Kukihel likes it there. Back-to-back boundaries.
Yeah, look, one of the things I was saying, Michael, is that I've heard so much about this batsman, Zishan Kukihel. I know he's an outstanding hitter of the ball. He is a master blaster, full stop. That's what everyone says. And I wasn't in Budapest, and I know he impressed there. And, well, he hasn't quite, I don't think, hit top form. He hasn't quite shown us and the world what he can do. Well, this is a marvellous start against, normally, a very good bowler, Akib Iqbal.
Well, that's another wide, and that just shows what pressure can do to you. Suddenly, Akib Iqbal with 2 wide so far and 2 balls that have gone for boundaries. That's straight 6 and the flicked 4.
Just waiting for the field to be set.
Slow ball, completely mistimed. He might get away with it. Oh, it's not taken. It's gone through the hands. It's a back heel as well, something you'd be more likely to see on a football field. It was Iqbal Hussain initially diving for it, and then Mirza Hassan who cleans up.
You see this in the air. He's got his eyes on it all the way, but once again, I think this is a difficult one, and I'm suspecting, Michael, as we look around the ground and the way these flags are blowing, that's another one that the wind has taken away from him. Good effort, but good teamwork from the team. They kept it in place, stopped the boundary. Good backflip.
Down the ground, flat back, baseball style shot. Fielded by Mark Simpson-Parker, who's key man in the field for Austria, one of their most dependable in that regard. He's got his bucket hands. Also, as you'd expect of a man casually known as the giraffe, he can cover the ground pretty quickly.
He's a tall man, isn't he? And a couple of tall players here. I think another one is a man from the Netherlands.
Julian de May.
Yeah, de May. I mean, he's a tall man. I was out there. He was with me, and we were having a chat before the start of the day. And I'm thinking, you don't really appreciate it from here, maybe because all the other guys are so tall as well.
Well, that's a bit of traditional cricket in a very non-traditional setting. Lovely ball outside the off stump, played and missed.
Yeah, that's the line, isn't it? Mark Ahuja, he's has played and missed a few. He's hit and missed a few as well. He's due a few runs too, but that one was too good. Did well not to get anything on it.
And that will be a wide. Good composure from Mark Ahuja, just leaves it. Takes the extra, the man born in Mumbai, and as so many European cricketers do. It was love that brought him here. His Hungarian wife moved over in 2008 for work. Met her within a few months of moving, and the rest is history, as they say. Quick single. Shy from Razmal Shigival, but would have been in anyway. So end of the first over, and Hungary will be very happy with that. Chasing 127 to win. 17 without loss.
Yeah, look, they'll be very happy because if you look at the power play that Austria had, they were on 15 for 3, so they've already scored the runs that Austria did in the power play, just the one over.
But this is probably as good an example of the flaws in the head-to-head at this stage comparison, because Hungary could easily lull themselves into a false sense of security for the first 7 overs that they're ahead of where they need to be, but we know what Austria did at the back end of theirs. So, second of the 3 power play overs, and third man and long on are out. Sahal Zadran on. Pulled away by Ahuja, who gets his first boundary. Just too short from Sahal Zadran. It sat up and asked to be hit, and hit it was.
Yeah, nice shot. I mean, there's nobody out there mid-wicket. He pointed out where those 2 fielders that are allowed to be out are. One is behind at third man, and the other one was long on. Well, that's going to change because third man has come up into the ring now. So mid-wicket has been deployed.
Much better from Sahal Zadran. Really pushed that through. That was quick. And our cameras don't necessarily show you just how quick it was from this front-on view. But that was pushed through. Well bowled.
Yeah, he's well bowled, Zadran, along with Iqbal. Iqbal, though, he wasn't at his best in his first over. The 2 of them have shone through this championship so far. Really bowled very well indeed.
No full toss. He's got away with that somewhat. Sahal Zadran is an ECS winner with Vienna Afghan, known as the Wild Thing because, well, it's not so much that that's his favourite karaoke song, it's more that he's got plenty of pace, but sometimes it can go a touch all over the shot. Oh, beautifully cut by Cookie Hale, and he holds the pose as well. This is one of the shots of the day from Zishan Cookie Hale, who is in great nick.
Yes, well, Zishan saying, shot भी मैं मारूंगा, अपना pose भी मैं ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਲਈ hold करूंगा, मेरी photo है 2-3 खींच ले. Well, that's Diana's job, the photographer for the European Cricket Network. Take some photos of me, he says. Where are you?
I'm sure she's around, Diana Oros. And flicked away by Cookie Hale for 6 more. Hungary on the early assault, and Sahal Zadran is under all sorts of pressure.
Well, this is what I've been waiting to see. Him in full flow, and that's what he is at the moment. Look how quickly he gets into position. This is what this is all about. It's the speed in which he picks the length, the speed at which he gets behind the ball and whips that away. Lovely shot, Michael.
Well, I just wonder whether they think of maybe turning to the spin of Shahal Momin early here, Austria, because these two have always looked much more comfortable against pace in this tournament so far, and they're taking a real liking to Iqbal and Zadran. Got to be flexible sometimes with your tactical plans.
That would be a good call for me. Take the pace off.
Shorter. Well bowled. Umpire Crouch is happy with it. Zishan Cookie Hale was looking up, hopeful it might be considered a wide or a no ball. But it's a nice bouncer, so Zadran concedes 15 from his over. And Hungary early on are sitting pretty. They are 32 without loss after 2 overs.
Yeah, they're cruising, aren't they? And Zadran there, he gets one through, and you could see him giving the batsman the stare, saying he couldn't get much on this one, but he's probably said back to him, look at the score, 32. And that's more or less where just a few less than where Austria were at the halfway point. So again, guns blazing at the moment here.
Really, really happy with this start. Concerned is the mood operandi, I should say, right now for the Austrians. That will help somewhat. Dot from Umar Tariq. And it is a change of sorts. It's not the spin of Shahal Momin, but they've got Abra Bilal up to the stumps. Just looking to trap Marka Huja in his crease. Well, that's a wide. Nicely kept by Bilal, who's possibly been the best wicketkeeper of the tournament so far behind the stumps. He's been very smart indeed. We need something tight here from Tariq. Still yet to play a T20 international, the youngster. So that's a leg side wide this time. Bilal had flicked the bails off. It didn't really matter in truth. Flicked the bails off with his body accidentally. This is untidy and not what Austria need. Going so well in this competition, then had 2 big defeats against the Dutch. Slow ball picked up nicely through square leg for 6. Well, Cookie Hale just keeps going and going and going here, and Austria need him out soon if they want to win this.
This was a huge shot. It wasn't a particularly bad ball. I mean, look, it's right on the stump. It's going on to hit. If you miss, I hit, says the bowler, but I'm not going to miss it, says Zishan. That's an absolute thunderous shot, and it goes all the way up over there to the fan zone. Hello to everybody out there that's watching. Give us a wave. We'll give you one back. Hola a todos. ¿Cómo estás? Nice to see some young kids enjoying the cricket too.
He's got away with that somewhat, Tariq. Gets a slightly fortuitous dot ball, not the best delivery. And just to remind you of what this would mean, if Hungary are victorious in this game, both of these teams will have 4 wins from 7 with 1 game left.
Yeah.
Good Yorker from Tariq. Now the big difference is who they have to face in their last game. In that Austria have to face Romania, who have 2 wins from 6, and Austria won the first time they met and would back themselves to do so again. Hungary have to face the Netherlands 11, who, dare I say, without falling into the beware the wounded animal sort of cliches, I imagine will be back and firing. So that's not fired by Ahuja, that's mistimed, and that's out. Well, they really needed that, Austria, and they've got something to celebrate. Umar Tariq picks up the wicket, and it's 42 for 1. Hungary skipper Mark Ahuja is gone.
Yeah, but you know what, Michael? I'm going to say this, it's going to sound terrible, but I think that's the man you want to leave out there. He's just going at run a ball, because you know that the other batsmen that are going to come out here can really thump this all over the place. It's probably in this form of the game, you probably think, look, the way he's going, we probably could have done with him there, because the next guys that are going to come out are going to start pelting this ball as well all over the park, and they're going to probably join in the fun with Zishan Kukikhel. Well, we don't know for sure, because sometimes what we have seen when a wicket goes, even though there's a great start, and I think you were making that point as well, a wicket goes and there could be a mini collapse here, but I just get the feeling that that's not going to be the case here.
So it's the end of Mark Ahuja. He's a back-to-back ECS winner in Hungary with the Royal Tigers. Now he's going to have to leave it to his troops to do the rest of it. Do remind me of a story in village cricket where captain would wear his cap on backwards as a sign to his fielding team that they didn't want to get somebody out. But to do that at a T10 international event would seem quite something else. Umar Tariq has taken a wicket now. And now he's bowling to one of the biggest hitters in Hungary, Zahir Safi Mohammed. It's a nice way to get going, but he's hit that straight at backward point. Zishan Guraya does the fielding, and suddenly the decibel levels in the field from Austria go up just a few notches. And why not? It's the end of the power play, 42 for 1.
Yeah, Zahir Safi Mohammed, Michael, I really liked his batting yesterday when they played the Netherlands in that. Well, they almost pulled off what would have been a shock. Well, we've seen that shock today. I think some of us are still reading from it. But 57 of 22 he made in that 108 for 4 that Hungary put on. And the Netherlands just getting there with 7 wickets down, 2 balls to go. What a match that was.
Yeah, and it's not a one-off either for Safi Mohammed. He got 43 off 14 against Portugal, 29 off 11 against Romania. So he's been a consistent contributor for the Hungarians with the bat. For now, though, he's watching to see if Kukikhel can continue on his merry way, but Kukikhel does tend to prefer pace, and he's got to face the wily spin of Shahul Momin. Get one out to Simpson Parker. Momin will be in confident mood after his half-century earlier on in this game.
Yeah, batted very well, didn't he? Took his time to get in.
Skied up. And away for 6. Well, anything that comes the way of Zishan Safi Mohammed in this tournament has often ended up disappearing if it's a white Kookaburra cricket ball, and this one has too.
Yeah, it just goes down on one knee and just relies on power and strength. And over it goes.
Straight to MSP for 1. Mark Simpson Parker, who is going to have a key role to play in this game if they can keep something of a lid on this Austria, because I imagine he'll be used for 2 key overs at the death.
Yeah,
that's a really important specialist role in this format. As that's cut away, and cut away deliciously. He doesn't try and hit this too hard. It's the quicker ball from Momin, rocks back Kukikhel and times it to perfection.
Yeah, we've seen that from him. It's not just about the power. We know he can smash it, but he can also be delicate, and his placement sometimes, the timing is exquisite as well. That one is top draw, lovely shot.
Swipe and a miss, and did turn from Momin, but umpire Croucher deciding that it's just about okay. Cards to the wide line. Game mistimed from Kukikhel. Really, really key partnership this. between this pair, who are by some distance the 2 highest run scorers for Hungary in the competition. So Austria have got to keep telling themselves that if they can get rid of these two, then it will all quickly look so different. Momin concedes 13 from his first, and Hungary are 55 for 1 after 4.
Yeah, look, a lot of people, Michael, have been commenting on this ground and talking about how wonderful it looks. And I have to say, it's an absolute pleasure, isn't it, to be here. I mean, standing alongside you, Mr. Maximo. We are the Good Time crew, don't forget it. And but yeah, it's great, and to be watching the cricket. And the sun's still shining today. It could be raining all over the place. Well, it could be raining wickets here. Well, it could. This is the one they needed, and they've got the big wicket. And Zishan Kukiel has to go. And in the end, Michael, it has to be said, he's gone very cheaply, very softly. Cheaply is not the right word. He's got the runs on the ball, but it's not the kind of shot you're going to see him get out to. Instead of relying on hitting this ball with power, I think he just gets into position and tries to flick it away behind square and goes straight to the fielder.
Well, he got himself in a slightly awkward position in that it wasn't that short and he was having to fetch it from a long way outside the off stump, but he's in such good nick that I think he thought that he could pretty much find a way to flick anything for 4 or 6 anywhere he wanted. 3 4s and 3 6s for Kukiel. 36 off 15. It's a very good contribution from him once more in a tournament where he's consistently performed with the bat, and that is as important a knock as any that he's played. He's given his team a fast start. They're well ahead of the 8 ball now. Still a long, long way to go as out steps Harsh Manjan, who himself has played some important cameos. 25 off 17 against the Netherlands yesterday, his top score. And he's flicked this one straight to short, fine leg, dropped by Mirza Hassan. And Manjan gets his first run oh so fortuitously. Must be said, he's not known as by any stretch the best fielder in this Austrian side, Mirza Hassan. They tried to somewhat hide him in the field, off and down at short, fine leg, and dare I suggest he's demonstrated why they tried to do so there. Great slur ball from Umar Tariq, keeping his composure despite that frustration.
Yeah, that's a big, big let-off, isn't it? I mean, that was straight at him, and he almost got a second chance to it, but he lost his balance. But look, we know one thing, Michael, you just cannot hide anyone out there, especially in this form of the game. Fielding is so important.
And that will be wide from Umar Tariq, who's bowled a good spell here when you remember that he came on after Iqbal and Hussain had been hit all over the place. He's dragged things back here for Austria when it was rapidly getting away from them.
Yeah, he changed up for me. He just changed up the gear, just bowling a little bit quicker.
Down the ground. And almost taken, but instead it goes for 4. Well, this would have been an exceptional catch from Zishan Garaya. He was running around from extra cover. It was sliced, so it didn't go quite as straight as he wanted it to. And in the end, it escapes through for another boundary.
There's Zadran there, was backing him up, and he'd be disappointed that he wasn't able to stop the boundary after it went through the fielder. So Tariq once more creating things, isn't he? Now he's got the wicket. He could have had a few actually. Well, field change being made here by the captain, and well, he's not happy with the way those two dealt with that one.
He's been evicted from that position and put at short third. Clever change-up from Tariq, who's bowled a really good spell that's actually even better than his figures suggest here.
Yeah, he has, you're right. I think he's been unfortunate, he's been unlucky.
He's got 1 ball left of it. Low full toss, he's missed out on it, Zishan Safi Mohammed. Oh, and it's gone for 4. Well, this really should not be going for 4 whatsoever. Akib Iqbal comes across first of all, and he can't stop it cleanly. And then Noor Khan follows in behind. Well, it was just needless, really. They were always going to get a single. They were always very unlikely to get 2. Akib Iqbal carelessly can't pick it up at all. and then it deflects off Norkhan's body for 4, and in a tight, crucial game as these teams fight for the top 2 spot, what kind of a difference will that prove to make in the final standings? 65 for 2 off 5.
Yeah, look, we know how important the fielding discipline is. In that over, we've seen the drop catch. We could argue we saw 2 drop catches. One was difficult, and then the misfield.
Momin back again. Just briefly distracted Manjan. That's a wide from Momin. Just trying to keep it outside that off stump, turn it away from the right-handed Manjan. We know that around 70% of the runs in this tournament have been scored through the leg side, so he's trying to keep it outside that off stump. So that's good aggressive fielding, and Abrar Bilal with the appeal, but Bilal unaware, I should say, that behind him, Hisafi Mohammed had got home.
Yeah, they're going to the third umpire here, but yeah, I'm with you, Michael. I think maybe he's just got there. I think I also like to see the gloves of the keeper. I'm just wondering if the bails were broken before the ball actually went into the gloves. We'll see that better here. Good work again from Spring Productions. Our partners, here's the ball. We can't quite see. The only thing we can't see here is whether that bat at the point of the stump's been broken was grounded. That's what they're going to have to look at again. And it's going to be a tight one. And he's been given out. Well, there you go. Well, it looked like he was home, but of course, if you don't come in with the bat grounded, you're going to get out, and that's what the issue was there for the batsman. He didn't have the bat grounded. Look, you'll see here clearly, good work again from the umpires. Bat in the air. Keep an eye on it, just there.
Oh, well, that is such sloppy cricket. And it's excellent work from our umpiring team, certainly not sloppy from them. They were all over it. It did seem like he had managed to scoot through. Well, that could be so costly for Hungary. Just basics.
Yeah.
Slide your bat in, look, still be out there.
How old were you? I mean, you don't have to think as far back as me. How old were you when you were taught how to run? And it was one of the first things you taught, aren't you, when you're learning how to, the discipline of batting. Look, this is the way you run. I mean, even now, I know that drills are done all over the place with juniors about running with the bat in hand and how you turn around when you get to the other end. But more importantly, you've got to slide that bat in.
Yeah, we always try and have sympathy for the players and what they're trying to do out there. It does look easy up in the commentary box, but it can't be ignored when you see a cricketing basic like that.
To come in, how old were you? Quickly, before this ball, when you picked up the bat and learned the discipline of the batting?
Probably about 6, 7.
Yeah.
And I think that's for most people who've played cricket a long time, and these are experienced cricketers. We've had great success at the ECS in Hungary and at Hungarian domestic level for years. This is a T10 international event. Just turned away, and they're trying another slightly dicey single, but manages to get home that time. And I think particularly when we're looking at an international standard of cricket, you've got to expect better than that.
Yeah, you do have to. And you know, I was having a discussion with Vinny yesterday on air, so we see this delivery.
Skied up, catching chance, no, over his head. Well, that's how you relieve the pressure. A 6 for Harsh Manjan, going after Momin. And we know that this Hungarian side have got plenty of players who are capable of counter-attacking nicely. Manjan's done that there.
Yeah, I mean, big wicket to get out softly like that. But one of the things we were saying is with the Netherlands here, what these teams will do.
Short, and he's ended up falling over. Doesn't quite end up stumped off a wide, and that's a nice moment as well from the wicket-keeper Bilal. He sort of jokingly went to push Manjan out of his crease. That's the kind of comedy we like on field. Done in very much the right spirit. Yeah. He is one of those keepers, Bilal, who's got a comedic side to him. He's a bit of a joker in the Austrian camp.
Yeah, but just to finish off, what the teams will do, they will learn, won't they, so quickly from watching a good team outfit like Netherlands, the way they field, the way they apply themselves. So they'll take a lot away from this, won't they, these teams?
And not just learn, they'll beat them, as Portugal did. Straight back to Momin, who's got him. It's another one. 75 for 4. And Austria are pulling this right back in their favour. Satyajit Ashraf Nairana, who'd only just got out there and has played some very handy cameos in this tournament, is not going to do that here. He's caught and bowled by Momin for just 1 off 2.
Yeah, it was just right there, wasn't it, for a slow spin bowler. Gets the ball there, and he's just waiting for it. He says, come on, give it to me. And he says, all right, there you go. Well, another soft one. I have to say, when the wicket there fell off, the first one, Zishan Cookie-Hill, that was a surprise to me, the way he played that shot. It was a soft shot to get himself out. But what I did say at that time was, look, the problem is what we've seen here a lot of the time, especially with these kind of teams that go out there and like to play the shot. Sometimes when it goes wrong, when you lose one wicket, the others tumble. And after a good start, Hungary now are slightly throwing it away a bit, and Austria are right back in this, Michael.
And great credit to Shahan Momin, because it was he who led the recovery with the bat. 53 off 23 balls, run out on the last ball of the innings. And he's got 1 for 23 here, which in the context of the chaos when he came on is actually pretty good.
Very good bowling.
He's got 1 ball left, bowling to Sankawele Gamage. Aside from 33 not out against Romania yesterday, hasn't been all too impressive with the bat. And that time, I think he's content to just respect the good ball for a moment. End of the over is a successful one for the Austrians. 10 runs from it, 2 wickets. So it's relatively new pair who've got to rebuild. 75 for 4 off 6.
Yeah, huge over, especially with that run out of, well, probably the second most dangerous batsman. And you just see the bowling figures there. Tariq, 2 for 20. I think that's excellent. And then Momin, take nothing away from what he's done so far as well. He's been very good. And yeah, using his magic, 23 he's gone for, but he has picked up that 1 wicket.
Now they've brought back Akib Iqbal. Austria trying to work their way back into this game. Slow ball to start with, hit very hard and straight. It's well cut off by Sahal Zadran running around, and I know that these teams with their analysts and their coaches, they plan to such a micro extent that every player knows their fielding position, and one of the, I guess, benefits of all the overs being bowled from the same end is it certainly makes it easier for teams to plan that and not having to change every 6 balls. So it's worked straight to short third, and there was definitely not a single there. He set off briefly Gamage, and Manjan was stood like a statue at the non-striker saying, mate, I'm not coming.
Yeah, I mean, they don't want to risk any unnecessary dismissal here now.
And nicely bowled. It's nicely played, though, as well. That's got through the gap for 4. What a shot that is. Well, Akib Iqbal must be in disbelief, and Rasmal Shigival's punching his other fist in frustration, the captain. It's just bisected the 2 fielders. Absolutely gorgeously. You can see them going on a despairing run chase, and with 50-metre boundaries, they've got no chance of catching up with it.
No, I think Iqbal Hussain, he had to get down, had to get dirty straight away on this. As soon as you let it go past you, it's 4 runs.
Tries to repeat the shot. That is just about okay on the wide line from Akib Iqbal. This really does look like it's going down to the wire, folks. Don't really see Hungary not getting to the last over, still within reach of the chase. They've got plenty of hitters right the way down. This is skied up and taken at long off. Akib Iqbal's got 1, and Hungary continue to collapse. Gamage is out for just 4, and it's 80 for 5.
Well, they just keep getting the wickets, you know, and this one as well. He's hoping that this is going to be a wind-assisted 6 when he hits it, but doesn't really get any power into the shot. And an easy catch there taken by Zadran. So another wicket goes. So they are starting to tumble here. They need somebody to stick around. They need somebody to give some support to that man, Mandian. He's been out there 9 or 5, but he's not getting much of the strike, is he?
And this is the problem with T10, of course. You can be in good nick, but strike is such an overwhelmingly important factor. You think of the longer formats of the game, if you're out there for any period of time, the strike more often than not does even itself out.
You know what I want to know?
Go on.
I want to know what gel Akib Iqbal is putting on his hair, because everything else is blowing all over the place, but his hair is not going out of place at all. I need some of that when I'm out there doing and you when we're doing the old intro, because the wind is blowing all over the place.
Every presenter going, watching this across the world is wanting to know.
There you go. You're a man who finds out all the information. That's what you've got to find out.
Full toss, flicked away by Ketapal. Abhishek Ketapal, who we've seen a lot more of with the ball than with the bat for Hungary. It's been consistent wicket taker for them. Now they're going to need him to do it with the bat. He was quite content to take the single to keep the strike, so he certainly backs his abilities. 81 for 5, 46 to win off the last 3 overs. And marking out his run is the specialist death bowler Mark Simpson-Parker, and they've got to keep their discipline here, Austria, because yesterday against the Netherlands, the wheels came off somewhat and they deviated from their plans. The captain, Razmal Shigival, decided he was going to bowl the final over of the innings. He went for 28 when he'd been having a bit of problems with his ankles, a bit of general stiffness, but he, as the captain, decided he should take on the responsibility. Bowled his first over of the tournament, it was a mess. So I'd imagine MSP will bowl the 8th and the 10th. And his first ball gets hit over long off for 6. Well, take that, Ketapal says to the specialist death bowler. And that is a great start to this over for Hungary.
Well, where did that come from, Ketapal? Well, at one point, he couldn't score any runs at all. I think he'd made a pair, and then yesterday, he got himself off the mark. Well, that is a tremendous shot. Well, shukka time maybe from Ketapal. And, well, this is what we've got coming up next, Michael. Well, what do you think of this? Such a big match for Portugal once more, eh?
Oh, this is truly the survival scrap of all survival scraps. Nicely bowled from Simpson-Parker. Good slow ball. You mentioned Ketapal's struggles with the bat. As we take another look at those team sheets. 1 win from 7 for Portugal, 2 wins from 6 for Romania. So Portugal have to win that game. And ideally, in winning it, get above Romania's net run rate, because that's what it could all come down to, and will all come down to between those two. But for now, between Hungary and Austria, it's another mini win for Hungary. It's a second 6 of the over.
Well, what a shot this is. Look, this is a bullseye. I think he should get extra points for this. This is right in the middle of that banner out there. Look at this. Boom. And yeah, that's definitely extra points. How do you get for that? 10?
Well, it would be 50 if it's darts. That would be game over.
Oh, this is a
horrible
no ball
delivery. And this is just what Austria didn't need. It's a no ball and it's 4. Well, he's been so good as a death bowler in this tournament, Mark Simpson-Parker, but it's all slightly falling apart here. He's got to get his composure back. Otherwise, this is going to get away from them very quickly. Free hit to follow.
Yeah, the umpire just having a chat with Mark Simpson-Parker, saying, look, another one of those. Unfortunately, you're going to have to come off. That's got his first and final warning. Last and final, I should say.
Down the ground. And just over the head of long off. It's another 6, a third 6 of the over. Hungary taking control of this run chase. And this over is being absolutely pummeled. It's gone for 30. Gone for 24, in fact, right now. So many we can barely keep up. 6-1, 6. No ball that went for 4. And then a 6 off the free hit. Straight back at Simpson-Parker. Oh, what a take. Caught and bowled. Well, he's so frustrated with all the runs that have come earlier on in the over that he can barely enjoy the moment. But that is exceptional cricket. He's right-handed as well. He just sticks out his so-called less preferred hand, his weaker hand of his left, and holds this. This is outstanding stuff. 105 for 6. And, well, Harsh Manjan might have been hitting him all over the place in this over. But it's Simpson-Parker who ultimately wins the war. What a catch.
Oh, my word. Would you believe it? He's got no right to catch that. No right at all. This has gone like a rocket off the middle of the bat. Well, that is a very unlucky batsman, Manjan, that's coming out here now. I think he was batting brilliantly. 25 of 9 in the end. Remember, he was a man that just couldn't get on strike. When he got on strike, just look what he did. He absolutely hit the ball to all parts of the ground. Then that, well, that is a Biostrath super grab. What a catch that is.
I don't think he can believe it. 2 6s and a 4 for Manjan in that over off Simpson-Parker. And as soon as that comes off his bat, probably thinks, well, I've just hit 4 more. And it was travelling that hard and flat, it might have even gone for 6. So just pulling it back somewhat, Simpson Parker, after the damage earlier on in the over. He's conceded 24. He's picked up that wicket. Ali Yilmaz facing up now. Well, this could be a catching chance as well. And it's taken. 2 in 2 for Simpson Parker. The death bowler comes back well. And the 8th over finishes with another wicket falling for Hungary. Ali Yilmaz out for a golden duck. And Simpson Parker concedes 24, but gets a couple more to his wicket tally.
Well, this is how strange and how entertaining this format is. We always say it's a frenzy of action-packed entertainment and drama. Well, we've seen it all here, and we're only just in the second match today. There's been everything happening with that. Well, Marks, Simpson Parker, didn't he do well there? Well, he's been hit all over the park, and now, after taking that incredible cordon bolt, he's got 2 wickets. And when he comes on again, remember this, everybody, when he comes on again, he's going to be on a hat-trick.
Certainly will be on a hat-trick if he bowls the last over, because that's the other big decision that Rasmal Shigerval has to make. Because he went for 24, do you trust Simpson Parker to come back and bowl the last over?
I would.
Now, the penultimate over will be bowled by Sahal Zadran.
Yeah, Zadran, he's good. Now, I would, because I think he's fired up now. He's in the zone now after those 2 wickets.
Full toss, horrible delivery. A deep backward square leg is found. Well, if this goes 2 yards either side, it's 4 more.
Yeah, I mean, this one, it was pretty high. The umpires would have to have had a look at this. Maybe just okay. Borderline, though.
I think it's only just okay by a narrow margin. Rasmal Shigerval's changing his field now. As onto strike comes Salman Khan, whose last over of the innings got hit for 23 by Momin and Asan. Now he's trying to get a bit of revenge. Should be said, we are very much into the Hungarian tail now. That's a nice looking shot out to extra cover for 1, and that's no disrespect to either of this pair, but they are known a lot more for their bowling. All of the big hitters for Hungary that we've seen play innings of significance of 15 or 20 or more at a good rate are gone. So whilst 21 off 11 might look on the, or 20 off 10 as it is now, might look on the modest side, it's going to need an unlikely hero with the bat for Hungary. And that's a great ball from Sahal Zadran. Bilal, the keeper, is alert, comes up to the stumps.
Perfect reply, perfect delivery. And how beautiful is this ground? Shout out to David Cooper, looks after it, the owner, Jay Wild, Egan, Iggy, Andrew, Roger, Germany, Ray, Adrian and Samir, who are working around the ground here, the ground staff. Excellent work, guys.
Slow ball, hit hard, but it's straight out to extra cover, so it's only 1 more. Really nice start to this penultimate over for Austria. And one of Khan or Ketapal have got to make a hero of themselves here with the bat. They are going to need a run of boundaries at some point to haul this in. Low full toss. It's missed out somewhat. They're eyeing 2, but they're not going to get 2. It's a very difficult ground to get 2s on. We've only actually seen 1 3 in the entire tournament.
Is that right? Just the 1?
What, only 1 I can...
Was that with the misfield involved as well? Was it an over?
It's a double misfield, which is what you're going to need, really.
Yeah.
Full toss, but mistimed. And Ketapal will only pick up 1. So Ketapal will keep the strike. We go to the 10th, with Hungary needing 17 to win off the last 6. Remember what's at stake here, folks. If Austria win, they finish in the top 2 alongside the Netherlands. They get that double chance tomorrow. They'll only need 1 win from their 2 games to confirm their spot at finals week and join Spain and Belgium in that regard. If you finish 3rd or 4th, you've got to win 2 games back-to-back on Group B finals day Friday tomorrow to get there. Hungary know they've got to win this match to keep alive their chances of finishing in the top 2. Big decision over who bowls the last. And it looks like it's not going to be Mark Simpson-Parker, because although he did pick up those 2 wickets, he went for 24 runs as well. They're going to go with Zishan Garaya. Now, Garaya does bowl regularly for his club side, Salzburg, but this is something of a gamble because he's not been used with the ball in this tournament. 17 to win off the last. First ball is to deep backward square leg for 1. Zishan Garaya bowling his first over at this European Cricket Championship, and it's a big pressure over.
Yeah, it is. I mean, it's a brave choice. I think you heard my preference. I would have stuck with MSP, but look, first one goes for a single. That's a win. 16 or 5.
Was one of the best bowlers at the European Cricket Series in Vienna. He's only been used more in a batting role this week. As that is hit over, long on for 6. That's a big, big 6. And suddenly the Hungarian belief has come back in their dugout. 16 off 5 becomes 10 off 4.
Shakalagya. Oh, what a big hit this was. And the roar that we heard from the dugout of the Hungary team was just immense. I think it's the most noise we've heard so far. What a big hit. Where did that come from again?
Well, we were on the other side of the ground from that Hungarian dugout, and we could hear all the cheering quite easily. Raucous. And they're going to have something to cheer again, because this could skip away for 4. I think it has skipped away for 4, and poor old Abrar Bilal, the wicketkeeper's injured himself. He's gone to flick the ball back. I believe he was in contact with the rope as he's flicked it back, so this probably is going to end up being 4, and the wicketkeeper's injured himself. Yeah,
that's 4 runs. That's gone past the rope, actually. Look, and he's the wicketkeeper. He's the second player, like Siraj Nipu did earlier in that match. Portugal versus Netherlands has gone smashing into the fence there. But look, that one shouldn't have been the keeper's. You had a man closer to that, and it was that Mirza Hashan. He has to be the one who's got to stop this. But he just looked at it and thought, nah, not for me. He said he's not the best fielder. That's why you cannot hide a player anywhere. He was put there because he dropped the catch earlier. And well, look, this is now 4 more runs. So where are we at here?
6 to win off 3. Pendulum swung in the favour of Hungary. They should only get 1 here, and they will only get 1. Good fielding from Umar Tariq. Got that picked up and in very quickly. 5 to win off 2. Of course, a possible golden ball is definitely in play here. For those who are unfamiliar, the golden ball is an extra ball. It's faced by the side who are already out there batting. Any not-out player can face it. Any bowler can bowl it. And it would be 2 to win off that extra delivery if the game is tied.
Salman Khan has just gone over the other end. You know what he said? Whatever happens, I'm coming.
And Salman Khan is coming. He's missed the stumps, Bilal, and they get through for 1. So 4 to win off the last ball. He did shy at the stumps, Abrar Bilal. Would have been out by a long, long way, but he missed. Not the best bit of 10-pin bowling.
That's pressure, isn't it? Yeah, I won't take him with me the next time I go. He's got a hit there, and you know it's going to happen, so he's had time to prepare himself for it, because that's exactly what this man wanted to do. Boundary needed for victory.
So they've got the baseball-style field. Everyone out in front of square. Everyone in behind. Oh, it's a wide. It's a wide, or has he got something on it? Well, all eyes are on the umpire, Croucher.
I think he's clipped the pad.
And it seems to be given, so that's the game. Austria have won it. Well, he would have had his heart in his mouth here when bowling such a horrible delivery like that, Garaya, but somehow he's seemed to get away with it, and he's done it for Austria. Well, if he just jumps inside the line of this one, then 4 to win off 1 becomes 3 to win off 1.
Yeah.
But somehow Austria have scraped home. Incredible.
But they're all smiles there. Quinton Norris, he can't believe it. It was a Gandhi ball. It should have just, you're absolutely
European Cricket Series is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, FanCode, and Grizzly Bear Sports.
Hello, cricket lovers, and welcome back. The good news is that the rain has stopped, and though we had to unfortunately see match number 24, Vienna Danube against the Pack Riders being abandoned, we're ready for the start of match number 25. It is again the Vienna Eagles. They've had a good day so far today, haven't they? They were victorious, chasing 130 against the Australian Daredevils, and then also they were victorious in a very close encounter against Vienna Danube. Two close matches for them. Pack Riders themselves as well, they were victorious in the one match they were able to play against the Daredevils as well, chasing 117 for victory and doing it with 18 balls to go. So this is going to be a very good match. It's two teams that have been in very good form, and I believe, though it's a little bit chilly, they're going to give us a warm finish to the day, and I think it's going to be a little bit spicy out there as well. Certainly look out for the Centurion, Karanbir Singh, the captain of Vienna Eagles, and also across over to the other side, somebody who's been in very good form as well, Zishan Arif. Remember, he's super knock when he scored 67 not out in 24 deliveries. The news from the middle, from the coin toss, is that Vienna Eagles winning the toss, and their captain, of course, electing to have a bat first, and no doubt he'll be up there doing the opening, and alongside him will be another man who had a very good day earlier today, and that's Kumar Jha. Both of these openers, they've put some good opening partnerships together. They made 94 together in match number 21, the first one of day 5, when it was Kumar Jha that was turning on the style. He made 84 of 30. And then, well, it's the same two openers that, well, the second time round in match number 23, they did put the 100 partnership up for the first wicket. With Kumar Jha that time round, 29 of 22. But it was Karanbir Singh who got the 100 of 34 deliveries. The umpires are out there, ready to go. Umpire Santosh and umpire Praveen. And you can see that the fielders of the Pack Riders are making their way out at the moment. And well, I want to say, as you get ready for the start, want to, a lot of credit to everybody around the ground for all the hard work that they put in, the organisers, the players themselves, getting the covers on and off and being very patient and very understanding, as have you, our viewers. It's lovely to have you with us again. And of course, big shout out to the umpires. They've been absolutely fantastic. Difficult day for them and the tournament referee, Tyrone Peters, having to understand that the players are wanting to play, but taking into consideration their safety as well. And I think they've done a superb job. And of course, to the blue crew as well. So everybody's put in a good team effort here today. And the likes of Sam Williams, Michael Gunteleka, Max By, Lilikesh Patel, Stephen Gooch, and Owen Darnoris from the blue crew. It's been a testing and challenging day. It's been a chilly one as well. It is still quite chilly. As you can see, there's Zishan Arif just well, sprinting around trying to keep himself warm. And everybody is. You can see the batters. Karanbir is jumping up and down on the spot to get himself warm and get the blood circulating again. The good news is thanks to everybody's efforts around the ground, we are starting this final match of the day, on day number 5, match number 25. And let's hope that the weather stays kind and gives us the opportunity to see it through to the end. There's a man who's been in great form. Look out for the interview with him on social media. And let's see if he can once again put in another good performance. He's had a good day so far as the captain of the Vienna Eagles. First ball up. And this one goes right through him, and he goes past the keeper as well. And it will go for 4 byes. And one thing that I've noticed with the pitch, and though it's performed very well with the amount of water, the consistent downfall of rain that it's had on it, but what I think it has started to do, I think a ball that's on a good length has really, if you hit the seam, has really skidded off it. It's that one is a good example of it. A ball hits the deck and really shoots off. So 4 of the first in the form of byes. Sorry, once again, this is hit firmly out onto the off. And he's up and running once more. Karanbir Singh follows up 4 extras in the form of byes with 4 runs. And this one is a little bit too wide and gets cracked through, or over the covers, I should say. 4 more to him. It's high up in the air, and oh, it's a brilliant effort. I suspect this has gone for 6. Zishan Arif, yeah, he puts his hands up and helps the umpires out there. Well, he's been very keen to get out there, but this is one thing he won't like to see. It's a superb effort, it really is, but it just slips out of his hands, and in doing so, the ball goes over the boundary. So 6 runs. Interesting field that's been set here. They've actually got, I mean, I haven't quite seen this before. They actually got 2 men, sort of 2. It's almost like saying you've got 2 third men out there, and the reason is they think that's where the ball's likely to go. Well, at the moment, I'll tell you where the ball is going. It's going to the boundary because 6 and 4, and Karimir Singh, the man who brought up a century today, is in the mood to party. 6 and 4, hungry for more. Yeah, let's talk a bit more about that fielders. Well done, Horrors there in the background. Lurkic, he's got a good shot of that. Well, the field, well, I said let's talk about it. It does change now. They literally did have 2 third men and 5 men and wide run, but the wide is now coming inside so that fielder can go out in the off. And Karen Beard drives this to the man at long on who makes the stop. Well, that's the change that they made. So good start from Singh once more. 19 on the board with the ball to go in the first, so it hasn't quite gone to plan for Nasiri. It has been the pick of the bowlers on several occasions for the Pack Riders. And here he comes again to finish the over, and it's a good delivery. Nice tidy one first up for Kamajar. End of the over, and 2 men who've had the pleasure of talking to them both today. Kamajar made a superb 84 and Karimbeer 100. Well, there you go. You see the top batters of the Vienna Eagles. And, well, 2 of them have been in good form, and they're the only 2 that are there worth talking about. Karimbeer Singh, 188 runs to his name, and Kamajar, 151. Not bad across to the other side either, though. Zishan Arif, 81, and Naeem, he's on 58 as well. Well, plenty of people liking the action here, and loads of photographers around. We've got photographers from the local press, as this one has been absolutely blasted short, and that will go all the way. Manos arriba con el árbitro. Qué grande eso es. 6 más. Hay toca de frío ahí en Austria hoy. Hay mucha lluvia, pero también hay mucho bien deportes también. Y bien jugadores, muy grande y muy caliente. Sadiq. Once more to this one. He's reaching for it, and I think the umpire will signal this as a wide. And just wait for the man in black. There we go. There's the wide there from umpire Praveen. So that will be 2. Yeah, it's well out of the reach. So Sadiq would love to get the breakthrough, would love to get Kamajar. Go short. Jar goes after it. It's right at him. That'll probably be one for the over. It will. It's over the shoulder. Well, if you're going to bowl a short one, make it straight and right at the batter, and that's exactly what he does. That's a good delivery, but he can't bowl another. And, this one goes through Kamajar as well, so success. And hope for the bowler. Welcome back to everybody on the chat, and thank you, as I say, for being patient. And, well, this time he doesn't miss out as he rocks back and sends this one into the wheat field. Over it goes, and you know what that means? That is time for a player to go into the human version of the car wash, and in he goes. And well, by the time he comes out of there, he's going to be nice and wet. And he does find it. It's a good job. But, yeah, that's nicely done. It's quite amazing that they always manage to find the ball when it goes into the wheat field there. It's like going into a haystack looking for that needle, isn't it? Good shot. from Jar. So after missing out on a couple, and the second time he gets a short one, he does put it away. And, a little bit of movement away here. The umpire having to move slightly to his right to be able to follow the ball all the way through. He believes that one is okay. So ball to go in the second. Good score already from the Eagles. It's one thing that they have done. And these two, we know they're the danger men. It's a partnership you've got to try and break. It's up in the air. He gets plenty of shot power in this. Good shot to play in the power play. And you know that those fielders, only 2 of them can be back. And they've opted for the 2 men straight to be back on this occasion. So he goes over the offside. He'll get the couple. It's the end of the over. 16 come off it. And it's 35 without loss after 2. And as we look at the standings, we also welcome back into the commentary position to Mr. Maximo Vinisandu.
Yeah, thanks, Will. Vienna didn't get their first point of the tournament. Probably not the way they planned, as the no result. I don't know if that helps them or hurts them, really, because I think they could have used 2, considering where they are. That's just good to get back on the park. So we've seen bits of 5 matches at least. And hopefully the weather holds for this. Nasiri comes to bowl over number 3. And this is sliced away over the top. It's probably going to plug. Oh, gets a friendly bounce and ends up across the line, 4 runs.
Yeah, good shot. I mentioned before, with only 2 men allowed out in the power play, this is the opportunity to go over the top, and he does nicely over the offside. And looking good once again is Karanbir Singh.
He's basically 125 not out now, isn't he? He's off to the races once again. Nasiri, short, it makes him duck.
Well, it'll be interesting to see just how high this was.
Yeah, let's have a look. I think it's all right. Yeah, I think if it's standing up, it's hitting him in the peak of the cap, which I'm glad it didn't do. But yeah, thanks to all our viewers for being so patient. I know it's been a bit of a frustrating day. How about the classic match, though? We're watching it here with interest. It's pretty close. I think it does get a little bit of the line. There's no real complaints from the series here. Probably the very inside of the line.
Yeah, good call.
Yeah, tough one. Umpire's call. Yeah, Austria-Hungary, they'll meet again in the ECIs, don't forget, before too long. Only 3 runs in that match, 126 to 123, we just showed from 2021. And yeah, Rico, I've got to say, you haven't aged a bit. I mean, I've got to say, I love the beard as an addition.
Yeah, this one.
Yeah, I think it's an interesting one. Oh, yeah.
I think the umpire, I thought I saw the square leg umpire giving some sort of signal, but I thought maybe that was the second one over the shoulder.
At the crease. It's a touch and go one. He is kind of crouching down a bit there, so bowler gets the benefit, but he won't get the benefit of this because this is slammed. And Maximo was made to look a little bit uncomfortable, the ball before, but Karanbir certainly had the answers there.
Oh, well, this is an extraordinary stroke. Such a powerful hitter. And he gets a 6. He hits this, well, hard and flat as it goes all the way to the boundary. And he swiftly moved into the 30s. So look at that strike rate, over 300.
Yeah, what a day he's having. I'm trying to think what he got in the first game. He got some runs the first time they played, right?
He did, 33.
I think the most runs we've ever seen from one batter on it in a day is 200. And that was in Belgium. Param Singh with 120 and 80 in a double header.
Yeah.
So I know it's a bit early to call it, but what's he up to then? If he's 31 now,
so 164,
plus 33, 164. Not a bad effort. I mean, I used to be pretty happy if I got 200 runs in a season, if I'm honest. And I think you can come and do it in one day. It's pretty good going. Nasiri last ball of the power play. Oh, well. This is definitely short enough to get up. I think it has been called.
Yeah, it has
thing is, it didn't actually bounce as much as I thought. But yeah, let's have a look.
Yeah, that's over the shoulder.
It's got to be.
That's a no ball.
It's got to be.
Yeah,
I'll show you a good way to make this call is you look in the background, you pick out a spot on the banner, on the Stronger Together banner. So yeah, there you can see it's below the banner is his shoulder, and then the ball flies straight past the tee.
Yeah.
So that's a good call, I think. That's how our square leg umpires will often do that as well. They'll pick out a spot. So free hit coming up to finish the power play. And a free miss, as it's a rare miss for Karanbir. End of the third. It's 47 without loss.
Yeah, 47 without loss. I mean, Karanbir, He's shown us plenty of talent, plenty of potential, skillful batter. The one bit of advice I would give him,
Don't back away.
no, wear a helmet.
Yeah, okay.
You know, just
That's
get
probably
used to
that's
batting
probably
without a
better
helmet.
advice. Yeah.
You know, just you know, you're gonna come up against good bowlers. You see, he's getting a bit of the short stuff here.
Especially if he wants to go up a level, you know, it's very tough. I must admit, I was one of those when I grew up. I was the last of the generation. We didn't really wear helmets if we were comfortable, and then of course then you're playing. And I got to playing first grade cricket and playing some, you know, international bowlers and first class bowlers. It's not an option. Yeah, you have to wear a helmet then. So, and I suppose, you know, even for all those keepers out there, we've even seen some keepers wearing the helmet back here because you can get a few awkward second bounces. So I don't mind that as well. Definitely if you're up to the stumps. As we get ready for the fourth over. So yellow-headed Dave as well, had a shrug. And, I mean, he's saying Jar needs to get a single and get Currambir back on strike. But don't forget, Jar played one of the innings of the tournament. First game of the day as well. Zishan Arif comes in with his leggies, and first ball goes for one. How good was Jar in that earlier match? 84 off 30.
Yeah.
So these two have been absolutely blazing today.
Yeah, that was such a good knock. I mean, when you're chasing 131 for victory, and he literally batted all the way through, it was a superb knock. And I still think, I mean, the 100 was good from Currambir, but there were chances there were opportunities. There was a bit of luck involved as well. That's well bowled from Arif, but I think the knock from Kumajar up until now, really, that's the knock of the series so far. So can you imagine both those batters in one team? Huh?
Yeah,
you know,
exactly.
If they keep clicking, they're going places.
Yeah, another good ball. It's kind of a top spinner from Zishan Arif. Yes.
Zishan Arif, I've never known somebody so keen to want to play cricket on a cold and wet day, even when it was bucketing down. Unfortunately, as you know, that's match number 24 that they were due to play.
He was pleading to get back out there.
Wasn't he?
He was pleading. Anyway, gets a chance now. Just had to wait a little bit. This one is a rare bad ball from Zishan. It almost works out for him. Doesn't carry it down to Anand Nasiri down at long off.
Zishan, who does play a fair bit of his cricket now in the UK. So he should be used to this weather.
Yeah, you think so. This one probably would have been a wide, but he goes after it anyway. Going, and gone. Just. It was kind of down towards the bottom of the bat of the captain, Currambir Singh, but he does get a 6. Maximal. And the Eagles flying high once again, last match of the day.
Yeah, it just goes to show the power that he has once more. I mean, this is a little bit wide from him, so he's not getting all of the power into the shot, but plenty of it, enough of it. 6 more.
There's that wrong, and so super clever. I haven't seen too much of that from him, but he's got the control, considering this is quite a slippery ball. It's pretty good over. Does go for 6 for 1 ball, but the whole over's only 10, so 57 without loss after 4.
Yeah, it is a good over. I think being able to control the ball when it's wet, and also when your body's cold, your fingers are cold, your hands are cold, it's an art form in itself, and he bowls well. And credit to Currambir as well. He picks that last one, he watches it as he plays it away. Well, we are in Austria. Well, that's a proper ski slope for you, but it's on its way down slowly. But bearing in mind that 19 did come off the first, no real surprise. But I'm pretty sure that the man on strike who stayed on strike taking that single, Currambir, is looking to keep the acceleration going. As a new bowler, Shinwari, comes in and almost knocks him over. Jar wants to run, but Currambir is too busy examining how he misses it, and doesn't look up and see Jar coming. And Jar, of course, the last thing he wants to do is cause a run out in a partnership that has always been so fruitful. These two have put on. Now, I don't want you to check this. I don't know if you've got the means to.
Yeah.
Have we seen a partnership, 2 batters on 3 consecutive occasions put up half centuries?
Well,
This one is big and will go all the way. And that partnership does continue. Is now into the 60s. Yeah, they put on 94, I believe, in the first match. Over 100 in the second one they batted together. And now in this one, they're into the 60s.
yeah, I wouldn't know, but I think it's pretty rare, and it's not finished yet. That's the thing.
Yeah, it's not finished yet. And the bowler just asking the umps to have a look at the ball. The umpire says, yeah, for now it's okay. So Shinwari's going to have to continue with this one. Zimpari once more. And this has been absolutely mashed. What a hit this is. Balle. Brakina zona bolo shaba. Is there no stopping this man today? It's another half century. And, well, they did need the wellies and the shovel to dig that one out of the field. What a hit and what a way to bring up your half century. And he does it in style. 51 of 20. Oh, he's been in some form today.
That is an absolute giant hit to bring up his 50. He's on a rampage. Oh, it's got to be a wide
and
no
5 of them.
No one's getting that. There's the minimo, but nothing minimo about the bounce. So this is the thing. He's just had it. For some reason, they keep wanting to knock his head off, as if that'll help. But the score just continues to climb.
Yeah, well, it continues to climb as much as that ball did as it's banged into this deck. Gets over the batter, gets over the keeper. It goes all the way. It's minimal. And that's 5. And, well, that's not what you want to be doing. Well, Shinwari has gone for 17 of just 3 deliveries. And this is played out. He'll be thinking of 2 maybe. And he wants to take on the fielder. And he gets there pretty quickly. Good alertness from both the batters. Good understanding between them. So you would expect there to be. As like I've said before, they've keep on putting these powerful opening partnerships together.
Yeah, they do. I mean, it's been the story of the day, really, hasn't it? Such consistency. Well, I still think it's pretty difficult batting conditions. This one's just knocked out to cover. Red dot ball. I mean, they put on 76 plus this in the first half. And if these two can stick around, yeah, who knows? It could be 150 or more. Pack Riders, though, they've got some really good batters in their lineup.
Yeah, they really have. And Dave is saying, watch out, Karina. He knows that Karina's up in the tower. Yeah, there's a few Grizzlies that go up there. Well, how he managed to get battled. There's going to be 4 runs. It's quite incredible, really. It's a Yorker length delivery right at his toes. He's looking to block this out. And he gets the bottom edge of the bat. And he goes for 4 runs. Well, whatever seems to hit that bat goes to the boundary. So 4 more. It's another good over.
Sums it up, doesn't it, really? Even that goes for 4. 80 without loss after 5. We're in Austria for 2 weeks. We're getting towards the end of our first week. In fact, did you know in 1 week's time, Rico, it'll be finals day here in the ECS, Friday the 19th of May. And then the 20th and the 21st over that weekend, it will be the ECI, which includes the national team of Austria as well as the national team of the Czech Republic and the national team of Hungary. Then we head to Bulgaria, and Rico will be there. Charlie stepping in for me for that series. Will be in Sweden, in the Stockholm area as well. So we'll connect with plenty more friends and plenty more places we're going to go after that as we get ready for the 6th over. Abdurrahimzai, he knocks over Kumajar. So there's the wicket. It was full. It was straight. And Jar just plays down the wrong line. Immediate success for Abdurrahimzai.
See, Abdurrahimzai gets it full, pitched up. And come on, Jar. Well, he'd be disappointed to get out this way. He backs himself to play it. But misses it. They get the breakthrough. And that's one they needed. So that partnership worth 80 this time. And, well, with Karanbir Singh still there, it's still pretty healthy. But the breakthrough. But you would say that Vienna Eagles still pretty happy with where they are, even though they have lost Kamujar this time. He goes for double figures. Just 10 of 9 deliveries. So didn't really have too much of an opportunity, it has to be said.
Yeah, it's not often you play a knock like he did earlier on and somehow end up overshadowed by your partner. But, well, this is Naveed Hussain going out there eventually, getting his gear organised, getting the gloves on. But yeah, from here, you can still fight back and you can still win the match if you pack Riders. I mean, we've even seen, in Barcelona last year, Pack Icare made 100 plus in the first 5 and managed to lose the game. So the idea is, obviously, you want to get Karanbir, who's flying, and just keep taking wickets, keep it something chaseable. This is cut away, and that's a really good piece of fielding. That's what you got to be brave in these circumstances, don't you?
Yeah, well, look, he's a big unit, isn't he, there, Nazir? This has been hit pretty hard, but look, he makes a stop. And, well, he just, it's like a brick wall in the way of that.
It's one time you might want to check the ball to make sure it's okay. Anyway, Hussain, well, that's his attitude. He just whacks this flat bat, beats the long on, 4 more, and they have changed the batter, but the result is another boundary. They just keep on coming.
Yeah, nice shot this. A little bit too short from Abdurrahim's eye this time. And rocks back and clubs it for 4.
Anthony Sudasan saying you've heard of the French Cup. What about the Austrian drive? I think he's talking about the inside edge. Went down to the boundary. Nice one, Anthony. This one clocks onto the pad. No real interest about a run. Yeah, we've seen it all today, haven't we? There's been incredible amounts of entertainment. I've been entertained by seeing fielders' attitude when they regain their place in the real world after going to wheat country. And they've had to just kind of sort out their attire. This is a nice looking drive as well, blasted. It's pulling up, fielder. Well, all he has to do is pick it up in the end. It ends up stopping off its own steam.
Yeah.
Zane will get 2.
Yeah, it's a lovely shot, isn't it? And unfortunately for the batter, because of the soaking the outfield has had, it doesn't go to the boundary, but still a good-looking shot.
Yeah, it is a good-looking shot. A bit of a shame it doesn't go for 4. Anyway, last ball of the over. And one not as pretty, but he does survive to the end of the 6th over. It's 86 for 1. Pretty good over that from Abdurrahimzai, bringing his team back into the contest.
Yeah, it was a good over. It was the one boundary from it, but other than that, he's kept it tidy, just a 6 from it. And they've got to find a way, though, haven't they, to try and remove Karanbir Singh. He's the man that can hurt you. He's the man that can take this to, once again, to a 130, 140 type of score. Get him now, and then we really see what other batting the Eagles have got down below.
Zishan Arif is going to bowl the next over. Yeah, I've just marvelled at actually how well some of the leg spinners have been able to bowl in these conditions, which are not easy at all. Anyway, 4 overs to go. What can they get to? All right, right on cue. He loses it down the leg side. I don't think this will go to the boundary. They will get 3 wides. I just noticed there's been a keeper change for Pack Riders compared to when we saw them in match 2. It is Amir Naeem back behind the stumps. We saw him earlier in the series keeping. They kind of split it, I think. Cameron Naeem and his brother, they're both keepers. So I suppose they'll probably share it around a little bit. Both very good keepers as well, I should say. That one is full top. It won't carry, and it's just kind of smothered. It's been an interesting one because it doesn't really come down, does it? Kind of floats. Definitely we'll have a look at it. Actually, I think it's fine. So, yeah, no worries there. You can see it's coming down. So, just a single result. That's a better ball. And, well, that's your reward. You get smacked into the wheat field. Maximal Hussain is shooting. We've seen him play some correct shots. I suppose any shot that goes for 6 is a correct shot. He smacks this one over mid-wicket.
Yeah, that's his shot, though, isn't it? Naveed Hussain, he's very quick to just rock back and put it away.
There we go.
And, well, he said, I just about got dry, he thought, and like now I've got to go back in there.
There's like a technique to it. And everyone's got the same little shake of the front of the trousers.
I'm still waiting for a fielder to roll his trousers right up, take his shoes and socks off and go in there. That's what I want to see.
There's also the Wheatfield gallop that we've now realised today. There's a certain technique to getting back onto the ground. There's the quicker one. Flipper from Zishan Arif. And that's into the gap. That's going to be 4 despite the efforts of Ziraman Shinwari. So that brings up the 100. And looks like at the moment Karanbir's got a pretty good ally in Hussain.
Yeah, Naveed Hussain, he's playing some nice shots and just takes the pace off this. As you said, it is the flip up, but he sees it well and hits it well. Just needs to go perhaps just a little bit fuller. That's a Zishan Arif.
Jesus, good hitting though. I can't believe how well the guys have hit the ball in these conditions today. Halfway through this 7th. That's good bowling, I think, as well. He decides to go a little bit wider. The thing about Zishan Arif, I suppose he's always thinking. You know, I can tell that. And I actually haven't seen too much of his bowling, but I really do rate his leg spin. Yeah, low full toss this time, clipped away. Just get one. So, I mean, the question is with pack riders, how many will you need? Because they have, shown they can smack the ball around. That 7-over chase this morning against the Daredevils, 118 in 7 overs. That was a bit of a masterclass. Just since they put Zishan Arif at the top of the order, seems to have given them that extra push.
Going to be it. He leans back as he hits this through the covers, but to the sweeper on the offside. Pick up a single.
Yeah, end of the 7th over. It's 102 for 1. Let's have a look at what's coming up tomorrow. We'll head into the weekend. Well, Rico, you've earned a break, so you got the weekend off. I'll see you on Monday, right?
Yeah, you will.
But you better just tune in from time to time because there's going to be plenty of action, including Graz Cricket Academy back. And weren't they a bit of a story on their first day, winning 2 of their first 3 games?
I'm looking forward to seeing them. Yeah, they lost the first one. It was a close one. But the way they came back was exciting. But this time they're up against it.
Look who they're playing, though, Donnerstadt. That'll be a great game first up. Donnerstadt playing 1 and 2. We'll also see the Austrian Cricket Tigers. We'll see the Daredevils again. It'll all happen here tomorrow, 7:30 a.m. GMT, 9:30 in Central Europe, 1 p.m. in India. Join us for day 6. Let's get back into this. And this is drop kicked away. It's into the gap. That's 4 as well. So he's up into the 60s. So, yeah, I love the wipeout. I love the effort. The facial expression says it all. So, look, what are we talking now? I think we're at 196 runs for the day. So he's on the record of breaking that 200, which is the record.
Oh, I wish you hadn't have mentioned it. I wish you hadn't have. I mean, it was this point that I mentioned that if he keeps the strike for most of the deliveries coming, he'll get his 100. Well, he did that in the last
guy's
match.
Unjinxable. He got his 100th run on a caught behind. Anyway, in the air, and just one of the fielder. Well, there is the 200 for the day for Karanbir Singh. What a good effort. And I mentioned that it was Param in Belgium that scored 120 and 80. That was only in 2 matches. I suppose that was very impressive to do it in 2 matches. But right now, he needs 1 run to have the most runs in an ECN day. I think that's off the pad. Not going to run anyway, so we'll probably never know. What an effort. Honestly, in these conditions to do that, okay, look, yeah, he's had his slice. Like, it's just been his day. That whole kind of cliche, it was just my day. I mean, even the way he got back on strike at the start of the 10th over when he ended up getting his 100 earlier on. Yeah, that'll do it. This will take some stopping, Great fielding. Velcro style from Cameron Naeem. Just watch this going to the right hand.
Well, Naeem was the man we saw taking a bit of a tumble earlier. Well, look at this. He puts one hand out as he gets wrong-footed, but straight in the palm. Nicely done, but yeah, well done to Karanbir Singh.
Cameron Naeem was keeping before. In fact, if I was him, I would have stayed there because now he's put himself in a position where he may have to make the journey into the wheat field. But one thing we've never, ever seen, I don't think he's jinxable at the moment, is we've never seen back-to-back hundreds by the same player. And Hussain gets rock and rolled here by Abdur Himzai. He's going to bookend his spell with wickets as he hits the target again. End of 8, 111 for 2.
Yeah, he goes, but given credit, he came out and did exactly the right thing. As Kamujah went, we know how important he is opening up with Karanbir Singh, but he comes out there, Naveed Hussain, and he plays a very good little cameo. 17 of 10 balls before ball number 11 sees his stumps knocked over.
Yeah, still 12 balls to go. So, I mean, he is on strike, 32 away from 100. He's got 2 overs to go. Not impossible. Will be pretty impressive if you can do it, though. You can see they've just been pegged back a little bit. But, I mean, they had such a good start. The fact that they're still going around about the 140 pace, I think puts them in a really good position in the game. Anyway, time for the 9th. We know it all happens in the 9th, and it's Zia Rahman Shinwari to bowl it. And the first one's dragged from outside the off stump. They won't get a run.
Yeah, he's basically just that. It's almost like he's thinking, well, if he's not going to get a boundary and if it's only going to be a single, he doesn't really want to take it. There's a new batter, Saeed. He's at the non-striker's end. So Shinwari, let's see if he can tame Singh.
Oh, shot. Really, really good shot. I think that's gone for 4. but he goes kind of with the width. I think it's a very good cricket shot, and it swings him into the 70s.
Yeah, it's an intelligent shot, isn't it? And that's one thing he has been able to do, is that he does play the ball to all parts of the ground as he looks to muscle that one to the boundary. So 4 more to him. He keeps on going. He moves into the 70s here now. So he's got 10 balls in the innings.
Built for power, isn't he?
Yeah.
Shinwari brings it back a touch, but he's going to disappear, and that one's in the wheat. Adios, Pelota, or as Suraj was saying, Auf Wiedersehen, ball.
Look at Zishan go. I like it. He's hopping around. Will he be so happy when he comes back? I want to see him come out of that field. He's still struggling to get back. The wheat has got hold of him. His trousers now weigh 3 times as much as they did before he went in there.
Have a look at this, though.
Yeah, look at him now. I want to see him now. I want to go.
That's very impressive.
Oh, there he goes. That's the way.
He's squeezing out.
He's giving it a dry clean now.
Look at that. That's the technique. It's just like milking a cow. You know,
yeah.
Get the moisture out. Oh boy,
love it.
I've never seen trousers milked until today. Oh no, he nicks one onto his pad. 78, and so yeah, pretty good comeback from Shinwari. Yeah, the squeeze method. We're seeing all kinds of techniques today.
He wasn't as fast and sprightly coming out of there as he was when he was going.
You know how sometimes we say, bring the field in, put the squeeze on? That was Zishan putting a different kind of squeeze on the knees of his trousers.
He's shivering there now. He doesn't want to. You know when you get wet and you don't want to move because it's uncomfortable. He's feeling that now.
Oh no, that's 7 up territory, baby.
You
watch this. That's a no ball coming +6.
It is 7 up, but Zishan Arif is going to have to go back into the washing machine. And the longer he's in there, the wetter he gets. Well, he had to squeeze them when he came back out. I want to see what he does here now. Just stay on him. Just stay on him because we want to see him come back.
Zishan's the master now of the squeeze method. Are we going to get it again?
Okay.
It's about 3 throws to get it back. By the way, we are on 100 watch.
Here he goes. Watch this. He's back out.
Is he going to go the squeeze again, or is there no point?
He's not amused. He's thinking, what's the point? I'm probably going to end up going in there again. And
there you go. Now he's going the shoe buff. All
okay,
right.
Free hit.
Oh, I tell you what, this is on again. This is unbelievable batting. All right. 2 to come, free hit can't be out, and he goes for it. Probably might get caught. No, it's 4. Well, he couldn't blunt the bounce. He just had to maybe back off there, Umar Tariq, because it didn't matter if it was caught or not. And believe it or not, we're looking at a pair of snowman now. He's 88, and there's still 7 balls left.
Okay, it is back on. The thing is here, though, I mean, the partner's probably said to him, don't worry, if you're going to bang into the boundary, do it. I'll give you back the strike. Don't you worry about it. By the way, the score has also rocketed up into the 130s now, 132. So last ball off the 9th. All happens in the 9th.
He goes for it. Not interested in the single, but he'll get the single. So I think it's a pretty good result. He'll finish the over. 89 not out, and the score is 133 for 2. Well, let's look at the Centuries Hall of Fame, and there's one man there, which we saw score one in the last game that he played. Karanbir Singh for the Vienna Eagles. That was versus Vienna Danube back in match 23. Here we are in match 25, back on the park again. It was an even 100 then, and he's got a shot at it. Oh, this would be something that we've never, ever seen on the European Cricket Network. Yeah. It's his day. It's his day, Rico.
I'm feeling the same. I just think it's one of those that you can see he looks up, a little bit of a Waiguru there, I think. Here we go.
He's 2 boundaries to get there, I think. Anyway, it's going to be Sadiq to finish off for Pack Riders. And well, he's going to need a bit of luck. And this is the big moment. He is dropped. And now he's going to come back for 2. It is his day. I don't know what he's done. Did he walk over a ladder? I don't know. Did he pick up and kiss the black cat? I don't know what he's done, but he really should have been gone here. There's no easy catches today. This is probably about as easy as they get.
Yeah, and just as we watched that one go down, can I just remind you, he was dropped also on 99.
Yeah, it was dropped on 99, that's right. And it was like a nick to the keeper.
Yep. Okay.
All right, 91. Sadiq, it'll be filthy. 5 to come. Goes after it. Don't even bother. Get a new ball out there. Maximo, that's gone miles, and he moves to 97.
97. Are we about to see something sensational? Are we about to see a batter make back-to-back hundreds? It is amazing stuff. You gotta think he's gonna do it because everything has gone his way. We're looking at history here. History in the making. Karanbir Singh, the captain of the Vienna Eagles. He is on 97.
Here we go. The boundary will do it now. And he goes, going.
I can't believe it.
Maximo time. We've never seen it on the European Cricket Network.
What have we seen here on the European Cricket Network? Only here. This is what it's all about. This is what it is. The European Cricket Network making players' dreams come true.
Oh, you'll never believe it. And remember, he wasn't dismissed in the last game either, so he moves to 103 with that Maximo. That's an unbeaten 203. And he's just had a day unlike anything we've ever seen. I mean, we've seen it all this year. We've seen Nabi, we've seen Hamza Niaz in the ECL. But right here in Austria, it's going next level. Back-to-back centuries for the first time in over 3,000 ECN matches, and you saw it here first. And I stop now. He's going, and this one's gone even further. Look at that ball fly. Maximo as he moves to 109.
Sensational. Bolo Shaba. Ginna Sona Rabne Tenu Banaya. Karanbir Singh परोंठे खा के आया आज राज्य के परोंठे भी खाते साग भी खाते मक्कियां दी रोटियां भी खादियां and now he's turning on the style. Never seen anything like this, Vinny. Never.
But remember about 3 minutes ago he got dropped and it was a fairly simple catch at fine leg. Yep. It's his day. You and I, we both said it. We've seen enough cricket to know. And he's been touched by an angel today. A couple to come. Wants to go again, and it's like a driving range here. Another one leaves the building, 115, and they're 159 with the ball to go.
Oh, wow, this is something amazing. He's, it's been, I've said this before, it's been one of those days, it's been cold, it's been chilly, it's been damp, but watching some of the cricket, and particularly watching Karanbir Singh, it's certainly warmed us up. Well, there's certainly been a bit of masala out there. What a knock. What a player. And look at the smiles on his face. He's enjoying himself. 159, by the way, up at the moment.
Yeah, well, let's just sit back and enjoy this last ball of the innings. He gets his curtain call. And, well, that's going to go as well. And it's almost a remarkable catch. It'll be 4, I think. And, well, for me, I think this is 4, and he's going to finish on 119. What a knock. I mean, it's just unprecedented what he's doing. Yeah, they're just inside the boundary, so that'll be 4 to finish the innings. But 119 of 42 balls.
Yeah, this is incredible. I think everybody needs to be on their feet and applauding. There's everybody around the ground has to. We have just seen something amazing. We have seen something sensational. I have seen something I've never seen before. A player in 2 innings on T10 go back-to-back hundreds. Absolutely sensational, and everybody is on their feet clapping. Doesn't matter who you are, doesn't matter who you support. Well, if you like cricket, if you like sport, what we've seen something here today is absolutely sensational. It's a day to remember. Incredible scenes. Karanbir Singh, take a bow because, well, you have just been outstanding today. What a moment this is. What a moment.
Let's have a look one more time.
Let's have a look.
I know this is. I know. Let's have a look. Does it carry? Well,
just before the rope, I think.
Yeah.
Just before 4 runs. Yeah. And, what an amazing knot that is. And the man of the moment. You know, I had a chat with him when he scored his 100, and it's the first one. He said it's only the first one I scored in T10 on the European Cricket Network. Well, forget it. Now it's 2. It really is something amazing, and it's a day that he will remember for the rest of his life. Not just he, I think a lot of people that have watched and saw this will remember this as well. This is the way that it started when he was feeling dry and happy at that point. But just keep an eye on Zisa Arif. He was doing the warming up. He was dry. He was ready to go. I tell you what, he wasn't dry and happy by the time the innings ended. And, well, this was the moment. Look, he had the opportunity also to take the catch to remove Karanbir Singh. It was a difficult one. The chances are if he caught it, he probably still would have perhaps gone over the boundary. But is just a sensational hitter. It was just boundary after boundary, 13 60s and 8 fours on his way to that score of 121. Well, he may have lost his opening partner, but even that, they put on 80 together. And, well, I like the way that Nadeem Hussain came out. He had a positive approach as well, Vinny. Just came out there, smashed 17 of 11.
Yeah, and that's the thing. He was never put under pressure by his partners today. And I suppose the thing that he did really well in this innings is he controlled the strike really well as well, by luck or design. Hussain eventually swung one time too many, but it didn't hurt him too much, did it? And it's not like his partners had to just give him the strike. They could hit boundaries as well. But when he got on there, he was destructive. I really like how he opened up the offside as well. So he was just super tough to bowl to. You could put it outside off, he'd carve you away. And look, he had that bit of luck as well, which you cannot do. You cannot do, you can't make hundreds without a little bit of luck at least. But he was just on fire. And we wondered if he'd do it. Needed 11 off the last over. And yeah, he's done something that we've never,
I tell you what,
seen
while
before.
you're talking, I'm going to try and put me headsets on him because we want to try and have it. I think everybody around the world will want to hear from him. Let's have Karanbir Singh up in the commentary position and let's have a chat with him.
Yeah, let's do it. All right, Karanbir, come on, jump on for a second. Have a look at these last moments, and that was the last ball of the innings. In the end, it was given 4, so it goes to 119 of 42 balls. So, well, Karanbir, we don't normally do this, but this is an incredible moment. You scored 33 in your first game. You got 100 not out. You've just scored 119 not out. Now, quick bit of mathematics. I think that's 252 runs for the day. Yep. The previous record was only 200. How does it feel to look at that scorecard with that 119 not out? Back-to-back hundreds. The first time we've ever seen it on ECN.
Thank you very much. I just play my game. That's it.
I mean,
nothing to say.
Did you feel though today it was something special? Like you did get some luck along the way.
I think so.
It just seemed like one of those days where whatever you did, it seemed to work out for you.
Nothing. This is my 4th game from this season. From last year, I was on work and never get practice.
Well, we are super excited. Let me read some numbers for you. In that 119 of 42, you saw it up there. Hit 12 sixes and 9 fours, striking at 283. Because the bowling figures are a bit of a mess. I think Abdurrahimzai did some good work bookending his spell with wickets 2 for 15. But look, I know you've got to get back because you still got to do some fielding. But while we've got you on the microphone, is there anyone you'd like to say hello to out there? In whatever language you like. You can speak whatever language you like.
ਸਤਿ ਸ਼੍ਰੀ ਅਕਾਲ ਸਾਰਿਆਂ ਨੂੰ ਜੋ ਵੀ ਦੇਖ ਰਿਹਾ ਮੇਰਾ ਯਾਰ ਦੋਸਤ ਫੈਮਿਲੀ thank you bus.
Well, thank you
very much.
Thank you so much. And well, we're going to take a quick break. And well, right now the Eagles, they got plenty of runs on the board. They're flying high, 163 on the board. I'll be back with Rico Fort in just a few minutes with the chase. But Pack Riders, well, don't put it past them because they've got some pretty good hitters too. 164 at the victory target. This is match 25. You're watching ECN, and this is the FanCode European Cricket Series.
The European Cricket Series is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, FanCode, and Grizzly Bear Sports.
Well, hello cricket lovers and welcome back to, well, a Seabarn cricket ground which is buzzing all over the place at the moment because we have seen something special. We have seen history in the making. Karambir saying, well, we saw he scored 100 not out of 34 balls when Vienna Eagles played Vienna Danube. That was in match number 23. When then a match later, because match number 24, as you know, was abandoned, a match later, he has done it again. This time, 119 not out of 42 deliveries in this match against the Back Riders. Well, there he is, the man of the moment, and what a humble guy he is. And I had the opportunity to speak to him earlier at the interview. Look out for that, and we had him on the headphones just for a moment there talking to Vinny Sandhu. Well, there you go, Vinny, Hall of Fame. He's up there twice, and I don't think we're ever going to see that again.
What is it about these Austrians? We saw 2 hat-tricks in an innings, and now we've seen 2 centuries in consecutive matches for one batter. It's quite crazy. I tell you what, though, you want to talk about records? I think if they pull this off, it would be the highest chase, and, well, I'll confirm that in a second. Let's get going. It's going to start with a single. That's Kazim Saeed. And Shrug made a really good point. Saeed was there for 2 overs, but he didn't face the ball. But he had a great view of history being made at the other end.
Yeah, Abdurrahman Zai would now get on strike. There's the 2 openers, Amir Naeem. He's a partner. They've really got to get going here, don't they? I mean, it's always difficult when you're going out the bat and you know you're needing about 17 runs and over to win a match. This one will be a wide. And what a good take that is from the keeper, Kumajar.
Kumajar doing well.
One-handed.
Yeah, so if they could chase this, it'd be pretty incredible. But I mean, I am a bit confused about how the ball's been flying so far today with the conditions. I would have thought it would get a bit heavy, a bit harder to hit further. About to prove me wrong. Another one, I think it is wide. I think it cuts the line. Yeah, it's good umpiring. Just getting too much movement. Hey, so this is a target of 164. That's the highest chases we've ever seen on ECN. 162 by Badalona Shaheen. They also set the highest score in the first innings of 229 in that series. Anyway, it's going to be up and away, and that's cracked off the bat. That's cracked pretty well. So Maximo Abdurrahimzai off the mark in style.
Yeah, nice shot. The good shot to play in the power play. Is not the worst delivery, but he gives himself and creates a space. He hits it on the up and gets the boundary. They're up and running.
Here's the thing about Pack Riders. They've got the batting to do this, you know. And they haven't even opened with Zishan Arif. They've gone for Amir Naeem at the top. And he's played some incredible innings in ECS cricket last year and this year. Trying to go big again. This is Abdurrahimzai right now. He's going to go and get another one. Maximo. Well, all you got to do here, you got 10 overs. You got to get 16 and over. They've almost got their 16 already in this first over.
Yeah, good hit. As he goes, boom, blastic on this one. And 6 more. You know, at the start of the day, I was giving you some of the figures of how we started. I'll go back to that after this delivery, maybe.
Well, goes for it again. Does he have enough? Fielder goes back to the wall and drops it. That's 4. That's gone straight through the fingers, not for the first time today. It's almost a carbon copy for Surkey down there.
Yeah, Surkey has the opportunity to take the catch, and he doesn't. And yeah, I think that just drops before the rope. So there's going to be a change. I think he's hurt his fingers there, so it looks like the captain is going to relieve him of that post. Let's just have a look at this one more time. See if we can just slow it down here. Who hits the deck? Yeah, great work from Spring Productions. As we go back to the action, and it's going to be, well, looks like another boundary. It will, and this time it goes all the way. Balle, kinna sona, shaka lagya. Well, this is the perfect response. We know that they chased well in the earlier victory that they had in the day, chasing 117 for victory. They did it with 18 balls to go. So if there's any team that can do it, this is the team that can. So 6 more.
Yeah, 6 more. Fielder called it. This has gone magical. It could go supersonic here. It won't, though. Gets a good one. Ibrahim's can't get the hands through it, but still, it's the start you want when you're You're trying to set a record. It's been a record-breaking day, hasn't it, Rico? 25 without loss after one. I will tell you a weird match in Cyprus back in 2020. We did have a golden ball in the 160s, though. Even though we haven't seen a successful target achieved, we did have a 167 tie. So this would be something similar with two teams going crazy if it was to be golden ball number 47 right here. 61 matches since we've had one.
Yeah, it certainly was. Well, we had, it's been a superb day. I'm looking to see just what those figures are at the end of the day in terms of the number of sixes, the number of runs. I think it's been an epic day. This one gets put away, but no run, well fielded.
Yeah, Maximo rate's been off the charts so far, hasn't it?
Yeah, well, we started the day with 306 hit in the series. I'd like to know what that's gone to today now, but it has been good. I think you said was it something like 40 that we saw yesterday. Certainly they were flying around here today on a day that's been cloudy and overcast. A day that you thought maybe the bowlers would be on top at, but it certainly hasn't worked that way.
It's very, very unusual to say the least, but that's one thing that's cool about European Cricket Network. Expect the unexpected. It's Karen Beer. Comes on to bowl now. And yeah, he was the one that came and kind of shut the gate after a bit of expensive first over earlier on today as well. So let's see if he can do it again. So far, so good. Gets a bit lucky, maybe, with that ball outside. The leg's not getting put away. Naeem, though, if he finds his touch, he can go large and he can put on a big score. It's a hook.
Good delivery. Liking this, he's bangs this one in short. He knows that the batter's looking for it, so he's
been
prepared
called,
to bang it
though. I think it was pretty short.
Oh, but it's called as a wide?
I think it might have been, yeah. Look, it's a tough one. It does kind of go over his head, but he's crouching slightly. It's a judgment call, though. You know, it's hard to do in real time. And, you know, a lot of the ball was above his head when it went past him. There's that slower ball. And he bowls it really well, doesn't he? So he's got all the skills. He's so humble as well. He just said, look, you know, people were asking me, what's your secret? What's your secret? He just said, I'm just watching the ball.
Yeah.
Sometimes it's so simple, but batters forget it.
Yeah, when he was batting, what he does too before he faces the ball, he's always saying something to himself. And I was wondering if he's saying something to himself. He's bat. Maybe he says, no, all I'm saying to himself, keep reminding myself, just watch the ball, just watch the ball.
Gets pulled away by Naeem here for a boundary. So that's what you need to do. Just try and stay at that rate, which they want to be about 33 every 2 overs. So they're more or less there at the moment. They're 30 with the ball to go in the second. And like I said, you look at the batting to come. You've got, you know, in particular, I'm interested about Zishan Arif. I think he hit the ball really crisply earlier today, but you know, the whole top 6 is pretty stacked. There's a slower ball, and it's picked and it's sent out of the ground. He gets a bit of his own medicine this time. Maximal, first ball to fetch from the wheat for the Eagles. And they are right up with the rate now after 2 overs, 36 without loss.
Yeah, and this one, I mean, the over itself is not a bad one. I think only 11 come off it, but because the first one went for 25, you're right, they're where they want to be. The Pack Riders, the 2 batters now, just having a little chat with each other. And I think it's just important for them just to say, hey, you know, look, let's just meet in the middle at the end of each over and see where we are and just try and stay up with the pace.
Yeah, so 11 off the over. Not a bad over in the context of the game, but it was kind of back-loaded, wasn't it, with those runs coming in the last couple of balls. It's going to be Naveed Hussain to bowl the third, and he gets worked through the covers. This could go, or will it pull up? Pulls up just in time. 2 runs. Abdul Himza's there as well. So, I mean, the one thing about trying to chase a score like this, you got nothing to lose, right? So you can be attacking. The thing is, these guys, they're naturally inclined to bat this way anyway. So it's kind of like they've got the license. They're not doing anything that's unnatural to them. Naveed with his unusual kind of slingshot action. It's on target. This should be gone, but it's dropped. It was an awkward one. And look, it's Dawood Surki. He's just been moved from long on. But this is what happens. The ball follows you, and Dawood's got that look of, I was put here so that wouldn't happen. I was looking for directions about how to get away from here.
Yeah, well, we know this is what happened. He tries to take this croc style. I think he hurt, in fairness to him, he does hurt his fingers when he's on the boundary trying to catch the ball before, so he gets relieved from that post. And now, well, where are they going to put him now? This is, I think he won't call, well, he does call it. I was wondering if he's not going to call it because of the big movement early on from the batter. See, there's a bit of a movement
It
there,
is,
but I
but
still think it's wider than his
Exactly.
take.
He's 4 stumps outside off, but
Yeah.
then you got to move the line 4 stumps. But I reckon that goes over that imaginary line.
It's a good call for me.
Yeah, and if you're in doubt, I think you got to call it. I'm on Darwood watch. I'll go back to that in a second. First, Naeem's going to blast to 6, and that's hit as hard as anything we've seen today. Maximo, how many of these are we going to see? Austria ball is alive, baby.
I'm thinking, I reckon here that Arif's looking at this, Jason Arif, saying, hang on a minute, what's he mean he's not going in there looking for it? If I went, he's got to go, get in there. The fielder just looked back and said, I'm not going, get another one.
Those of you on Circuit watch, he's at point now. He's been moved again.
Oh, what's this?
Well, I wonder what you call here. What I'd do, I'd give the batter the option of re-bowling the ball or not. I'd say, look, if you want, you can have the one, but if you want it re-bowled, that's fine. Because he knocks his towel out. He actually bowls the towel.
Yeah, I think you call this a
Yeah,
dead ball. Yeah, I think
yeah.
that's the correct call for me. The dead ball, because you don't see it here. But if we can see it from the bowler's end again, I didn't know what happened for a moment. I thought, what is that?
He's literally got his towel.
Here we go.
Yeah, it is load up. And the towel hasn't really gone too far. So this is why I said you'd give the batter the option. I'll come back to that in a sec because it was a bit of a unique situation. This will be a wide, so I'll get that again. So, for example, if that had gone for 6, then it should have stood as 6.
Yeah.
Because you give it, the common sense thing to do is you give the batter the option. Would you want to take the result of the ball, or do you want it again? And I think, no doubt, with just the one, he wanted more. He's already got one. And this is a bonus. And he's going to get plenty more. Maximo! Well, he wanted 1. He gets 7. And I think that brings up the 50. This is crazy stuff at the moment. We're still in the power play.
Yeah, very good shot. And I think the umpire actually dealt with that really well, because I think he does exactly what you're saying. As the batter gets to the non-striker's end, he says to him, okay, look, what do you want to do? And the batter says, yeah. The towel came out, put me off. I when it called a dead ball.
It's all about not disadvantaging the innocent party. Now, it's not really, here we go. Now, it's not really a no ball either. And I don't think you can really call it a no ball.
That's it. You talk. I'm just going to keep watching this. Don't move away from him. I want to see what he looks
Here
like.
comes the gallop.
Here we go. I think he should take the towel off before he goes in there, because that towel's meant to dry the ball. Now that towel's wet. It ain't going to dry the ball.
ECN's called it flannel ball. Yeah, we might have to note that one down. That was a pretty cool one, wasn't it? Anyway. Naeem doing Naeem things. There's 6 more. Maximo. And this power play's out of control. And this kind of happened earlier, didn't it? The Eagles, they've scored a few, but they've conceded a few as well.
Big hitting. This is a magical over already, but it ain't even over. There's still a ball to go in it, and 23 have come off it. And Naeem is turning on the style. And, he's got Abdul Harim's eye there with him as well. He's on 25 of 7. This is the perfect response. And Naveed just rolls the ball back to the umpire. I don't think this is the right ball. He said, if the bowler says, hang on a minute, it never looked like this before. Well, that's one that we prepared earlier. That's not the ball.
Yeah. Well, here we go. Who's going to throw this one out? Is Tyro going to make the distance?
I thought that was fantastic. It really was. And there goes the ball. Watch this. And he said, I'll let. And the bowler said, oh, yeah, I'll tell him any ball. He says, that's not the one. And the umpire says, oh, yeah, that looks a bit older. That doesn't look like the right ball. So,
sorry for the noise. I was just called into throwing back on duties. Everyone's having a go. Last ball of the third coming up. Oh, this is straight up in the air. Anyone want it? Oh, it's Darwin again. No, it's not the keeper. He's gone. Wow, it was in his general direction. I've never seen a guy walk backwards so quickly. The keeper was all over it, though. Kumudjar, he took responsibility, takes the catch. So a very eventful third over. Ends in the wicket of Naeem, but not before a quick fire. 29 off 11, 59 for 1.
Well, the slinger gets the wicket. He gets plenty.
Then he runs forward pretty quickly to give him the pat on the back. But poor Darwood, He's dropped catches in 2 different positions. And I tell you what, Michael Jackson couldn't have moonwalked better than him when it went in his general direction. But Naeem, with the impact, it's 59 for 1.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, I mean, though they gain at a great rate, it's about maintaining it. But let's just watch this again. And you're right. He's coming, and then he thinks, okay, here you go. And then he starts going backwards.
He was very quick to accept anyone's call, wasn't he? Poor Darwin. He's probably not a bad fielder at all, but it's just not an easy day. Here's Claire Kailash, who is the only player to ever break the main camera. But yeah, you expecting that you might have seen Zishan Arif?
I'm surprised. I'm really surprised, I have to say.
But I mean, this guy's also a really big hitter. You know, I can understand why they're sending him out there. I mean, they're actually ahead of the rate, believe it or not, by about 10. And now this is pretty much straight up in the air from Abdurrahim Zait. Now guess who? It's exactly the same thing again. Instead, he headbutts the ball on the way up. Then there's a steal that goes wrong. Oh, I think it should rain this much every day because it's resulting in some chaos cricket. And really, it should have been out. Both openers should have been gone. As he looks up again, he can reach at Darwood. He's like a scarecrow. And eventually tries to help out after it bounces. Oh, well, Jar, he's 1 for 2, and that's just a higher single.
Yeah, well, that is an I mean, if you take that wicket, you think you're in the driving seat. But he survives.
Big swing and a miss from Kailash first ball. I want to say hello to everyone in the chat. Hello to Wazza and hello to Kroom. Now, Kroom, hold on. If that's a century, does that mean you have to throw in another membership? Oh, no pressure. Hello to David Taylor as well. Hello to Nick. And, well, everything happening here. Now, this is slightly mishit, and it's higher than it is long. Fielder's coming in, and, well, it's going to fall safely in between them. Again, no one really put a name on that one. And the result's going to be a single Kailash off the mark.
I get the feeling that the fielder has one right in the way here. Let's keep an eye on this.
They've spoiled each other.
He gets in the way, doesn't he?
Yeah, they don't even really get a play on it in the end.
Well, Saeed ran right across.
Goes for it. I don't think he gets this very well either, but well enough. Maximo Abdurrahimzai cashes in. Pack riders. Again, we've seen records shattered today. Could we see the highest successful chase on ECN? Well, at the moment, it's looking a distinct possibility.
Yeah, that's a good shot from Abdurrahimzai. Nicely played, gets right underneath it. So, Rahula, yeah, did give a chance on 25, but it wasn't held onto by Jar. And now he's trying to make him pay.
Well, it goes again. It goes really well over the offside. Maximo, 38 off 10. Abdurrahimzai will shrug, saying it. Forget Belgian ball. Austria is the place for cricketainment. It doesn't get much better than this. Opens up the front leg and goes bang.
Lovely shot. Good power. Good timing. And just look at the score here. 73. There's still a ball to go in the 4th over.
It wasn't an empty promise. I said, you know, they are built for this kind of a chase. You know, if anyone can do it, they're that kind of team. We still got hitters. I mean, even if these two got out right now, they could easily come back and smash more. Now, I'm not sure what's going on here. Maybe someone's got a slight injury or something. It's probably not a bad thing as a fielding team to try and slow things down a little bit.
Yeah, so it is Singh who's still got a ball to bowl. He's gone for 25 off his spell. So we're just having to wait to see a few things.
I think one of the issues is they listed Kumajar as the keeper, but it's not Kumajar. And a closer look, I think it could be Yawar Abbas. That's keeping. So it gives us a chance to breathe, doesn't it? In a funny way, it kind of helps the fielding team, because momentum's a funny thing. When it's going against you, you want to just kind of slow things down, and that's basically what's happening here.
Yeah, I think you can see that Stefan Gooch is there, just trying to sort things out here now. So
yeah, let's just
have a look. I mean, while they're sorting that out, just have a look at this again. Now, we were mentioned, go on, roll your dice. Where's your dice?
Should we roll the dice?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm going to roll a dice, and it's come up number 1. Okay. All right, Group A. Why don't we start there?
Espana. Well, of course, you know, I live in Spain, been there now, coming up 23 years and been following Spanish cricket, involved in Spanish cricket. And I think Spain, look, honestly, have a really good chance here. I think it's going to be between them and France, if I'm honest. I think Czech Republic, they'll be better than we've seen them in the past. They'll be up for this as well, as will Greece and the Isle of Man. But I think any one of Spain and France, what are you thinking?
I don't want to guess. Oh, they made the switch down. Yeah, Kumanjar's listed as keeper, so he will take up that position as advertised. Look, curious to see some of the new teams, if I'm honest. You know, I think the Isle of Man, obviously, they get a bit of a bad rap for that one game where it went wrong, but they were also pretty competitive against Spain for a lot of that series.
Yeah.
You know, I think earlier that day they cracked 130 plus.
I think something like that will make them even hungrier to perform better. I think that's a one-off. It's happened once. It's it's just one of those things. It can happen to any team. I think they'll be pretty strong.
All right, Abdurahimzad gets a slightly slower ball, but this is a great shot for 4. He waits on it, picks it. Well, he hasn't slowed down. Break hasn't bothered him. Walking 677, 77 for 1 after 4.
It's quite incredible what we're seeing here. I mean, remember where the rate started. So I said that they're going to have to really do something to stay at around about that 17 per over. Well, they've taken that down a few notches. It's now around about 14 required per over. It's been incredible. And, well, all the batters I know that Amir Naeem, he's already departed, but not before he scored a quick fire 29-11. Just have a look at that. Right where they
that
want
looks
to
like
be.
a reasonable red line. It ain't. I mean, it's a 16.3 and over, that red line. Anyway, we're going to see a change of pace with the Surya come in. I think this is a good move, you know. And had a question from Bivak. I'll come back to that in a second. This is hit reasonably hard and just, I think he's done this, you know. I mean, is anyone going to clean up?
I think he's good. I don't think he leaves the field of play.
It's all about the last step before he touches the ball.
Let's keep an eye on it. So watch his feet, folks. Does he stay in the field of play?
That's the foot, which is okay. I mean, that's the last foot, right?
And does he make contact? And
great
that's
work.
That's superb work. Well done.
Fantastic effort from the fielder.
And all of those saves count. I mean, they could be very important. So well done by that's Yawar Abbas.
Yeah. You'll see here, the key is, doesn't matter if he's over the rope, but he can't be touching. So the thing is, he takes off from inside the rope. You'll see it here again. This is the foot here, and pulls it back.
Yeah,
So no problem at all.
Issues.
Okay, let's go back to the game. Good stop. And Abdurahimzad is facing up. And this is crunched out. Another offside shot. Doesn't have what it takes. That's super great fielding.
Great.
The key to fielding that ball was don't field it.
Yeah.
You know, it stopped by itself. And now there's an overthrow, so I guess it kind of undoes the bad work. But I love this. He's realizing if I touch it, I've got problems. So he just basically swerves it and then comes back in. No problem. He's not touching the rope when he picks it up. I think that turns out to be 2.
Yeah, Abbas does very, very well.
Man, pitched up. Kailash hasn't quite been on yet so far. No, it's early.
But that's fine. He gets a signal.
Yeah,
he
true.
gives the strike back to Abdurahimzad, who's been, he's on 45 and one big shot away from a half century himself. And, well, puts the foot out on it. It'll be a single. And he'll take that any time. He doesn't really need to throw this, but he will. So only the 6 off the over. You said a Surai coming on here is a good change.
Just got to change something. You know, pace on the ball's just disappeared all day, hasn't it? Okay, a lot of spin has too. I think, look, at least he's making hit you through the offside, for example, even if he does. Good luck to him. This is played very nicely, and that is going to go all the way. Maximo, geez, we're seeing some hitting here at the moment, aren't we? And, so Kailash getting on the action. That's what he's out there to do, Rico. He's a good striker. And with 1 to go in the 5th. This is huge first half. They're 89. I mean, you double that's 178. They're way ahead of where they need to be at this stage.
Big time. Big time. Are we going to see the biggest run chase ever?
I mean, that's such a good shot. It goes again, but this time he clunks it. He'll just get 1, so it's 90 for 1 after 5. This will be crazy. Maybe it's acid rain or something, because it's something weird. I think I'm seeing things. Anyway, you can get in touch with us. The question was from Vivek, where are we from? So maybe you'd like to go first. That's Rico on the right.
Yeah, well, I'm from the UK. My origin is from India and spent a lot of time in the UK, but the last 20 or so years been in Spain.
Yeah, well, I'm Vinny, and I'm from Perth originally. That's where I grew up, played all my cricket, and relocated to Europe a few years ago. And yeah, I suppose now I'm from everywhere because I'm basically where ECN is, although I am an Estonian resident, if you want to be technical. And hopefully that answers your question, Vivek. He's also asking, where's this being played in Austria? It's being played at Saban. And look now, Yawar Abbas is going to bowl, which I think is fine because he is allowed to keep because he's not listed keeper, and that's been amended. So, yeah, I think that he's going to come on. Let's see if it's a good idea. Well, has he got a wicket here? Umpire says yes, and Kailash is going to go for 10. Well, there we go. It's a pretty interesting start to the over. This doesn't do much. It's just a well-located ball. Kailash kind of loses his shape a little bit. And it's going to be the second wicket, 90 for 2. But look, that might hurt him, maybe it won't hurt him. I mean, just looking at who's going to come out next. Let's see if it is Arif. It is. It's Zishan Arif coming out at number 4. So, I mean, like I said, still batting to come. Yeah, and Rico, he's doing a bit of everything at the moment, Yawar.
Sometimes when things are just meant to go the way of a particular team, don't you get the feeling that things are just meant to go the way of Vienna Eagles? I mean, though this match is nowhere near done, and I think that man has been itching to get out there as Zishan Arif, and he's a sensational young player, a very confident young man as well. And now that he's dried his trousers, I think he's going out there and he's looking to win the match.
I think one of the reasons that Zishan Arif is batting 4 and not opening is he was still wringing the water out of his trousers. Anyway, he's facing up now. And first one pretty much straight up. Doesn't matter though. Is this going to go? It does. So a lucky one, but a fortunate one nonetheless. It's going to be 94 now. Zishan gets the boundary first up. But yeah, Vivek, thanks so much for your question and for your interest as well. Yeah. Shrug in the chat says assist to Stefan Gooch for that wicket. So Gooch will be happy to be back in the wickets. Full toss, but it's kind of off bottom of the bat. It's a miss hit, and it's been dropped once again. Social distancing not on the menu for the Eagles. 2 fielders come together and the ball goes down.
Yeah, well, Abdul Razak puts it down, but they just keep getting into each other's way. Just watch this. I mean, he's right on him. And
to be fair, if he took possession, he was going to get tackled straight away. So anyway.
Saeed putting him off. So another opportunity goes down.
Oh, that's high, I reckon that's 7. It's been called on the field. That's in the wheat. Abdurrahim Zai reaches his 50 off just 14 balls, and that brings up the 100. It's game on here in Lower Austria.
He's very tentative in there, isn't he? Naveed Hussain. But, well, let's focus on this. It is, I think, a 7 up. It has been called, so it's a no-pull 6. That's how you get 7. What a hit. What a match. What a run chase. We're on 101 here now as a fielder. Naveed Hussain is saying, I don't like being here. I can hear all sorts of things. I can feel things touching me feet. I don't like it. I don't like it. Come on back. Dear. Bring him back. Hang on a minute. He's found it. He's got there.
Yeah,
watch him come back out of there.
Let's see the form. Let's see the form of him. Yeah, he's got the good little gallop on, and he's put a little... I feel like I should go in there at the end of the day just to see what is this all about. Well, so free hit coming up. All right. Oh, I need to have a cold shower tonight. Don't think the players will need it. All right. Free hit coming up. Pretty good one, actually. Straight back to the bowl, no extra run.
Yeah, well done to Abbas. And we mentioned about Abbas. I mean, he's got that wicket. And hopefully for him and for his team, he'll finish a pretty tidy over. Don't forget the fielding stops he made as well.
Yeah. All right, that's a slower ball. Looks like it's in the gap to me, and it is. So 4. I think that's 4. Yeah, and Abdurrahim Zai moves to 56. Geez, the runs just keep on coming. And after a great start to the over, Yawar Abbas is copping a bit here.
Yeah, he is. This one gets past the fielder and right in between the two of them into the field. The ball now needs drying again. 16 off the over. Can it be a magical one, or can Abbas make it magical for him by picking up what would be the prize wicket? And
I reckon that's a wide, you know. I don't think he moves early, and it definitely goes over the line. Check it out. I suppose he has his toes outside off, so he can make a case. But I think that gets called more often than not. 106 for 2 after 6. Yeah, Bivek asking how many maybe Austrian-born players there are playing in this league. There's quite a few. You know, there are quite a few. I'll give Mark Simpson-Parker definitely one example we bring up all the time. But you've got to realise there's quite a few second generation already playing. And all these guys, they're living, they're working, they're playing their cricket in Austria. That's what we're watching right now.
Yeah, absolutely, they are.
And for example, the Austrian national team we'll see next week. They'll qualify on the ICC criteria, of course, which is a minimum 3 years residency or citizenship. Anyway, it's another bit of catching practice, or is it? It's out of here. Maximo. Wow, I mean, we're really on here, Rico. It's almost like the wicket of Kailash has worked out all right, because it looks like Zishan Arifa's had the luck as well. He edged to 4 up, then he got dropped. Now he puts this one out of the ground.
Yeah, a bit of a full toss, but still need to put him away. And Zishan Arif, he waits for it, times it perfectly as he gets it over that man on the mid-wicket boundary. So 6 more. Avinash Surai bowled a not a bad first over. But sees his first ball go for 6.
Yeah, full tosses have been punished today, haven't they? Oh, he hits the ball. It would have been a wide. He'll be kicking himself about that. Surya kind of dangles the bait out there, and Zishan takes it.
Yeah, ball's a wide, doesn't he? And Surya will want to get it right there again. And this time he's right on the money. Good delivery.
Yeah, that's really well bowled. Hello, Jules. They're back for a little while. Coffee on while at work. Well, Jules, I don't know how much you've been watching of this match, but this has been poco loco. It's been a little bit crazy. We've had back-to-back hundreds from the same player this afternoon. And really, we're looking at what might be the biggest chase. See, this is another one. He steps, but he doesn't step that far. Eventually, the call's made. You see, he's one stump outside, but that misses by like 2 or 3 stumps, right?
Yeah.
So he's still got to call that. He does. Now that's huge wide, and that'll be rebowled as well. I mean, they got it down to, I won't say something reasonable. It's still about 14.5 and over they need at the moment, but it's just a reminder that the previous to this, the largest chase was 162. Well bowled in the block hole. They'll just get one here.
Yeah, that's the delivery, isn't it? The thing is, though, that whereas that one might work against Arif, well, Abdurrahim's eye is a different animal altogether. His footwork is completely different. He's more likely to get hold of this and hit it over the man and the square leg boundary. Oh, well, watch him come.
Yeah.
It's out of the blocks like a whippet, but only gets the single. So, I mean, singles and dots, well, that's gold dust. And you just get the feeling, don't you, the way this is going at the moment, you can see that the Vienna Eagles are just saying 1 over, 1 good over, and they'll be the team that you'd expect to see go and win this. I mean,
yeah, that's
pretty
right.
well hit. It's in the air and almost carries.
Hazim Said's out there. I think he does a pretty good job to kind of make a play on this, but it doesn't stick. It's super low down. It was a genuine worm burner, wasn't it? It was low by the time he got there. About here. Then he gets 2 hands. Just doesn't stick. End of the over. So it's 117 for 2 after 7. I've got deja vu. And you know what? Before I come to this, they scored 118 off 7 in the first game, and that was the target of 117 they achieved off the very last ball of the 7th. Anyway, tomorrow, GC8, Donnerstadt, the Daredevils, and Austrian Cricket Tigers, they'll all be here for 5 more matches. Rico is going to put his feet up for the weekend. If I were you, the beds are very comfy. I'd be spending a lot of time there. That's what I'll be doing on my day off when I get it on Tuesday. But yeah, join us. 7:30 a.m. GMT, 9:30 in Central Europe, and 1 p.m. in India for more FanCode European Cricket Series. Okay, well, everyone, it's been a journey. We've seen it all today. Almost like the 5 floods of the apocalypse we thought we were going to see earlier today, but it's cleared, and we've got the last 3 overs coming up. Saeed's going to bowl, and he bowls a high ball. This is touch and go as well. It gets caught, so a big call coming up. Huge call.
I don't know. How far does he come out of his crease here? Is he on the way down?
I don't think he charges. Let's have a look. We got a better freeze. I got to say, that to me, that's hit him in the belt. I think that's a no ball. He's standing in his crease. I think you got to call that.
Yeah,
if you're going to be consistent, that's hitting him in the belt. And if there's doubt, you're going to call it. He feels it's no ball. There's no real complaints. It's called.
It's called. Yep.
And it's going to be 1 and a no ball. So changes the strike. Abdul Himzai will face the free hit. And get that right, I think. Another full toss, and he just clunks it onto his pad for 1. I mean, they've been really good and consistent with those. That's one thing we do have to say. And remember, it's waist height or above. It's not above waist height. It's waist height or above. That, to me, was waist height.
Yeah, spot on. And I think the Vienna Eagles, they knew it, because as soon as that ball was caught, they all shouted out to get it in quick. They knew it was too high.
Yeah.
So the umpires, though, I love the way they worked here today. They worked well as a team. And umpire Sanchez and Praveen,
but I mean,
good out there with Rajinda. Good ball. And, well, will they go for it? They're quite happy just to take the dot. Well, I don't think the fielder picks it up. But, dot balls, how important they are in this contest.
But put that in the luck column again to Zishan Arif, who he's caught out off a marginal one. I do think it's no ball, but he's been lucky since he's been there. Turns down the run this time. I think probably because he's on the back foot, he wasn't confident, but he's put some pressure on himself here. But he's ready for it. It goes high, though. I think that's travelling, going, and gone. Maximo! And they creep ever closer. What drama we've seen in match 25.
What a lovely shot this is. Isn't it beautiful? Look, it's right in his slot, and look at that. Beautiful, clean strike through the ball. Holds his shape, nice and upright. And that is a beauty. 6 runs. Very confident player. Look at his stance. He's just waiting for it to be in that slot.
Yeah, he drills this. It should be cut off. That's the pressure. Thinking of 2, but it's not there. Arif was happy with the single. Abdul Himzai has to settle for it. Yeah, I love that. That's James Stewart from Estonia. Hello to you, James. Saying seriously, enjoying the confidence of pack riders. They never even considered 164 as being an unobtainable target. Great attitude in reply. Yeah, it has been great, but there's still plenty of work to do. I've seen these get derailed. Good slower ball that time from Saeed. He's been taken to the cleaners, but he's still fighting back. I mean, another dot ball here. I think it probably puts his team back in the driver's seat, but it's so hard to predict at the moment.
Yeah, I get the feeling we'll see Abdul Himzai charge here on this one. He'll come out to it. He's going to be expecting the same delivery. And in fact, he waits for it. Hits it pretty well.
Well, how well is it hit? That's the question. It's hit pretty well. Maximo, another full toss. And this one, it won't be called a no ball because it's not that high, but it's high enough. It's probably knee high and gets baseballed out of here. Time to round the bases as we get to the end of the 8th over. 133 for 2. Now just 31 required off the last 2 overs of the day.
Yeah, a bit of a meeting here. You can see there between the Vienna Eagles having a chat, a conversation.
I mean, that line, the red line, is 16.3 and over. And the fact that they've been able to stay with it for so long. But, you know, a wicket changes everything here, gets a new batter in. You just need to sneak a couple of dot balls in. And I think that the match swings a lot.
This is the over. This is where if Vienna Eagles are going to win it, is in this one. One tidy good over here, and they put themselves in the driving seat. It's all happens in the 9th, though. It's, Zishan Arif is the batter on strike. He's batted so well, 21 of 11. They're giving good support to Abdul Himzai.
Well, there's my bingo number, 104. It comes up, and it's going to be Abbas to bowl the 9th. And he starts with what I think it is a wide. This is why it's so tough, and there's so much on these calls. That's why, I'd love to just have the line be the line. He's 2 steps outside, so he's 2 stumps outside, but I think the line, if you moved it 2 stumps, it goes straight over that imaginary line.
Yeah, I agree with you.
So, see where he's setting up. Now he gets one that he can sweep, and it's going to go out of here. Maximo. Zishan Arif has rode his luck all the way, and the Riders hit 140.
We're seeing something special here. I think, we've seen history in the making already with the Karanbir Singh making back-to-back 100s. And the thing is, though, how often do you make a century and end up on the losing side? Well, he is the captain, and that's exactly what he's facing here. They need a couple of dot balls. They need a wicket. They need something to happen. Can Abbas make the change that he has to? Can he put them in the driving seat? Pack Riders looking to do something historic.
Yeah, well, it's the same ball, isn't it? So I guess you called the first one wide, you call this one wide as well. These are the highest chases ever. We've only had one successful target achieved in the 160s, and that was Battle Owner Shaheen versus Men in Blue. And yeah, in the return of that game, there were 403 runs scored. This one, he does go after. He hasn't got this at all. Well, big moment in the game. He's trying to locate it, and it's caught. Well,
Wow.
you've got to get out of town if you're going to take a catch like that. Naveed Hussain, I don't think even he can believe that sticks to his hands. He's running the wrong way. He's got the rain in his eyes. He's got slippery fingers, but somehow he's caught Zishan Arif.
How does he catch this, Vinny? How? We've seen all sorts of catches go down. I don't think he knows too much about this. He has no idea about this. I mean, it's a great catch, but this is just luck. It's just fortune.
I think.
Watch his eyes.
I want to see where he's looking. When this gets taken, he's barely looking at the ball and throws it away like it's normal. This isn't normal. What's happening in match 25? Arif goes and. Pretty good contribution of 27 off 13. Guess who pops up with the wicket? It's Yawar Abbas, who's got a 2 for now. 141 for 3. 23 required off the last 10 balls.
Oh, okay. New batter comes in, and this is where I think you got to be a little bit smart. I think you know that the non-striker Abdul Rimzai wants to get on strike. I think you push some players in. You don't let him get this single. He wants to take the single. There's still plenty of deliveries left in the over. There's 4 balls to come. He's going to try and tip this and run.
Well, tip that. He tries to whack it, and he'll get 1. Yes, I mean, they're all hitters. That's the thing. It's not a bad result, though. Abdul Rimzai back. He's flying the plane now. And we've already had over 300 runs in this match.
Sensational. It really is sensational. Abbas. Is he going to be the hero?
Waits on it, cracks it pretty well. I think that's flying, and it is. Maximo gets them closer. 148 now, 16 required off the last 8. Okay, 2 a ball. We'd normally say that's about average, but there's nothing average about this, and they've still got to get them. A wicket could change everything.
The wicket will change everything. He's just been on song, hasn't he? And Rahiula. What a knock from him. But is he starting to feel the tension? Is he starting to feel a little bit nervous?
It doesn't look nervous to me. Well bowled, but he goes with the hands and he crunches it over point for 6 more. Maximo! Well, somewhere along the line, Abdurrahimzai has just hit the afterburners and he moves up to 76. And now, I think that's just 10 required off the last 7 balls. This is ridiculous. And look, that's some of the hardest working people you can imagine. There's Maxi, there's MSP over there, just working the scoreboard, and they've been working it pretty hard.
Oh, this is sensational. We are going to see history made here, you know. We are. You just feel it. It's been one of those days.
Let's see. Oh, it's a slow ball. I think he gets a bit of bat on this. He'll just get a single. So the right man's on strike for the Riders last over. It's 9 off 6 required. It's 155 for 3.
Incredible. So that's right, 9 required of 6 deliveries, and that will mean that we will witness here in Austria in this FanCode European Cricket Series at the Seabarn Cricket Ground. We will witness what will be the most successful run chase that we've seen, the highest run chase. Well, it could also go to this, a golden ball. Wouldn't that be something?
Wouldn't it? I mean, they're all asking how many to win, and everyone's yelling 9-9, and they think that they're yelling no. And it's 9 to win. Oh, this game's had everything. Give us the golden ball to finish day. I don't even care if we have to stay around longer. I mean, it'll be absolutely crazy if it's 163 apiece. Or will we see history? I mean, surely they're going to get 9. But here's the thing. Let's say, he gets a 1. Sadiq's on strike. He's new to the crease. Maybe eats a couple of dots. It's very much still in the balance. And it's Hussain to bowl the last over. And he hits it so well. He hits that so well. That's over the fence. That's into the car park. Maximo! He's into the 80s. Well, who knows how many Abdurrahimzai would have scored in this game. But now it means it's only 3 to win.
Oh, what a shot this is. That's an absolute cracker. 3 of 5. History in the making.
They can't lose now. I don't think they can lose anymore. They're past 160 in the second innings. Oh, look, I did say, and I meant it, I said they're the kind of team that could do this. They have the batting to do it. They're natural attackers. 3 to win now for history. goes for it, and he does it. They win. Unbelievable.
Oh, what scenes! Have you seen anything like this? That is absolutely sensational. Well, Abdurrahim Zai has been sensational. Look, he's exhausted. He's absolutely exhausted. But he's produced a marvellous display of batting, 89 and 26. I say he, but the whole team, the whole attitude, the way they've gone about this. We've seen something sensational. Don't forget the part that Amir Naheem played, 29 and 11. And then, of course, the batter who's out there with him at the moment as well. Oh, he's been sensational. Zishan Arif himself, 27 and 13. Mr. Maxima, what a day, what a story. And don't forget, in the same match on the opposition side, the captain, Karanbir Singh, he made 119 and ends up on the losing side.
Yeah, but here's the thing, Abdurrahim Zai, he was cost his chance for 100. I think he probably would have hit 100 too, but we'll never know. He was too good, and they somehow pulled this off with 4 balls to spare. History made, the highest target ever successfully achieved. And, well, a few hijinks to finish the day, but, well, it's been an unbelievable exhibition. And look, I know we had match 4, which was washed off. Just look at him getting chaired off there.
This is something sensational, isn't it?
I was going to say, we had match 4 today washed off, but I think we had a double dose of entertainment in match 5 as Abdurrahim Zai, the unlikely hero, just when you thought it was all Karanbir, he just has to take a back seat, and even Tyrone there saying congratulations. I mean, that is history. Abdurrahim Zai finishes 89 off 26 balls. And look, yeah, Karanbir, he was scoring pretty well. I think 287 was his strike rate, or 283 in the first innings. Well, Abdurrahim Zai scored his runs at 342. So how do you like that? And, well, Austria ball is real, and we saw it right here in match 25.
This is just, what a match. What a day of cricket. I mean, I know it's not been the best weather-wise, but still, I tell you what, I wouldn't have changed it for a moment, and I'm sure everyone around the ground, all the spectators, all the people watching around the world will feel the same. You can give me days like this over and over again. It's been absolutely spectacular. But let's just take a moment to have a look at these highlights, because it was something sensational. But you do have to say, I mean, even though we've seen something spectacular, if you don't take your catches, well, you're not going to win too many matches. And I think maybe that comes down to, well, they're throwing in the towel pretty early.
Remember that?
I think maybe the bowler knew what was happening. Oh, just sensational. Some of the hitting that we have seen today has been quite outstanding. And this one, well, this one was taken, and that was a good one taken.
Yeah, look at that. And then they realised, hold
Abbas.
on. Yeah, you need to get out of there. And then he ended up turning into a bowling option. But, it was just crazy. Let's see how many sixes we had in that game. Didn't even go this. 14 in the first innings. We had 19 in the second innings. So, I mean, it's just been absolutely crazy. Abbas then turned into a bowler, and then he got a wicket first ball. But then he also bowled a bit of fruit that disappeared.
Yeah, it was just one of those stories. You know, the other thing about it is it's an incredible run chase, but they're doing it with 4 balls to go as well, Vinny. 4 balls to go. And the way that the scores have been going in today, well, that just goes to show, if they had to, they could have chased 180 here today.
Maybe. I mean, we'll never know. It's just a ridiculous... It's a ridiculous chase. I know the wind is a factor, but I just never saw this many runs in the day. I'm considering we've only basically got 4 games in. How about that catch from Naveed Hussain? I thought that might have brought him back into it. How about Abdurrahim Zai would have the last laugh, wouldn't he? And he just hit 6 after 6 after 6. And this is what I liked about his batting. He wasn't a one-trick pony. Yeah. If he bowled it out there, a bit like Karanbir actually, he'd throw the hands at it and he'd go over point. So he's like impossible to set a field to. I mean, how well did he hit that? That ended up under the van.
That was a top shot, wasn't it?
And then, well, he got it down to 9 off the last over. And then this is the one. They do it. And, well, the great chase is complete. The record is broken. And, well, if you're watching ECN today, maybe for the first time, well, I can tell you, there's always a lot of action, but this ain't normal. And Pack Riders, well, their tournament right back on track. And the Eagles somehow make 163 and lose match 25.
What a story, what a day, what a moment. The European Cricket Network, what else, who else can provide you with that? Well, that for you, folks, is cricketainment. That for you is the best form of cricket that you'll ever see. We always say it's a frenzy of action, entertainment and excitement, and a fair bit of drama as well. Sensational.
Well, hopefully the weather holds, because I want to see more. And tomorrow we'll get to see Donnerstadt, the defending champions, as well as Grants Cricket Academy. Also, we'll see the Austrian Cricket Tigers as well. And the Daredevils, looking forward to seeing them once again. Maybe they'll be jumping through some flaming hoops. Join us again. The weekend will come around, but the cricket's not going anywhere. 7:30 a.m. GMT, 9:30 in Central Europe, 1 p.m. start in India. All right, check out this scorecard. Top 4 all reaching double figures, 89 off 26, 11 maximos and 3 fours for Ruhullah Abdurrahimzai. Naeem got them off to a really good start as well. All the strike rates were fantastic, weren't they? 29 off 11 for him.
Yeah.
Kailash probably didn't hit his straps, but still a handy 10 off 7. Zishan Arif, he rode his luck all the way to 27. And it's not like there were a whole bunch of extras. I mean, 11's about normal. It was just something quite incredible. And really, all the bowlers were taken to the cleaners. 2 wickets for Abbas, but he did finish conceding 38. And Naveed Hussain with 1, but he did take a sensational catch. That game pretty much had everything except a golden ball, but we don't mind because we saw a record broken.
I mean, the game had everything. The day, Vinny, the day had everything. I mean, what more can you ask for? It was just absolutely superb. I mean, we've seen 2 centuries in the day. We've seen good opening partnerships, and now to top it off at the end of the day, amongst everything else, we've seen a record run chase.
Yeah, pretty speechless, but just a reminder to all of you out there, if you want to go back and catch the highlights, which I suggest you do, of this game, they're all on our YouTube channel, ECN European Cricket Network. Don't forget to subscribe if you haven't already. We're creeping towards our 350,000th subscriber. Also our social media at European Cricket, and don't forget EuropeanCricket.com. It's the home of European Cricket. Get all the stats, the standings, all the info for not just this tournament, all the tournaments coming up as well. Well, Rico, I mean, I'd say we need a cold shower, but I think there's been plenty of that going on already today. I'm just so happy that we got 4 full games in. I know it's a bit of a shame about match 24, but still, match 25 certainly made up for it, and I'm so glad the rain held off so we could watch that.
Yeah, I mean, and on that note, I just once again want to thank everybody that works so hard behind the scenes to get the cricket that we've got in today. It's been a tremendous effort from everyone at the ground, from the umpires, all the players, the blue crew, and even the production guys, their Spring Productions. I mean, a shout out to them as well.
Yeah.
It's not been easy conditions to be working in this, and don't forget that good nurse and also Karina have been up in the tower while we've been in the shelter recording everything. It's been absolutely brilliant, a team effort off the field of play, but on the field of play, we've just seen some sensational cricket. It's been outstanding, and well, put it this way, it's a day of cricket that I'll never forget.
Well, you know, I thought I might have heard some snoring before. Feel like if I pinch myself, I might wake up and it was all a dream, you know. But anyway, we are going to sign off. Rico, hope you enjoy your weekend. Any plans?
Thank you very much. Well, weather permitting, I would love to. Never been into the heart of Vienna, so I'd like to go in Vienna and, of course, sample some of the lovely food delights as well.
Good idea. But maybe bring your extra large pants if you're going to do that. Extra large trousers, I should say. Anyway, we're going to take you through some of the highlights today. Big thank you, yes, Spring Productions. They've been outstanding. They put together some of the best bits of the day. This is Mr. Maximo Vinny Sandu alongside Rico Fall. Everyone, seeing is believing. This has been ECN. You've been watching the FanCode European Cricket Series. Hasta mañana.
European cricketers, time to cheer and show the world what you got. 7 bits of wood and a tape ball taken to an open space. With a swing and a hit, the ball goes flying in the field and makes his chase. A community playing on the field of dreams, no matter race, sex, color, or age. Stars of the future of European cricket are ready to take the stage. Ball's getting quicker with a kookaburra starting to swing. The keeper in your mind standing just behind, pressure is creeping in. Some give it flight and some give it grip as the ball really starts to spin. But our batsman's alert with the crack of a bat, the ball flies over for 6. Cricketers, European cricketers, share your passion for riding flag with the world. Cricketers, European cricketers, time to cheer and show the world what you got. Master blasters turn on the style. Cricket's a beautiful game. Smiling faces and celebrations as the champions enjoy their fame. European legends breaking records, making their own dreams come true. Watched by millions, European cricketers show the world what they can do. Now picture this, 10 runs needed to win off the last over of the match. Fielders are on fire, sliding and diving, want to take that world-class catch. Tension building as the ball runs in, will it be short, a yorker or slow? A 6 will win it, 4 to tie into the golden ball we go. Cricketers, European cricketers, share your passion for riding flag with the world. Cricketers, European cricketers, time to cheer and show the world what you got.
Another one, that's the big one. That's gone all the way over into the clubhouse and ordering a pint at the bar.
Hundreds of clubs all over Europe are coming together today. Thousands of cricketers want to be stars, show their talents when they play. We've got commentary, action-packed cricket frenzy. You're hooked, you can't deny. Worldwide audience watching to see which team will lift the cup up high. Oh, cricketers, European cricketers, share your passion for riding flag with the world. Cricketers, European cricketers, time to cheer and show the world what you got. La 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 la.
There we go, she sent that pack in but the shaka 6-4.
Oh, cricketers, European cricketers, share your passion for riding flag with the world. Cricketers, European cricketers, time to cheer and show the world what you got. Time to cheer and show the world what you got. Time to cheer and show the world what you
Mentioned
got.
turbo earlier, that's supercharged. 6 runs, that's gone into orbit. It's another Kookaburra ball that's going to be circling our planet for years to come. Lower ball off, and he's picked that up beautifully. He's sending it all the way. Gidna, but the shaka, that was nice.
Cricketers, European cricketers, share your passion for riding the flag with the world. Cricketers, European cricketers, time to cheer and show the world what you got. 7 bits of wood and a tape ball taken to an open space. With a swing and a hit, the ball goes flying in the field and makes his chase. A community playing on the field of dreams, no matter race, sex, color, or age. Stars of the future of European cricket are ready to take the stage. Ball's getting quicker with a Kookaburra starting to swing. The keeper in your mind standing just behind, pressure is creeping in. Some give it flight and some give it rip as the ball really starts to spin. And our batsman's alert with the crack of a bat, the ball flies over for 6. Cricketers, European cricketers, share your passion for riding flag with the world. Cricketers, European cricketers, time to cheer and show the world what you got. Master blasters turn on the style. Cricket's a beautiful game. Smiling faces and celebrations as the champions enjoy their fame. European legends breaking records, making their own dreams come true. Watched by millions, European cricketers show the world what they can do. Now picture this, 10 runs needed to win off the last over of the match. Fielders are on fire, sliding and diving, want to take that world-class catch. Tension building as the ball runs in, will it be short, a yorker or slow? A 6 will win it, 4 to tie into the golden ball we go. Cricketers, European cricketers, share your passion for riding cheer and show the world what you got.
Another one, that's the big one. That's gone all the way over into the clubhouse and ordering a pint at the bar.
Hundreds of clubs all over Europe are coming together today. Thousands of cricketers want to be stars, show their talents when they play. We've got commentary, action-packed cricket frenzy. You're hooked, you can't deny. Worldwide audience watching to see which team will lift the cup up high. Oh, cricketers, European cricketers, share your passion for riding the flag with the world. Cricketers, European cricketers, time to cheer and show the world what you got. La 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 la.
There we go, she sent that pack in but the shaka 6-4.
Oh, cricketers, European cricketers, share your passion for riding the flag with the world. Cricketers, European cricketers, time to cheer and show the world what you got. Time to cheer and show the world what you got. Time to cheer and show the world what you
Mentioned
got.
turbo earlier, that's supercharged. 6 runs, that's gone into orbit. It's another Kookaburra ball that's going to be circling our planet for years to come. Lower ball, but he's picked that up beautifully. He's sent it all the way. Ginna, but the shaka, that was nice.
Cricketers, European cricketers, share your passion for riding the flag with the world. Cricketers,